Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together! Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this new gameplay, you can do battle while playing as Dragon Ball characters. Let's get to know them and their skills. Son Goku's standard attack is a barrage of Kidan. Its damage output is reliable with an average rate of fire. It's crucial to find the right time to attack. In order to make this a bit easier, Son Goku's charged attack is a continuous Ki Blast, which can be charged up and fired to attack enemies. At the same time, Son Goku has a special movement skill, but this is great for mounting a surprise attack or to escape a dangerous situation. It can be stockpiled 3 times, allowing it to be used in quick succession. Get to know these moves and you'll be one step closer to victory. Similar to Goku, Vegeta's standard attack is also a barrage of Kidan. It has a faster rate of fire, but the Kidan travel a bit slower. It takes a bit of prediction to accurately hit enemies. However, Vegeta's charged attack fires a bunch of Kidan, which deals small area damage to the target. Vegeta charges up with energy when he hits enemies. Once fully charged, Vegeta can release all the stored energy at once to deal massive damage to an enemy. If you wish to fight at close range, then you have to try Ultimate Gohan. Ultimate Gohan's standard attack is a rapid flurry of Kidan that can deal a ton of damage while up close in a short period of time. When you're surrounded, Ultimate Gohan can use his charged attack, which is a powerful single Kidan. It needs to be charged up first, but it will deal a lot of damage to anyone caught in the crosshairs. It can decisively end a battle during pivotal moments. At the same time, Ultimate Gohan also has a special skill that generates a protective barrier around himself. The barrier can block 500 damage and protects from all incoming projectiles while in effect. When the barrier takes enough damage or the time runs out, it will dissipate on its own. Piccolo's standard attack deals high sustained damage. Its damage even increases the more it hits in a row, which will really test your aim. Furthermore, Piccolo's charged attack can snipe enemies from a distance. He can zoom in for this powerful single-shot attack, leaving enemies with no place to hide. Even if you miss, it's no big deal. Piccolo's special skill is a powerful dash that can be used to close in on enemies, even those in the air. Another close-range fighter that's worth trying out is Frieza. His standard attack is an elongated Kidan that's easy to hit enemies with. Use his charged attack to throw a huge spherical Kidan. Positioning and timing are key. Frieza also has a special skill for controlling the battleground. Select a location and he will leap into the air. Then after a brief pause, smash at the location. It damages anyone that's hit and sends them flying. So that's a quick rundown on all the characters' moves. Come join the intense battle with Dragon Ball characters. Dragon Ball Super Theme mode is here. Let's take a look at the key mechanic in this mode. In this mode, just like the characters in Dragon Ball, all players get a type of energy called ki. Ki is used to perform certain moves like Kamehameha and Bukujutsu or levitation technique. Kamehameha is the most popular and powerful technique in Dragon Ball. You can obtain it by picking it up during a match. Kamehameha equips to the pistol slot and has to be charged up in order to use it. Once charged, you'll fire a continuous high-damage beam. You won't be able to move when charging it up or firing. Players with insufficient ki are unable to unleash Kamehameha. Kamehameha possesses astonishing destructive power, so find a perfect opportunity and use it to lay waste to your enemies. Similarly, you can also pick up Bukujutsu or levitation technique during a match. It also equips to the pistol slot. You can use this skill to fly freely in the air. Do keep in mind that Bukujutsu also consumes ki when used. While in use, you also won't be able to switch to your other weapons or throwables. Make good use of this skill to tactically move about the battleground. When you reach a certain amount of ki, the Release Ki button will appear. After tapping the button, you'll enter a releasing ki state, which enhances your abilities. When releasing ki will be consumed more rapidly. When ki is completely depleted, your releasing ki state will end. So what are you waiting for? That's all there is to know about ki in Dragon Ball Super Theme mode. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava, otherwise you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory. Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together! Dragon Ball Super Theme mode is here. Let's take a look at the key mechanic in this mode. In this mode, just like the characters in Dragon Ball, all players get a type of energy called ki. Ki is used to perform certain moves like Kamehameha and Bukujutsu or levitation technique. Kamehameha is the most popular and powerful technique in Dragon Ball. You can obtain it by picking it up during a match. Kamehameha equips to the pistol slot and has to be charged up in order to use it. Once charged, you'll fire a continuous high damage beam. You won't be able to move when charging it up or firing. Players with insufficient ki are unable to unleash Kamehameha. Kamehameha possesses astonishing destructive power, so find a perfect opportunity and use it to lay waste to your enemies. Similarly, you can also pick up Bukujutsu or levitation technique during a match. It also equips to the pistol slot. You can use this skill to fly freely in the air. Do keep in mind that Bukujutsu also consumes ki when used. While in use, you also won't be able to switch to your other weapons or throwables. Make good use of this skill to tactically move about the battleground. When you reach a certain amount of ki, the Release Ki button will appear. After tapping the button, you'll enter a releasing ki state, which enhances your abilities. When releasing ki, ki will be consumed more rapidly. When ki is completely depleted, your releasing ki state will end. So what are you waiting for? That's all there is to know about ki in Dragon Ball Super Theme mode. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
We are almost at the end of week 1 with 6 matches left, and these teams are battling it out for their last chance to be at the top of the leaderboard. But before I go any further, greetings to everyone and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Fall. And we are here again for the last day of week 1, and teams such as PERSIJA EVOS, GEEK Fam, BIGETRON Red Villains, and FaZe Clan has completed their journey by playing all 24 matches. Therefore, they won't be able to adjust any points for today, and crossing their fingers hoping that their position is maintained. But right now here with me is player from 2 different teams, which are, from my right, we have a player from XERXIA, which is Megamind, and on my left side is a player from BN United or Baunam United, and he is PERSIJA. Alright, let's get on to our first interview of the day. Starting with you, Megamind. Alright, what do you think of your team's performance in the last 3 days?
3 วันที่ผ่านมานี้มีความรู้สึกยังไงกับผลงานของทีมตัวเองบ้างครับ
ครับก็มีทั้งพอใจแล้วก็ไม่พอใจครับพอใจก็น่าจะเป็นที่เรื่องคะแนนครับไม่พอใจก็เกี่ยวกับข้อผิดพลาดของทีมครับ
so they are both feel satisfied and dissatisfied at the same time they are happy with their score right now as you can see on the scoreboard but what they are not impressed at all in this moment is that they still find some flaws on their playing styles.
Alright, looks like it's still 50-50 from XERXIA, so you only have 10-point difference with Baunam United currently, and today is your last chance to secure top 1. Will you play it safe today, or will you be fighting for your life out there?
ก็ตอนนี้วันนี้เนี่ยก็เป็นวันสุดท้ายของการเก็บคะแนนในสัปดาห์แรกแล้วทีมของคุณเนี่ยก็กำลังตามหลังทีม BN อยู่เป็นคะแนนด้วยคะแนน10 คะแนนนะครับคุณคิดว่าวันนี้เนี่ยคุณจะมาเล่นเป็นเกมแนวรุกหรือแนวรับมากกว่ากันเพื่อที่จะชิงตำแหน่งท็อป 1มาครับ
ตามสไตล์ก็น่าจะเป็นแนวลุกครับแต่ก็จะเล่นให้เป็นตามแบบแผนที่วางเอาไว้มากกว่าครับ
they're going as their plan but would be on the more aggressive way in order to get the top 1 spot.
Alright, aggressive is the way for them for the last day. Okay, so which team do you think poses the biggest threat to you guys, and have you guys thought about how to deal with it?
แล้วมีทีมไหนที่คุณคิดว่าเป็นทีมที่คุณต้องระวังตัวหรือจับตามองเป็นพิเศษไหมครับแล้วคิดว่าถ้ามีเนี่ยจะมีวิธีจัดการเขายังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ต้องเป็น BN นี่แหละครับเพราะว่าเป็นทีมเพื่อนหลักครับ
so it's going to be BN not because of the hatred or something on a grudge but yeah because they are best friend so maybe they can get to the final together who knows
I hear you, bro. I hear you loud and clear. Okay, I think thank you as for now, and moving on to my left side for another player from BN United. I like what's going on here. There's something going on, but I can't put my finger around it. But moving on to you, PERSIJA, you guys played very well and collected a lot of points yesterday. The teams in the ranking within top 3 teams are currently closer to the score. Do you think you guys can maintain your ranking in the top 1 by the end of the day?
Câu hỏi đầu tiên cho em ha, thì ngày hôm qua team mình chơi khá là tốt, cũng như là giành được rất là nhiều điểm hạ gục về cho team. Tuy nhiên nếu mà xét về cái bảng xếp hạng tổng á, thì về cái điểm tổng thì 3 đội đứng đầu hiện nay đang rất là xích sao nhau về điểm. Không biết là team mình có đủ tự tin để giữ cái top 1 cho đến hết ngày thi đấu của tuần hôm nay không?
Dạ, team em thì cũng không chắc là sẽ giữ được top 1 nhưng mà bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết mình để lấy top 1 về cho Việt Nam.
Well, I think it's really hard for us to say that I'm so sure that we will keep the top 1, but we will do our best to keep the top 1 until the end of the day.
Okay, good answer. Confident, but still will be doing their best to get as much points for today. So to keep your ranking until the end of the day, will you make any adjustments to keep the team's performance?
Để mà giữ vững được cái top 1 của mình á, thì không biết là trong cái ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay đội mình sẽ có những cái thay đổi hay một cái chiến thuật nào mới trong những cái trận thi đấu hôm nay không?
Chiến thuật của đội em thì vẫn thế thôi, nhưng mà từng trận bọn em sẽ có một chiến thuật khác nhau nên là các team sẽ không thể nắm bắt được chiến thuật của bọn em.
Because our team have different plans for different games, so I think it's really hard for all the team that can, analyze what we're gonna do for the next game. Thank you.
Okay. Just say it's a secret, man. Don't be shy about it. All right. So do you have any words to the other team that is currently below your position? Any team you want, man.
Không biết là mình có một cái lời nào đó cho các đội hiện đang ở dưới mình ha, 19 đội còn lại, hoặc là nếu mà em muốn gửi một lời nào đó đến một đội trực tiếp cũng được.
Em thấy 19 đội còn lại team nào cũng mạnh, nhưng mà team em may mắn hơn.
He said that he think the other 19 team are all strong, and he think it's just the lucky star is on our side.
Oh, the lucky star is on their side, and hopefully everything goes well for Baonam United for today. It is the last day and we're about to start game number 1. So maybe I'll get back to you guys later. Back to the casters table. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Karo, for the interesting interview. We are back here on the desk with me, Chu, and Sir Cloud. Do you really miss me, Cloud?
I would say on behalf of the viewers, everyone missed you.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow,
Yes.
you poked me and jabbed me on the side, but thanks. But speaking of which, hey, BN United, I mean, like, Bao Nam used to be the middle pack and finally standing up strong in number 1 spot. Not just that, a lot of top teams are not playing here today.
Yeah, so the teams that are not playing here today are PERSIJA, EVOS, FaZe Clan, GEEK as well as BIGETRON Red Villain. So this is definitely a big opportunity for some of the teams to overtake, especially XERXIA. Like what they say, yeah, they're on a mission to get the number 1, and their points are really, really close. Even though they are number 4 right now, but their difference with the number 1 is only 10 points. So one round is good enough if they can do it.
Honestly, I have a feeling today all the top 10 is not secured when it comes to their placement here, because it's all within reach. I love this close gap and the very tight margin between the teams. And not just that, we talked about GEEK not playing. We talked about PERSIJA EVOS, the most chicken of all teams that's not playing here today. And BTR Red Villains is not playing here. So that's 3 in the top 5 not playing. Definitely a big opportunity for XERXIA. I think it's just any time they get themselves that second place there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And their strategy, as mentioned by Megamind, is that they want to play more aggressive today. And if we already know, like XERXIA before this, they are a team that has a lot of firepower in them. And if they turn up the notch to play even more aggressive, I mean, I don't know where they will go, right? That will just probably overtake everyone in terms of the elimination points in total for week 1. But speaking about week 1, today is the last day of week 1 already.
Come on, guys. If you guys has not been joining us, I mean, like, I don't know what else to tell you guys. It's already the last day of week number 1 here. We do have a reshuffle when it comes to week number 2. Now, that's going to be super interesting. Same goes for week number 3. But the grand finals, don't forget, starting off on the 25th of August down to the 27th of August. It's going to be on ground battlefield, which is going to be offline for these guys. And the point system, as per usual, every week it will be 10 points for the first place. Every single game is going to be 10 points per chicken dinner. And as per usual, you reduce it with 250,000, a 250,000 prize pool in the pool for these guys.
And since today we'll wrap up week 1, means that we will know who will receive what sort of league ranking points by the end of today. And that league ranking points will be collected over 3 weeks, and will be the 50% of it will be the starting point of the finals that will be happening later on. So keep your eye on which team will have a good start today. Week 1 is going to be pretty obvious. Basically, the team that tops the week will have the highest overall points of the week itself.
Speaking of the groups here, definitely one group will not be playing. That's going to be Group D, where BTR, PERSIJA, EVOS, GEEK and FaZe completed their cycle of the first week. Now, we do have Group A, B, C, and E, and so far, I feel like every single team have a shot at getting that number 1 spot by end of today.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of high potential for all these teams, especially with the 3-digit and above mark, because anything can really happen. But we'll be also looking at some teams that are at the other end. So some of the teams that haven't got their chicken dinner yet: Box Gaming, MORPH, GPX, even surprisingly Boom Esports. What are they doing down there? This is not a spot for them.
I agree, because when it comes to the interview, a lot of teams do have their eye and radar on top of Boom Esports. Maybe that's one of the main reasons they attracted too much attention. A lot of teams know what they are made of and just try to stop their run when it comes to getting those top 5. But when it comes to the first page, I'm loving what I'm seeing here. Not just PERSIJA EVOS secured the most chicken out of it. Finally, Vampire yesterday scored themselves that chicken dinner. Used to be the only team on the first page without any chicken. Now finally, every single team on the first page do score themselves some chickens down there.
Yeah, and that also is contributed by the amount of the knockouts. So these are our top 4 knockouts as of now, as of week 1, day 5. We got BTR up there with a triple-digit 100 knockout. But then again, BTR, they are playing, taking a break today, so they will not be able to add to the number. Teams that will be able to add to the number, Vampire Esports and even RRQ, who had one of the best days in the week yesterday, so they are a team that's currently on the rise as well. PERSIJA EVOS, despite them being on the top 4 knockouts, unfortunately they will not be playing today as well, so we will not see the rivalry between Vampire Esports and PERSIJA.
Oh, the love story have to hold for the second week now then. For our top 4 elimination, we do have Tony K. I mean, like, everybody say this guy is overrated. I mean, guys, come on. Numbers don't lie, it's just fact and data right now. Shrubs as well as Tony K right now in the top 2 spot. It's pretty much a tie between these two guys, with Onzen, a FaZe Clan player, coming in at 33 points at 3rd place, and Mika coming from GEEK fam squeezing in at 32 points of the 4th place. But when it comes to BN United versus Vampires, these two regions had it really going on really hard.
Yeah, they played yesterday, so they were one of the top ranking teams yesterday as well. And they're also playing today. So BN United currently at number 1 spot, and they didn't play day 1 of week 1. So that means they have the entire 4 days straight down to play. And today they'll be playing, obviously, so they will have control of their destiny on what are they going to do today and how they want to get the points. And this is a very interesting scene yesterday that happened. The bridge campaign actually took out the entire Yoodo Alliance. So BN United had everything set up. So in terms of strategy, in terms of firepower, they're a complete package now.
I feel like they'll be saving those strats till the very last minute, not to overexpose them a bit too early, so these guys or these other teams can actually counteract towards them. So they try to save all what's needed. It will be save it for the last. Same goes for the side of PERSIJA EVOS yesterday, where Luxy actually do play. Unfortunately, that's going to be the last day there yesterday. So a lot of secret weapons coming out the last 2 days of week number 1 there.
And probably Vampire Esports, who, yes, they got the chicken dinner yesterday, but it's not the type of Vampire Esports that we have seen before. But anyway, today they'll be playing, so the secret weapon, like what you said, might be unfolded today by Vampire Esports, because it's still possible for them to take that number 1 spot. At this moment, they are only 16 points difference than BN United.
Speaking of today's official matches, we do have our usual map rotation. Starting on with Sunhawk for the day. Triple Wrangle, we ended up on top of Miramar, where Miramar, a lot of teams will go crazy on this map.
Yeah, so Miramar will be the last 2 maps, so naturally teams will go insane, like what you said. But we're going to start off with Sunhouse. So far, all our Sunhouse have been really hard and fast. A lot of early eliminations happen here. But speaking about something early, we're going to let you know this early. That is the current PMSL SEA skin promotion currently available in the game. We're still letting you know in week 1 so that you will not miss out when it comes to week 2 onwards.
Yep, it's going to be one and only, and this time also once in a lifetime only for the Power Up Your Key. The Battle Royale of the Dragon Ball Super already available for you guys in the game right now. It's going to be once in a lifetime, so better try to play it at least.
Yes, and this is, well, Contra said this is a concept-ish theme, which I totally agree. I didn't see that angle before this. So it's currently available right now, the Dandy Groovester that excites the battleground. The first draw is only at a 10 UC, so do not miss this promotion. Only 10 UC, and you can potentially get the set that you want.
Oh, who knows, you're lucky enough, you get the first 10 UC draw and it's yours to take. But I mean, like, I never get that so lucky in my entire life. When it comes to gacha stuff, I'm like, I was spending most of my wallet and it's gone, and so I'm getting nothing out of it. But speaking of which, our next map, which is going to be the Sunhawk, the first map of the day. And so for Sunhawk, we don't have any particular team that kind of dominate over Sunhawk. You do see a bit of alternating between teams that taking over Sunhawk so far. We don't have anybody to throne even the King of Wrangle. But for me coming out, I mean like XERXIA, RRQ, and BN United. This is the time for them to push themselves in the top 3, because all the teams up there, they're not playing here today. So this is the best shot you can have for the entire day.
I'm going total opposite here. I'm going for surprises. Teams on page 2 that have not got the chicken dinner yet. Box Gaming, MORPH GPX, and to the surprise of many fans, Boom Esports have not got a chicken dinner yet. Not only that, they are on page 2. Not only they're on page 2, they're at number 16 right now. Basically, if we were to tally up like the bottom 4, they are just by the edge of it. And PBE is only 6 points behind Boom Esports. So they are quite in danger zone. So I got those predictions in there, hoping to see a surprise for the bottom team.
Lucky today is just, lucky this week is just the first week, Cloud. So they still have a lot of chances, they still have a lot of shots to come back and redeem themselves in the next couple of weeks, because we still have week 2 and week 3 later on, but they have a lot of work to do when it comes to remaining of 2 more weeks to go. They cannot afford to place themselves last again for the teams that you just mentioned before, but for the teams that actually on top up there, even though they have really pleasant first week here, it doesn't mean they will get through the finals, because still have 2 more weeks to go.
Yeah, it is. Of course, 2 more weeks to go, anything can happen. Although you're like a big name like Boom Esports or even like Alter Ego, they're on page 2 as well. You always want to start off really, really good, and you want to collect as many starting points as possible in the grand finals, assuming that they do go through, because the competition will be tight. Teams like BN United, XERXIA, even PERSIJA, EVOS have been performing really well this time. So you don't want to start with a deficit and at the end of the day, regret the fact that it may be a 1 point difference between them and also the championship.
And that's kind of true. We've seen that before in the last season. I don't know if we're going to see the same story all over again when it comes to this season, though. Now, it's going to be a very tight race between the teams when it comes to week number 1. And so far, a lot of alternating hands between number 1 spot to the top 3. But some of the team up there is not playing here today. It's all down to what the most of opportunity they can get, and they will try to achieve here when it comes to the last day of week number 1. Is up, gears ready. We're heading to our first ever the map in the last day of week 1 here. Let's head into Sunhawk.
I must say I'm liking the pink hoodie earlier on, but hey, here we go. Sunhawk going to be our first game today. So since some of the groups, one group will be taking a rest, so that's PERSIJA, EVOS, FaZe Clan, GEEK and BTR. I would expect to see, keep your eye on Paradise Resort. Because we have, let's see, we got GE as well as D Xavier playing, so there might be a fight there. Camp Charlie has been a place of contention as well. PBE, maybe MORPH GPX, maybe even GEEK going there. Let's see how it goes. RRQ dropped there as well at some point, so somehow Camp Charlie is a popular spot. But looking at the areas of Camp Charlie, PBE will be leaving that area. They'll be going straight to Sami instead. RRQ is going to take Camp Charlie instead. But we're going to see a hard fight inside of Bootcamp instead.
Box versus Boom feels like a bit of trading for both teams here. 1-1 with Archul down on the ground. Goals to be finished off straight away. Ghost is one of the most important players coming up from Box Gaming. And Namkid is down as well. Feels like Boom might actually do come back here when it comes to the last day.
Man, you put a DBS in the hands of Yummy and he'll definitely do the work. So now, only one more player left for Box Gaming inside of this area. I think I get the idea why these two teams are thinking about Bootcamp. It's because FaZe Clan is not playing, so they thought that Bootcamp is open, but so happened 2 teams in here. And now for Box Gaming, unfortunately, only 1 player left, and Boom Esports, they're searching for him. Shouldn't take too long till they find their target.
Oh, TN2K, this is going to be really detrimental. If they were to go out early on, that's going to be done and dusted. Box Gaming quite difficult task for them to push themselves upwards. They got themselves already 15 plays as a start here. One side of BN United already lost one man to a side of Vampires. Now, I feel like Vampires, they don't have PERSIJA EVOS today. Their next target is going to be BN United, who's happy to be in the first spot here. But on the side of with Vector, 60 more clips in that magazine. There's nothing more that he can do. He got himself those rifles to work with, but that Vector will be his main weapon right now. But they are searching every nook and cranny around this area to find it was one last member of Box Gaming. But Tien2K has been founded out. He's playing around the corners. Box have to lay low when it comes to the first Sunhawk of the day.
Yeah, 4v1 in that situation. Only with a Vector, not the weapon with the most bullets in a single chamber. So nothing much he can do there if he's being rushed down by 4 players from Boom Esports. So at least Boom Esports have a good start. 4 points in the back for them. And with that 4 points, they are now ahead of DBD, who had a 2 points difference with them in the overall charts before this. And for Xavier, looks like they don't have GE to deal with this time. I wonder where they are.
Now, some of them decided to leave in the last minute. I do want to see around Pine, and I do know for a fact that sometimes Pine are a bit overcrowding. Seeing as for the side of Sami. I think PB going around Sami for now, but the rest we don't see any clue about where they're positioned just yet. But Infinity definitely have some clues about DBD players. They're definitely spotted out from afar. With an AKM, that kind of distance, quite hard for Logan to control those barrels. But back to the side of XERXIA. This is going to be the top contenders, the Titans, having a go against each other. BN United. So was one of the top fragging players coming up from BN United. Now fighting against the best duo for XERXIA. It's going to be Shoppers and Urzi. I don't know where Shopper is, but Urzi definitely one of the most aggressive player down here when it comes to this season. And is trying to find all the players of BN United, try to bait out SOAS, who break being finished off by Vampires early on. They're working as a trio as a start here.
Okay, backup has arrived. So SOAS is no longer alone. So now 3v2 basically from a 1v2. Let's see here. XERXIA, they did say that they want to play a little bit more aggressive. Now they're going to get it handed to them. The fact that BN United is in this compound. They're on the other side though. So I guess they kind of know that they're outnumbered after they heard the vehicle arrive. So they retreated back to their teammates. Not going to pursue it further. But Max is the one that's not going to let them go.
Oh, is he down? It's going to be 3v3 between BN United and XERXIA now. Those are coming from GE, happen to be knocked down by Boom from afar. Megamind on the run with his vehicle. It's going to be a motorcycle. SOAS on the other, not happy. He couldn't secure those elimination or that knockdown before. Porsche, RNJ in trouble. XERXIA, they need to back out now. It's not going to be a win-win situation for the side of XERXIA. Definitely losing part, since they don't have clue about the rest of BN United positioning, and they do have those elevations advantage come up from BN United. Shopper need to reposition himself to get a different angle to see the side flanks and the blind spot of BN United. If not, they're just digging their own grave here.
And despite them would have been happy to eliminate each other, but I guess the risk is just too high because it's still early. And plus, if they do cancel out each other, then teams like Vampire Esports, Xavier, even RRQ or the Infinity will be the happiest. So I guess that's the risk that they're not willing to take right now, despite them knowing each other now after that elimination. So they're going to let this go for now and maybe see them later in the final circle.
Speaking of Boom, GE in trouble. Boom will be spotted out and keep them tight on their leash. Will not let them even pick out for now. On the side of GE, they lost one man early on, way too early as per usual. It's not great start, and not yet. They still have a full squad, but a bit segregated between themselves, fanning out to open up the space, taking some higher grounds and some mid grounds as well. But if they are spreading out way too thin, way too wide here, they might actually be surprised by another team, which is going to be DBD at the back line. And XERXIA is around there somewhere as well. So DBD, they are picking their options here, whether to go for the ones nearby or to go the one against like the other side of a hill, which do have those elevation coming up from the side of GE. DBD, not sure what their strategy is right now, but they definitely try to play it low and wait for the opportunity while waiting for the other teams to open fire first.
I suppose the strategy is that pretty straightforward. They're in the circle, they have the high ground, a prime position. It is stage 1, so it's more of like holding their ground. And if the circle does shift to their favor, then they have a gatekeeping opportunity. If not, well, that naturally is time move. But of course, it's still stage 1 to stage 2. Decent amount of space for them to work with. So that's why we can see that they are not really taking the fight just yet. Not at this stage, at least.
Dap spotted our team secret. One more far tapping it out. Very ambitious taps coming up from the side of Dap. Over to 300 meters apart. Them and the side of Team Secret right now. Putrara, Isaiah and Helton got himself each building for themselves. But BN United keeping that tight leash on XERXIA right now. I'm not sure why XERXIA is still lurking around down there, giving away all the points to its side of BN United, who happen to be one of the top contender on the first and second spot down there. But Circle will shrink down. Will be Painan Circle. If it is, it's going to be a lot of choking points coming out from the other side, which is going to be around Camp Charlie Island towards the main peninsula. And that's going to be 2 bridges up there. There will be a lot of choke points. Make it 3 or 4, including where Alter Ego is right now. But Alter Ego have their eyes and interest to its side of Boom. Back to its side of XERXIA, they got knocked down, but lucky enough, the distance between them, making sure that BN United cannot execute them the moment they're being knocked down.
Wow, Paradise Resort no longer the paradise as Infinity arrives. Now, this is not new. The Infinity, they came before to Paradise Resort. They did challenge the as a third party when the GE and Xavier fight happened. But this time, no GE here. So they only have Xavier to deal with. And a little bit more advantage to Xavier since they are on the outside of the blue. They can hold the Infinity inside of it as long as they stay here. Or they can also choose to leave.
I'm still not willing to leave here, definitely waiting for the rest of the team to unite once more and moving in unison for the whole entire of Infinity to re-engage with side of the Xaviers, try to corner them up the other way around. Lobby already repositioned himself with that vehicle. Now these Xaviers, knowing the fact they cannot fight this without any sort of information, any glimpse on Infinity, they will try to disengage first, go back at the back line just around the warehouse, maybe try to themselves find some vehicles to work with, or just, you know, disengage entirely and just move towards the side of the circle, because they know for a fact they're one of the furthest away from the circle. They have to cross all those, a lot of towns in between, and there'll be a lot of gatekeepers still.
Yeah, and wise choice as well. I mean, you don't want to make the same mistake that we have seen before. Like, you spend too much time in the blue against another team. Yes, you want to lock them out, but at the same time, you're taking in the blue, and then both teams lose. It's just like a lose-lose situation. So if, like what you said, the zone is quite far away for them, they're heading into it, and instead of gatekeeping from just on the outside of blue, they can just they can gatekeep at the circle instead. So that will be a little bit more advantage to them against the Infinity.
Kind of true. Side of Sam 9 on the other hand, yeah, yesterday was a decent day for them. Back towards where they have to start off here at 7th place. They've been kind of stuck in the middle pack for a long time, the entire week here. After got himself quite a momentum first day, and then kind of striving to get himself in the top 5 for the entire week here now. The side of Alter Ego, surprisingly, we haven't seen the best of them just yet. And I'm not sure what happened, but definitely they are cooking something on the side of Alter Ego. We get to see in the second week or the final week maybe. That's when usually they start to open up all their gears down there. But on the side of the Xaviers, they try to gatekeep to the side of Infinity, who's a bit later than them. They know for a fact there's going to be Infinity passing through, so they're just going to wait it out. While Infinity just got themselves some pickup truck. But I'm not sure about this condition right now. They do have all 4 men squished into one tuna can of pickup truck, and it's a very dangerous game they're playing.
Oh yeah, plus the pickup truck is an open top, so the risk is definitely there. And it does seem like the Infinity, they anticipate that the Xavier drew a straight line and they'll park themselves in front of Paradise Resort. So by knowing that sort of information, they decided to move around the areas of Band and try to get into the circle from there, which is a really smart move by the Infinity. So they evade the gatekeeping by the Xavier. And the Xavier, well, I guess they did what they could do. It's just wait at the right area for the right moment, and the moment they see that, oh, the Infinity is not there, then yeah, I guess they can just leave and continue on their life.
Yeah, it's gonna true. But it's gonna be well worth it fight for the side of Boom early on, fighting against Bots Gaming before to snatch away that boot camp. Because the circle did comprises a lot of boot camp this time. But at the same time, we do see Infinity kind of contemplating whether to go through the Xaviers is just go through Barn entirely, a different rotation. But there's a lot of gatekeepers either way. Yoodo Alliance waiting around Barn area anyhow. But Infinity, at least still a distance between them. Even though they're working out as a trio, they're going to be fine for now. You don't see any sort of first contact made between all these teams. Everything has been a bit quiet relatively before the storm hits. But so far, it's going to be okay. But it's all about bootcamp later on. Now, I'm looking at Boom. Can they hold their fortress?
This will be the big question because Boom needs to come out of page number 2. Normally not the spot that we see them to be in. Same goes for Alter Ego on the other side, but they seem to be surrounded by a good amount of teams. Now the good news is that they are in the circle, and for teams to really want to crash in, knowing that this sort of information that there's a good amount of teams around, maybe we might not see that because a third party could happen if anyone starts to initiate a fight. Speaking about initiating fights now, on the outside of the circle, we have Sem9 and RRQ, but Sem9 not interested. They found a different way into the circle instead.
Saw taking those high grounds. Spotted out Sem9, Kenny in trouble. Got clipped quite a bit, taking 50% of damage in. But Asa not happy, trying to reposition himself to finish off the job. But XERXIA getting on Kenny instead. RNG shot him down. He's on his knees. Not great for the side of Sem9. Surrounded left, right, and center. But Boom taking on MORPH against the fight here. Boom will hold their ground still. Not letting any team to breach into a side of bootcamp for now. While the side of Sem9, they have to lay low for a bit. Too many unwanted attention towards their side. XERXIA and the side of the other, RRQ just pinning down Sem9 at the same time. XERXIA, RNJ, I'm not sure if they have planned to push in or not, because right now RRQ is marching to the side of Sem9, while MORPH on the other hand, a bit splitted, yes, but it's going for 1-2 formation for now.
Well, that one person from MORPH that is in an off angle, that could surprise Boom. Okay, who it is? It's going to be Boo Boo Hoo. Pepe is going to start it off on the right, but Boo Boo Hoo could surprise Boom. Okay, here we go. Here's the surprise here. Achul is in trouble. One last stick of help, but he'll be knocked out by Rocky anyway, but Boo Boo Hoo will be the one to secure the elimination point.
Rocky spotted out Bombit, finish him off. Not even a hard toss to start with Yummy May next, as Boo Boo Hoo shot him down from above. And that's going to be the last player of Boom remaining, Razy, but MORPH having a bit of a trouble. The Xavier spotting them out. They are a bit more reckless than they should be for the side of MORPH right now, but at least it fared them pretty well. We're shutting down 3 of players of Boom with leaving Razy alone. Now Razy, how do he respond to this? How can he actually fight against the blue zone, MORPH, and the Axe at the same time?
Yeah, it doesn't help that the zone moved away, and it moved away. Not only that, MORPH GPS is in front of him, so MORPH GPS may cross over to the road and he will need to fight against the members of MORPH, but he got some help from D Xavier from the high ground instead. Pepeng now super duper low. Parjin could be the one to knock him down, but Pepeng has cover from the trees, so he'll be fine for now.
Oh, Dap. Oh, Dap. Oh, Dap. Assign the picker right across him. This is not great for the side of Sem9. They're definitely digging their own grave. They're down to 2 players left. Dap and Tom. Now, Tom tried to revive one of his teammate Mikhail first. 2 of them being knocked out right across him. But RRQ, I'm surprised he spotted out Tom and Dap just now. They finished him off straight off the bat. Now, RRQ, it will be shifting to a side of Sem9 for their focus right now, because Dap keep tossing those hand grenades. PBE taking on Mikhail, and Sem9 being hammed down between 2 teams here. PBE and RQ at the same time. This is not great for Sem9.
Oh, here we go. Sem9, like what you mentioned, not great as Dap will be knocked down. So now Sem9 doesn't have the numbers. Napeko comes in and RRQ will eliminate Sem9. That's going to be points in the back for them. Unfortunately for Boom, as we expected, Razy will be out as well.
Side of Team Secret, Zeral with Halton and Putra still standing, and the Blue Zone closing in. RRQ down to only 2 or 1 player right now. And the Peko finish off the remainers of Team Secret being knocked down before. And it feels like a graveyard here. Team by team be dropping out like flies, one by one, just at the exact angle where Team Secret and RQ at right now. Hexus down! What a Kobe from Zeral, but he's not out of the woods yet, as Zeral needs to get out from the Blues. About which way to go?
Nice anticipation by Zral. So that's going to be another point in the pocket of Team Secret. But now Zral needs to move. But speaking about moving, the Infinity as well. But they're on the lower ground. DVD had them caught from the high ground. Jimmy OP will be the one to take the point. And that's going to be point number 1 for DVD.
Izane trying to finish off the job. Knocked down on 2. Yan coming up from the other angle. All that's left is going to be Iftar. Iftar still cooking up the nade, trying to toss it around. He can see Yan a bit too late for that. But coming back on the side of Repo Boy, on the flank side entirely, spotted out Izane. But the rock in between them, making it a bit of a... Oh boy. Never mind, Izane just jumping up and got a DBS work. There it is. Waiting for the right time to open fire. Finally pays off for the side of DBD. Jimmy OP need a bit of a reset. He got some mech kit on him. It's going to be okay. But back to the side of DBD. It's not done and dusted as Infinity coming up towards their side and rushing to finish them off. But lucky enough for the side of Jimmy, he's going to be recovering himself while the time they do have.
Oh, and Newsy is playing today for Vampire Esports, but not the start that he would have wanted. He just got knocked down by a member of PBE. Not eliminated yet, so there's a possibility that he could be saved. So it looks like Shreps knocks down Cool instead. The fight between Vampire Esports and PBE is running now.
Now Lobby playing this very patiently. Waiting for the right time to open fire. It's all about timing here on. You don't want to overexpose yourself too much. Jimmy OP crawling and proning down, but took their vehicles on the go and on the run. Lobby thinking about saving Armstyle first. A bit too risky for him to go out into the blue zone just to save his mate. So he will, never mind, GE finish it off. Down to only Lobby Axe for the side of Infinity for now, the last remaining survivor. But GE, even though they've been knocked down quite early on multiple times by different teams, still standing as a 4. They've found it out Lobby, and that's just going to be it for the side of Infinity. Have to settle down at 10th place.
Ooh, one of the top teams eliminated now. So RRQ is out, Infinity is out, the teams that has more than 120 points. A DVD, one of the teams looking to get out of the bottom spot now, knocking down and taking out Megamind. It's going to be 5 eliminations now for DVD, currently dominating this round. Looks like DVD doing well, but the bad news is that DVD only has Izane left, who tries to fend off the members of XERXIA from coming into the circle. But he has to be careful because he's the only one left, but it's going to be Alter Ego stealing the points away from Izane.
Oh, that's surprising, as XERXIA also being eliminated entirely, even though they're being given the opportunity to get up to number 1, but never mind that. Back to the side of PBE, be shut down by the side of Vampires. Vampires on the run and gun. They are across the board, got himself 4 eliminations, and G and DBD got himself 5, dominating so far. PBE will have to back out and just calm down, wait for the next map because they place themselves 7 down to 6 teams here, with GE trying to finish off the rest of DBD. Isaac being spotted out and scouted by both players of GE, Master Ichi and Zai, eyeing him out on that sniper tower. All they need to do is just crawling, closing in the distance, while Vampire still on the hunt for BN United.
Okay, here we go. Vampire Esports arrive in the same compound as BN United. And Vampire Esports will be happy if they can take out BN United since they're at the number 1 spot right now. And Vampire Esports wants to chase that. They do have the numbers advantage, but they don't have the information just yet because BN United is in the compound. On the other hand, we see that GE, one of the players, West, knocked down.
Shreps want to go against Rocky. Here comes a Nate coming in cooking. Porsche coming up from BN United. Ravenclaw toss it out. Rocky nowhere to go and run. There's a blue zone coming in. He's kind of, sort of a dead end anyway, coming up from the side of Mon, but valiant effort till the last minute. You do have 2 squads. Never mind, make it 1 squad with a full squad standing. It's going to be Vampires. Alter Ego knock on down to 1 player left on the side of DBD, with GE remaining as a duo. BN United have a trio, but Alter Ego still fight. If they're 1 knocked down their side and being finished off in an instant, Vampires on the other hand, they'll be running and gunning. And will they actually secure this chicken dinner here for the side of Vampires?
Wow, looking good for them because they still have a full squad as compared to the other teams, at least with a casualty. And now Vampire Esports, they're going to start it off with BN United by knocking down Max. So now they for sure know they have the man advantage. They're going to rush into the compound next. It's going to be Soas and Porsche going to fend up against 4 for Vampires.
Newsy coming in, rushing into the indoors. And the apartment no more vacant anyhow. Porsche tried to hug around the corners with a DBS, but never mind. It's going to be the Nades finish off 2 of the players, make it 3 and 4. The entirety of BN United being obliterated by the Vampire Rush, crushing them to smithereens. Now on the side of Alter Ego, they are on the outside. They don't have the compound, but the Blizzards start to close in. Vampires, they still have a 4. Very strong standing. What a clean execution against BN United just now.
Wow, but Alter Ego's there, prepared to knock down Ravenclaw. So now Ravenclaw's out in the open. It's going to be hard for his teammates to come and save him. But the counter comes in from the other side. Shrubs will be the one to knock down Octa before the Molly arrive on the Ravenclaw. So Ravenclaw given a lifeline now.
Shrubs. They're holding on the southern side. Vampire 20k spotted out on Isane. Another one eliminated. Another one bites the dust. All that's left is going to be Alter Ego versus a trio of Vampires. They do have the numbers. This is the Vampires we're talking about. The champions of PNWI. Definitely stand up to their statue and give us such a clean execution so far with their performance. Back to 4-man standing. Full squad well and alive. Fighting the trio of Alter Ego.
And Fluke played yesterday, so today Newsy will be taking his seat and will be making his debut at the PMSL this season. Tony K will knock down Octa. 2 more to go. Alba still active in front of him. Potatoes on the other side. Shrubs coming in as well. Ravenclaw revive. He will move on to the right side. They will try to lock down the other opponent. Alba is down. Potatoes the last man. They will go all out onto them. And Vampire Esports, the night has begun.
Oh boy, Vampire's really going all out here today. Speaking of having a clean win of that chicken dinner. Full squad, 4-man, still well and life standing when they got themselves this chicken dinner. It just shows a big statement saying we're not willing to sacrifice any of our teammate to be given as a point for all the teams out there. And not just that, they demolish all the population in PUBG Mobile Sunhawk map just now. I'm not sure how much they secured for those eliminations. Definitely it's going to be a double digit. I have a feeling Tony K will actually head up for the MVP.
Yeah, 2 chicken dinners for Vampire in this season's PMSL, and both of them the same MVP. Tony K, 7 eliminations, 990 damage. And I don't know why is there still a debate on why Tony K, whether Tony K deserves to be up there, deserves to be the MVP. I mean, 2 MVPs now for Vampire Esports, and both of them, Tony K the MVP. There is no debate now.
I mean, like, this definitely will push himself up there when it comes to MVP run. We saw earlier just now how he got himself in the top 4 players when it comes to the most knockdown. He got last number, we remember, it was 34, and this definitely will be more than that. And a total score of 12 points actually, even though they lost Ravenclaw multiple times being knocked down, but he's still standing back up for the side of Ravenclaw, giving such support for the entire team. Newsy is playing alongside Vampires. It just shows how clean things get when Newsy actually plays with the roster. Even though Newsy already swapped roles into support these days, but definitely it shows that he got that stings with Vampires when he actually plays.
Yeah, he is the multiple MVP for his former team, the Infinity, for a reason, right? So, in terms of quality, definitely no question about Newsy. It's just a matter of how they play as a unit. And at least for this round, he's been doing very well. He got inside at least 1 elimination, despite playing as a more of a support role. So that is pretty decent, I must say. But for the teams to watch, so basically there are top 4 teams from the Sandhawk round. Obviously Vampire with the chicken dinner. But if we do look at this overall, GE, who last season PMSL, they didn't make it into the grand finals. They're starting to be a little bit more consistent this time around.
I'm loving this. They used to be in the very bottom every single week and every single day. It just shows how the wake-up call coming out from the side of GE really put them a bit of slap of reality to come back in this season way more stronger. Same goes for the side of DBD. It used to be their bane when it comes to South Asia, but this time they play a bit way much more better than they used to. But the side of XERXIA, they had every opportunity they can to actually fight for the #1 spot, but because they've been challenging BN United and BN United not willing to let them go early in the Sunhawk, slowly they're losing limb by limb for each of their players. And Vampire is just incredibly aggressive in this one. Not just that, if you look at all the fire shots and the highlights, Vampires has been keep on running and gunning and being such a proactive team when it comes to their first map of the day.
Yeah, and it's not like they got the circle on top of them. They came all the way from the ruins area onto the main peninsula, so they had to travel even across the river to secure this chicken dinner. So it's not like it's easy for them, but yet they still maintain a full squad, so that's amazing. They somehow managed to either win the fights or evade the choke points, or whichever team was gatekeeping around the area entry point from the ruins island onto the main peninsula. So big up to Vampire Esports for the first chicken dinner today. 12 eliminations total, and it's going to be 22 points for the Vampires.
The only team that secured themselves a double digit in the first map of the day, and that's a very strong head start coming up from Vampires to finish off their week number 1. Well, on the side of Alter Ego, valiant effort, but they still secured themselves 7 eliminations, a tie between DBD and GE when it comes to eliminations, but the difference is going to be just the placement. 4 teams ended up at 0, including XERXIA down there, and this definitely a big opportunity for Vampires to cut them off and cut them down and overtake the position for XERXIA.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even BN United got like only 5 points this time, so this is going to be interesting. Yes, it is interesting. One game, that's all it needs. Vampire Esports is now number 1, although 1 point different with BN United, but it is still number 1, Vampire Esports. On page number 2, we only have a few movers. Yoodo Alliance, who didn't do that great. They lost to DBD in the fight on the high ground, moved down to number 14. GE, on the other hand, showing some level of consistency. Welcome to the 100-point bracket. GE now at number 13.
Now, all I can feel for the sort of BTL, PERSIJA, EVOS, and GEEK fam, they're definitely having their tears out right now at the bench line, because they're slowly being pushed down. Starting from the first map, they're already being pushed down here, Cloud. These 3 teams biting their nails, waiting that they won't be pushed down too hard by end of today. Hopefully things going to be okay for them, but head-to-head between Tony K and Max of BN United. I do wish it's actually so actually put up here, but Max is pretty good when it comes to his performance as well, but if you compare with Tony K here, definitely will be dominated over by Tony K.
Yeah, it could have been Soas if he didn't get eliminated early by Vampire during the rush in. So Max, a good replacement as well. He still managed to get the elimination points on the board for BN United, but because of Vampire Esports' dominance in that round, it only took them 1 round to take the number 1. But that is done and dusted. Sandhawk, we're done. Now we're moving on to Erangel. We're going to play 3 maps of Erangel this time. We got GEEK, BN United, PERSIJA, EVOS, and Xavier as the top performers in Erangel. But 2 out of these 4 teams are not playing today.
Yeah, PERSIJA and GEEK fam, they are out of the equation right now. So might as well assume it's going to be BN United, Xavier's, XERXIA, possibly even Vampires up here. This is going to be the 4 teams to watch out for, because they will be eyeing out for that number 1 spot by the end of week number 1. But so far, if you compare the numbers, I have a feeling for GEEK and PERSIJA, it will be a bit stagnant for them since they're not playing, and the others will start to push up their numbers. We're heading into Erangel, first match of the day. Will be another love story for certain teams, or will it be the end of their drama and just everybody separate ways and try to get as peaceful as possible in the first few circles?
Yeah, well, if you guys want to get a peace of mind, get this PMPL Southeast Asia Limited skin so you don't need to think about it and have your peace of mind while you enjoy the Dream Chaser suit mask gun skin, which is the M16A4 that is currently inside the game right now. And don't miss out on it before you guys miss out on it.
And also gonna beach and pool party team for the Royal Pass this season. Make sure you guys tune in and, you know, just purchase your Royal Pass to get all this abundance of goodies, which gonna be by doing mission. Don't forget about our latest collaboration with Aston Martin as well. And speaking of Aston Martin, we do have 2 colors this time, the purple and the green one. So if you guys fancy any of this is the right time to take it, because it's a limited amount of time exclusively during PMSL up until the 13th of September.
Yeah, and the Aston Martin still there. I also want to share a fun fact actually, but okay, I'll keep it for later as usual. My fun facts about Aston Martin. Since we're going to show it to you the entire month, might as well serve you with some educational content, right? But speaking about education, who is going to teach who a lesson inside of the next Erangel? So Rosa might be a place of contention again between GE as well as Boom. Yesterday, Boom left Rosshawk and went to Pochinki because Xavier didn't play. But with Xavier coming back, maybe they will try to take back Rosshawk. But if not, they can consider to go to Yasnaya because today PERSIJA EVOS isn't playing, so Yasnaya could be open this time.
It's a bit too early for us to theorize what's going to happen because this might be the last day. This is the last day of first week, by the way. So there might be some teams that want to switch things up a notch up and just try to crash into somebody else's compound. That might be happening. And so far, any of us actually do score ours here. None of us actually picking over Vampires, but they scored themselves the first one. I'm waiting for XERXIA, REGUM, and United. Box Gaming on the other hand, unfortunately, is really just not happening well for them. And Box and Boom just now were fighting each other, Cloud.
Yeah, they happened to meet very early inside of boot camp, which I guess they didn't expect that because they thought that boot camp, okay, FaZe Clan is not there, might as well go. And the moment they went there, it's like two teams inside of boot camp. So it was a little bit unfortunate for Box Gaming that they lost that fight, and they happened to go up against a high firepower team that is Boom Esports. But next again, I would say Rosal will be the key area that I want to see, and I want to see what happens in Yasnaya. Other than that, depending on the flight path, it could be an okay one, but if the flight path is skewed towards one area, then maybe we'll see fights for vehicle instead.
I mean, like, even if the flight path is not skewed to one direction only, I mean, if the circle is still going to end up the same thing anyhow, because we haven't seen any too extreme of a circle coming up from the side of Erangel just yet. So far, it has been quite okay, not too generous. I mean, like, we do have quite in the center sort of Yasnaya, we have a Gatka sort of a circle, we have some a bit north, a bit south, but a bit more north if you ask me when it comes to the circle these days, coming up from the side of Erangel on top of Stalwart Shooting Ridge quite often these days. But when it comes to the frequency of teams that manage to squeeze in the top 5, not many of them have those consistency. I mean, like these Xaviers, it's been a roller coaster ride for them for a bit when it comes to week number 1.
Oh yeah, these Xavier starting to show some level of inconsistency. They were like up there during the early of the week, but they're starting to slowly slide down. But the points are not too far yet though, so with 5 more games to go, anything can still happen. But they just need to find a level of consistency because for most of their previous rounds they got eliminated with a single-digit amount of points collected. There are some rounds with double-digit, but that's just like 2 or 3 rounds out of the many rounds that they have played so far. So the Xavier is still looking to find a consistency again, just like how they started off the campaign in day 1.
Yep. And hopefully things can be going all momentum out just like how they did week 1 and week number 2. Don't forget about the stamina, Cloud, because we do know it's going to be a 3 weeks long sort of a league here. And we kind of concerns since day number 1. We do have a lot of concerns over Team Secret, which they don't have any substitution. They don't have any coach. They don't have anybody to step in for them in case anything, if they feel exhausted for Team Secret. They have only each other, and these 4 players have to last till the very end of the league.
Yeah, that's the risk that they are taking. I thought that after the PMPL Malaysia, they would make an addition to the team, at least on the coaching staff, or maybe a sub player. But when it was announced the official lineup that they still have 4 players, it was concerning. And truth to be told, that they are currently at number 20. Really struggling inside the PMSL, at least for week number 1. They only got that 1 chicken dinner, and that's pretty much about it. They have had a lot of rounds with 0 points, so it's not the Team Secret that we used to know of.
I love the hair come out from Newsy. Other than his Jack Sparrow eyes, this time he's working his way through the hair as well. So interesting. Coming up from Vampires, they're not changing their lineup this time, so we do have Newsy as a permanent player when it comes to the last day of week number 1. We haven't seen anything from Fluke just yet, so we're gonna have to wait and see. But coming out for the others, I'm not sure if we do have a lot of swaps later on in the second half of the day.
Yeah, yesterday we did see a few swaps, but that's the advantage of a team that has substitutions to play, whether it's to adjust to the certain map or whether it's to just manage a burnout, because we are now in day number 5. So some teams might feel the burn at this moment. But let's see if they continue to feel the burn, or will we be the one to burn others in Erangel?
into a wrangle we go. Coming up from the northeast of the map, we're going down to the southwest. It is from Milta Power down to Primos. Now, PBE is playing. Definitely they are happy. It's supposed to be their flight path this time. And some teams that love to drop themselves right as Zambi and Nova Rapnoya will be loving this sort of a flight path as well. But if the circle ended up right on top of Severny again or Stalber, it's going to be a long journey for these guys.
Oh yeah, so Severny, MORPH GPX likes to go there. Vampire Esports likes to go to North Jogopul, so that's going to be quite a distance for them. Even going to Ross or arguably is quite a distance as well. But I can see GE heading to that direction. Keeping my eye on Boom on where will they go. Looks like they're going to go... Oh, okay. So looks like they're going to go to Milta instead, around that area. Yasnaya potentially could be open. We might see a change of a draw spot for some of the teams to enter onto Yasnaya instead based on this flight path.
XERXIA dropping over Midtop Power, DBD going over Primos and Ferry Pier, Vampire is dropping in very late at the end of the flight path itself. I do want to see how things will fare here. We do have some sort of changes, some of the teams down there. But we're going to have to wait and see whether there are any sort of skirmishes early on. But the circle happened to be down south all the way. What is this circle, by the way?
Oh man, okay. So we have seen two possibilities here in the PMSL so far. This kind of circle either goes down to military base, which is probably the most common type of circle. But yesterday we saw this kind of circle, but it still went up to the main peninsula, and a lot of teams got trapped at the military base island. But speaking about trap, QEON trapped by Putra. He does not have anything in his hands, so Putra with the micro Uzi should be able to do the deal. First blood to Team Secret.
Great start. Coming up from inside Team Secret, a bit of up and down, high and lows for their performance. A lot of lows and the high ones. There's definitely what they needed on top of Ferry Pieter getting on MORPH players who got himself a couple of guns, at least got himself a rifle and enough to survive a bit longer, but don't have any gears, no utilities aside. I'm not sure where are the rest of MORPH, by the way. Seems like they're very separated amongst each other.
Yeah, I think this is something that we kind of expected because of how the flight path is. It's way down south, and normally they like to go up to Severny, so they have to drop and scatter themselves somewhere in between just to grab vehicles. And the moment that happened, so it became unfortunate that they had to bump into Team Secret, and they gave the point away to them.
Back to a sort of GERQ. Exchange of looks and information between these two teams. Sam9 already made first contact inside of Box and Boom, always have names that keep popping out in the first few in the kill feed, by the way. MORPH taking on Team Secret, and on side of Sam9, they're not losing any men. They're definitely a big win on their side. Scored himself already 2 points in the back. 4, 5 to 6 teams, they're fighting each other out way too early, Cloud.
Oh, wow. Boom Esports as well. Oh, man. Wait a second. Eliminated? Okay, I think what they were trying to do is that they drop into Milta and they want to make a quick rush into military base, but PN United, who drops in Novo, is prepared for them.
This is way too fast. PN United, they drop on Novo, now dropping themselves, going up all the way to a side of a bridge and prepare themselves to take a fight now, but instead of Infinity, they also try to hunt down some blood down there. That's going to be MORPH. Pinned down all way round from the side of Infinity. No way out. But at least got some pistol shot to the side of Lobby. But Rocky trying to shut down on Lobby. Is pretty much very low right now. Couldn't do so. But Rocky don't have enough to live by. You can put out the background music for Rocky, but this is going to be tough for him to survive.
Yeah, play Eye of the Tiger now as he has eyes on the Shuri, knocking him down with a UMP. Okay, he only has... He can only boost himself out. He doesn't have any first aid, so this could be hard. Now, Logan still with a full health. He can pretty much just spray with M249. He'll get his target. So now it's all about trying to get the rest of MORPH GPX. Pepeng happened to be the only one standing now, and DVD has arrived.
Oh boy. Not great for MORPH. This is definitely not morphing out. Jesus, morphing to cave in the bridge here, being choked to death. coming outside of MORPH. And you can see through Pepen clearly from side of Eyes. And here comes the nade. A good one at that, Kobe. He scores for the side of Izane. That's going to be an easy one. Elimination points, not even breaking a sweat for DBD.
Yeah, pretty straightforward by Izane. They're lobbing the nade to secure that point. And now the Infinity will be the next team to try to stop them from getting across. This is also another fight that they have to win because this kind of circle, the Infinity don't expect them to move away. They're in a good position to try to stop other teams from coming in anyway.
Infinity at what cost for them to actually breach cam or just gatekeep this one, even though they dropped themselves quite early on top of SMB before. But you have to give credit for the side of Infinity and BN United. Given the fact within just a couple of minutes for them to secure those loot and then just straight away go for gatekeeping. That's a very fast footwork that they actually done by the entire team. On the side of DBD, they're going down south all the way and trying to scout over around SMB, while Infinity now start to back away for knowing for the fact they are lacking when it comes to firepower, losing a lot on man, not willing to lose another. Also, Ego start to move downwards as well down south. I'm not sure about their positioning, but their formation definitely quite scattered between themselves. Yoodo Alliance eyeing them out from the back. If they're not being careful enough, they got caught off guard, and that's going to be it for Alter Ego.
Ooh, yeah, now it's a matter of like, okay, how are they going to get across as well? Because the last time we saw BN United, they were at Novo, they gate capped, and Yoodo Alliance yesterday they got gate capped by BN United as well. So I'm sure that based on their experience yesterday, they would have been aware that, okay, this time around, let's not try to rush things and let's take it step by step to get into the military base island. There is still that possibility that the circle will go up to the main peninsula just like yesterday. So I guess bearing that in mind, they're not rushing through yet.
That's quite an intelligent or brilliant decision making not to rush down to SMB in an instant. There's still a slight chance, like you mentioned before, because if you have to swim back, that's going to be a really tough choice and tough decision to be made if, you know, the circle happen to be shifting again. You can see that happen where a lot of teams will be fished out by the others at the coastline as a marine as well. On the side of XERXIA, what do they respond to? How do they respond to this? What do they decide? Whether to go in the main peninsula or do they just going to go along with the other teams going around SMB? It feels like they will hover around the main peninsula a bit much longer, just in case the circle hot shift towards the northern side again. But Team Secret seems like sharing a bit of a space with the Vampires right now.
Just below them. Okay, I wonder if Vampire knows though. I guess they do. That's why they're circling around. They're trying to find the target, but they can't get a view. Now, Ryza at the bottom. Okay, with the nade onto the second floor by Tony K. Whoa, almost knocked down. That was a close-up for Tony K, but that also means that Team Secret exposes themselves at the bottom.
But at the same time, it's worth investing. If they almost got clipped down entirely for Tony K, it's well worth it. They got a lot of information who's sharing the compounds with and exactly where they're at. That's what really important for them. So they know for a fact if they're being ambushed, you know exactly which direction they should be pointed out to. But the circle is still making it a ping pong for those guys. Very indecisive. Coming up from the circle itself still covers a bit more of Ferripier. And just on the outskirts of Pochinki, I mean like GE, Box, and PB coming in very late. But there will be a lot of choke points. BN United waiting the other end or right side of a bridge there is Vampires and Team Secret. I mean like if Vampires just over-focus on what's happening beneath them, they might be gunned down by the teams that are passing by later on.
Same as yesterday. BN United setting up a trap at the bridge. Yoodo Alliance wanting to get across, but at least this time Yoodo Alliance, like what we talked about earlier on, is taking their time instead. Unfortunately, this time Yoodo Alliance will be spending time in the blue, so it's still advantage for BN United.
7-9. I mean, like everybody can read BN United's strategy by now after what they did yesterday. But unless if they don't know how to read, then that's a good start for BN United on the side of Vampires. Spot out Team Secret. And that's going to be it. They're finally getting the fish out. Oh, what a jump shot from Tony K. That was a bold move, a risky one, and well invested.
And he got a point there. Oh, but now Alter Ego and Sem9 fighting in this compound with Alter Ego Rosemary securing that elimination point onto Mikhail. And now for Sam9, they only have Tam that's still active. Yesterday, Tam was taking a break, so this time he's playing. But baptism of fire for Tam, I must say, as now he is pretty much the only one active for Sam9.
Oh, Dab, there's no way saving him. It's gonna be in the blue zone. It's all left to Tom. With all the corners of the wall being closed in by the Blues, still fight back. At least he got knocked down on Rosemary, but there's gonna be a lot more time for the side of Alter Ego. It's not gonna hurt them that much. Still the second stage of the blue zone. Still, it's going to be okay for them. Even Potato dropped himself some first aid to help. Rosemary, there's a good teamwork coming out from side of Alter Ego, but it's not done and dusted yet for them. XERXIA is eyeing them from afar. It's going to be just 150 meters apart from them. Alter Ego and XERXIA, they have to take the fight either way.
West caught out. They made the late rotation from Rosal. And now the team still on the outside, namely Yoodo Alliance, caught them. And with that, they only have 2 players left. Looks like they are taking a different route right now. Perhaps going towards the right bridge, but the last we saw the right bridge, BN United was there. I wonder if they're still there, or maybe they could have left because Yoodo Alliance also left that area.
I think they're probably going to leave that place for now. None of BN United players taking the blue zone. It just shows that they're definitely moving away from that bridge already by now. It's all about them gatekeeping on the other side of circle. That's going to be the right side of circle on SMB, possibly. But the circle is just really tough to call on. Whether to go on top of FaZe, the Axis being smart. They're just playing around, along at the choke point of the bridge. But we might ended up at the bridge circle. This might be it. My dream's going to come true, Cloud.
I think be prepared for it to be a lighthouse circle. Due to the esports mode. So we'll see. Maybe something has changed because like the circle pattern has changed as well. So of course when they change, obviously they won't announce it. And that's for us and also the players to figure out. But for Alter Ego, now they have to figure out how they're going to get across Box Gaming. Box Gaming, they're not going to stop. So wise choice indeed. So because you don't want to spend time in the blue at this moment.
Alter Ego have to cut across box. Well, take them down. That's what they're planning to do. Even Potato pull over that side. Just gonna use the first aid, re-heal, and gun down this Box Gaming players. But the problem is, Box Gaming out of the blue zone already. Got himself in a pachinky field right now in the outskirts. They might actually bomb into the Xavier's waiting at the other side of that bridge now, who will be choking them to death if they're not being careful. The side of Alter Ego chasing the tails of Box Gaming is their main mission right now.
Okay, here we go. Both racing to get into the circle, but I guess on top there's still a good enough amount of space. It's just a matter of where would they want to take as their checkpoint. Alter Ego's still circling around, and because Box Gaming, they got onto the high ground first, so that nice premium checkpoint, they're not going to go for it.
Oh no. XERXIA greeted by Yoodo Alliance. They prepared, they gunned them down, they fight back. Yoodo Alliance, they see this one coming. It's gonna be a ZRNJ and also shot by Megamind. Just gonna take a bit of explosion by Iftar. Megamind down on his knees, and that's gonna be a Kirby on the side of Yoodo Alliance. They got back the trade on one between these two teams. On the side of XERXIA, it's gonna be 3v3 versus Yoodo Alliance, but Yoodo Alliance, they chipped out quite a number of damage into the HP down there. Z tossing out the nade, hoping it will drop onto Iftar or any other rapper boy. But Iftar taking the blue zone, this time it will hurt a bit. But look at it. Look, fighting back, taking a bit longer time than to finish things off for XERXIA and Yoodo Alliance there, and taking the blue zone as well. Not done and dusted. PBE is waiting on the other end too.
Ooh, Yoodo Alliance, are they going to circle around? Maybe, because we see 2 of them on the vehicle right now. Or maybe not, they're going to bail this because they're on the outside the circle, the zone is closing. Adiglu left alone. Okay, here we go. Adiglu, can they pull off a heroic move here for Yoodo Alliance? He got one. Megamind will be taken out by the zone. One more to go. Adiglu left behind to do the job.
XERXIA in grave danger right now. Severely hurt, heavy casualty, remaining with only 2 players. Is it worth investing this much, knowing the fact they need to get out the blue zone as well? Z and RNJ trying to shut down on Adiglu, but he make it so difficult with one last hand grenade remaining in his hand. Adiglu finally goes down by RNJ's hand grenade, and that's done. But on the side of XERXIA, they need to get out. The rest of Yoodo Alliance already part ways and get himself in the center of the circle. XERXIA, all that's left is only this duo, and they have to make it alive because Yoodo Alliance got a gatekeep on the other end.
Yeah, I guess the case of leaving Adiglu behind was because they didn't have enough seats But they do though, so yeah, not too sure why. But maybe Adelu is just very confident of securing the points. To be fair, he got one, but he didn't get the entire team, so he still got eliminated, leaving Yoodo Alliance as a duo to try to win this round.
I think Yoodo Alliance, I did look kind of stuck just now. So he sacrificed himself for the sake of team, maybe shouting over the other side of his roster, saying that you guys go first. If I make it alive, it's a bonus for me. If it's not, at least you guys survive and get yourself those placement rank. There's some things that some teams have to do and deliver in the case of it being cornered out by the entirety of different teams entirely. But we have a lot of mermans this time, Cloud.
Oh yeah, let's see here. Okay, Ravenclaw is in that small little island, so he can be the fisherman here. Okay, gotta be careful. And it's Ravenclaw, Vampire at this point, knowing that BN United got a couple of eliminations, they will want to get back on top. And Ravenclaw winning the fight, 1v1 against Zai. It's going to be Shrubs during the elimination point. Ravenclaw will reset. At the same time, Echo knocks down PORSIJA.
PORSIJA in trouble. DBD climbing up, making the best of BN United's strategy yesterday, now going against them with what they have for their tactical. And Echo, where are the rest of DBD? They're quite scattered on top of this bridge, trying to choke these guys out. BN United didn't see this one coming, so as the rest of them will reunite again. But Infinity seems like it's going to be a new movie of Merman. Even though we have a new movie of Mermaid, and this time it's going to be a different story entirely, where Infinity left with only 2 players. But ow! Wait! He managed to dock himself in the last minute! Oh man! What a shame just now! Infinity might have been obliterated, but instead it's the reverse.
Oh yeah, that was really, really close for the Infinity. But we're back onto BN United and DBD. DBD, like what you said, having BN United a taste of their own medicine, but BN United not going to go down without a fight. Managed to take out Echo, and that is going to be 1, but there are 3 more to go.
Trying to break the formation of all the other teams. I mean, like, to reach out to D Xaviers on the lighthouse. That's going to be too ambitious for these guys with that distance, though. Infinity Shirty. Spot out Ravenclaw. This is going to be spicy between Infinity and Vampires here. But Infinity left with only 2 players. A bit of against the odds here when it comes to their numbers. Definitely a tough fight to be for them. But DBD losing 1 by 1 for their players. And with D Xaviers just going to gatekeep the other side. BN United hand them down from the front line as well. So DBD, it's either jump down or just go over that side, because they are fighting the fight where they might actually lose it.
Oh, and what's going to be interesting is that D Xavier is behind these 2 teams. They are seeing what's happening from the lighthouse area. Jimmy OP all alone here. But the Molly luckily did not burn down Jimmy OP. Just behind him, Yen on the other side. Okay, Yen is going to pull out the pre-fire shot. Will not be able to connect as much as he would like. Changes into a UMP. Going to come in from behind. Yen surprising BN United. And the combo between Jimmy OP and Yen. They managed to take out BN United. So the points in the bag for DBD now is to get past D Xavier.
Risky game on the side of DBD. Well, worth investing still, even though they were outnumbered before, but the play is very smart. But it's not done yet, as DBD still need to get out from that bridge, because DX is choking them out, and not just them. DX is eyeing 2 teams at the same time, DBD and Infinity at the same time. Levi, if only didn't actually leave his post, but he actually did. I didn't see the one that actually slipped through under his crosshair. And slowly they're just closing the distance here. DBD managed to swim through. And D Xaviers have no clue about the big bridge in.
Okay, at least the good news is that they're on like that downside. Okay, so they won't be a big threat at this moment. Unless if they really want to go and circle around and go up to the lighthouse, which I don't think will be the case for RRQ. RRQ will be happy to just be down there as of now and slowly find their way up once D Xavier is distracted.
D Xavier's not aware DBD is just beneath those bridges. Parajin almost shattered his helmet down there. Got a DP28 even. Running low when it comes to his resources as well. Levi boosted himself up. I have a feeling the Xaviers want to rush out and run and gun after this. Vampire spotted a box out of nowhere. There you go. Found it out. Kwang left with only last player of Box Gaming. It's going to be Numb Cute remaining on the side of Box Gaming. But Vampires, They know for a fact they do have a bit of a lower ground. They are at slight disadvantage. They pop the smoke straight away just to blind the opponent on those elevated grounds and try to finish off against Box Gaming. Namcute definitely giving away his position the moment he stepped on that vehicle. But lucky those smokes will buy him some time. But Tony K wants to spray. Here it comes. But Namcute put a hold. He is having a bit of a difficulty towards those corners. And that's going to be it. And that's done. Box Gaming. Tony K will not let you go.
Yeah, his vehicle was half baked anyway, so it was a very difficult decision for him. But anyway, Xavier still defending the ground, and they'll be the one to eliminate the Infinity instead of Vampire Esports. So Xavier now 4 elimination points, and they still have the circle to gatekeep other teams. Oh, this is going to be interesting. GVOP and Asa, they know the presence of each other, but there's nothing they can do except giving information to their team.
Maybe giving a smile towards each other too, since they're just hat to hat between each other. Having a bit of swimming time between those two players. Side of PBE on the other hand, spot out Yoodo Alliance. Raper Boy repositioned himself all the way towards the back.
Oh.
But got knocked down instead. How did Mombo figure that one out?
Wow, okay, he probably saw a shoulder or something, and then Nate was prepped up just in time before Ripple Boy could evade, leaving Iftar alone behind him. And now, basically the entire PBE will lock down Iftar. But look at the Circle. Oh, they will continue to do so because Circle went up to the high ground, went up to the petrol station where Alter Ego is at.
But at the same time, watch out for Vampires. They're having the most frag right now, not just in this map, across all the board. They are the only team with a triple-digit, hundreds of eliminations by now. But DBD, RRQ are surrounded. But wait, how? No mercy! That was a nice bait coming up from RRQ. 2 million RRQ IQ plays. It was incredible.
Wow, that is why RRQ got his services from Aura. So no mercy. What a nice angle there to eliminate DBD. And Yoodo Alliance is what we expected. If not the last man, just too much for him to handle. PBE will be happy to take the point. But speaking about PBE now, they have Vampire Esports below them.
Oh, they got the advantage here, definitely. Vampires, one knocked down, but can they back up on their feet here? They definitely got themselves the shack to take covers from. But PBE, if they shut down Vampires here and now, Vampires will have to put on hold when it comes to their points later on. But RRQ do have 2 more players. PBE still have a full squad. Same goes for Alter Ego, Xaviers, and Vampires. Back up on their 4 feet with that small shack, buying them a bit more space and time to revive their own teammate and reset themselves. But it's going to be the patrol station Alter Ego trying to gatekeep those come up from the southern side, including Xaviers and RRQ at the same time. Rosemary with that mini 14 tapping out towards Xaviers player, but Vampires is there as well. You have to pick your poison, Rosemary. If you're being decisive and having some trouble contemplating about decision making, it's going to be too greedy, and all the teams will try to ambush and focus towards Alter Ego at the same time there.
Yeah, it's all about whether they want to go greedy mode or not at this point. But because the teams are super duper close, maybe they want to hold their ground. But Alter Ego, they're going to start it off with the long range out to Xavier. And that's going to be another point in the pocket, as now they have 5 in it. Nepeko from the other side surprises Potato, opening up an entry point. But that also alerts the rest of Alter Ego to come towards the area where Potato is at.
Oh, throw and run and gun. Nepeko tossed the first name out, second one out. He's trying to hide himself, not being discovered by these guys. Being as cheeky as possible. But Potato got finished off in an instant down there. Nepeko scored one with those grenades. Back to his side of Asa, tossing another one from the back line. Alter Ego slowly losing men down there, but pinned down on No Mercy. It's a pivotal pin down the side of Alter Ego. That's going to be the flank of RQ, but at the same time, RQ bridge in, but Alva fought back. Nepeko close enough, but Valiant Alpha didn't have enough numbers compared to Alter Ego. But Alter Ego, they need to do a bit of a reset. PBE charging down to his Vampires still, but Vampires, I don't know how, but they still managed to survive.
Well, they are the Vampires for a reason, right? The living undead. It's going to be hard for them to take them down. But PBE, they still have the high ground against Vampires. So probably the moment the smoke dissipates, that's where PBE will have a clear view of Vampire, and maybe that's when they will make their move.
Hopefully, with clarity, they can see through that smoke At least some silhouette still gonna make some work for this guys. But back to the side of DX with this shack going on. Not enough barricade for the side of the Xaviers. They have to make sure he didn't even poke up his feet down there. But Momboy, this might be the score he's been waiting for. Dropping down on the big one. Didn't clip on any due to the small shack. He needs to get the grenade in the shack. The shack is holding Vampire strong in there. Not a big of a space there is, but enough to hold their breath inside. But PBE got away anyway. Momboy got 2 in a discount of 1, and that's ended up the run for Vampires.
Yeah, no space for Empire to move, so all PB needed to do is just to aim into that pigeonhole and get the entire Vampire squad. So that is what they wanted, and that's what they got. So now PBE, 9 elimination points already, still a full squad, looking good this time. From the high ground, they still can't manage the zone. But speaking about the zone, Alter Ego has the middle of it. The most difficult team right now is going to be the Xavier, as they're still on the other side of the road.
PBE need to get this chicken dinner. Everything, all conditions on their side here. They do have the elevation, they have a full squad, they have the firepower, they have even the circle. All they need to do is just take one down, one by one, one step at a time. The focus on the Xaviers right now. Alter Ego also on the spot of the Xaviers. So the Xaviers being pinned down by 2 teams at the same time, even though they are in a triangle mode. But 2 teams both eyeing out towards the Xaviers with very limited amount of space left. Chua straight on the ground the moment he poked out and tried to run from that shack. Nothing to hide from. And that's it. Down to 3v3 between Alter Ego. PBE 1 knocked out, but they can reset as a 4.
Yeah, sometimes you say you can run, but you can't hide. So it looks like this time around they can't even run it, they can't even hide, so they'll be eliminated both by PBE and Alter Ego. So now it's down to these 2 teams to get the chicken dinner. Alter Ego has the compound, but PBE has the numbers. But we still have the next stage on the circle to consider.
I mean, like, PBE, no way they can botch this one, right? It's all on theirs. It's all theirs to take. And PBE reset himself into 4 right now. Rhyme already opened up the angle towards all the flank side all the way to make sure he gave sufficient information for the rest of the team as well. So their position being compromised for Alter Ego as Raimon already given all the opportunities and information needed towards the rest of the roster, and the side of Alva tried to stop them from advancing and closing the gap towards Alter Ego. Now fired up against them, but the warehouse gave them limited amount of intel. Due to the walls high up there, Alter Ego needs somebody to get out from that warehouse to gain some intellect. But the problem is Raimon already got himself the most flank side, a clear side as well. Lastly, the of health remains on Rosemary Octa. Oh boy, that was so close for Alter Ego.
But gotta give it to Raimon though. He opened up an off angle, and with his presence, that will pin down Alter Ego. Now they need to force their way through, creating a smoke bridge at this point, trying to fight their way onto the high ground. They have a buggy in hand. They're making their move, but can they make it onto a safe area? Because it will be an open space for PBE to shoot.
Oh, they forced themselves out for Alter Ego, knowing for the fact that warehouse will not last them that longer. But Momboy, Rage getting on Octa. This is it. This is PBE's chicken, definitely in the bag. All they need to do is just make it official and finish the job done. Alvar 7 left in the smoke alone. All he needs to do is just try to spray one at a time. Left with only 2 players. Rosemary, just inkling of health remaining and running down on his clips. No way! Rosemary is back here to clutch for the team. PBE, they choke.
Oh, PBE, what's happening now? Oh no! Okay, luckily that they did not connect. Now Rosemary is going to go in for a rough angle. He's going to surprise PBE from the side. Cool is the only one standing. Rosemary stands up. He has an idea where Cool is. He's going in. He finishes off range. He's going to point as well as Raimon. Now Cool resets himself, but Rosemary has nothing in the pocket.
He got no heals for himself. Dangerous game he's playing, but just gonna put all in for the risk here. All in. Go big or go home. Rosemary, can he be the Rose carry for the team again? Well, Cool do have 50% of health remaining. Got a couple of hand grenades. Trouble is there. But at the same time, Rosemary, the bandages save him from that knock. My goodness me. Rosemary, can he do it? PBE, they lost it. Let them slip their fingers for that chicken. And Rosemary's still standing.
Oh, okay. Cool still has a molly. He's not using it just yet, but Rosemary! 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 my God! They shouldn't have got this chicken dinner, but somehow they did!
Rosemary, that was incredible! He is back in the game in his beast mode. Nothing, not even the entirety of PBE, the full squad, cannot stop them. They were 2v4. It was down to Rosemary with only 2% of HP left.
Oh,
And he's done it.
yeah, only 2 HP. There's that one molly that Cool could have used, but somehow he didn't use it. That's number one. Number two, if you say that No Mercy, 2,000 IQ, Rosemary, 20,000 IQ, this is crazy from Rosemary. He turned the tables on the opponent by fighting away onto the high ground. And with that, that is just intelligent play from Rosemary.
Rosemary. Call it Biz Carry or Biz Mary or Rose Carry, you want to call it. He well deserved that name, and he is back just like how he did in the last season. That was incredible. It blows our mind there.
Oh man, I am mind blown. That is arguably the best end to a chicken dinner that we have seen in the PMSL so far. And he had to come from the man himself, Rosemary. And the amount of eliminations that Alter Ego collected, not small. They got themselves 13 eliminations in this round. So that means it's 23 points for Alter Ego. A team that has had a tough week. But this round is just huge for Alter Ego.
How did PBE botch that? They were having a 4. They had the circle. And they're just losing men against Rosemary. That one guy being the bane for PBE. Incredible plays, formidable player. What a high standard quality of game being shown to us, and it's a privilege to watch that one out. That was not an easy chicken with 2 HP, no hand grenade, no first aid, with only left with those rifles to work. He made it work.
Yeah, you can say the name Rosemary again, because this guy is just a beast, man. It's crazy. But we have to just look at the recap. I mean, there were good gatekeeping plays here. BN United doing what they did yesterday. They took out the entire Boom Esports, the first team to go out, and they held down Yoodo Alliance as well. So 2 teams suffered from the wrath of BN United. And then Yoodo Alliance was finished off by PBE towards the end.
PBE have been doing a lot of work by themselves, really. I mean, like, they've been shutting down one of the most aggressive teams down there, including Vampires. They got the grounds. It's definitely, it's theirs to take. They finish off the Xaviers. I mean, the Xaviers been pinned down by 2 teams at the same time. There's no way out for them. But Alter Ego? Alter Ego, how did they manage to pull that off? With 13 eliminations in the bag. Compared to PBE, they got 12. Just 1 point of difference. That chicken didn't really make a big stretch between them and PBE now.
Yeah, to be real, Alter Ego should have got that chicken dinner. They were at the lower ground, they did at the circle, they did at the numbers, everything. PBE had the locked in, they had the off angle, everything. But oh man, it is just Alter Ego doing Alter Ego things. I mean, honestly, I do feel for PBE. It should have been that chicken, but it is what it is. But I feel even more for Boom, honestly. Another round with 0 points. And with PBE getting the second place, they will definitely push Boom down to the bottom 4.
Yeah, they call Boombox for a reason. And both are actually with 0s down there. I mean, like, sorry for the pun, I need to push it out anyways. Now, the only team without any chickens this week is going to be Yoodo Alliance, GE, Boom, MORPH, and Box now. And I do wish they ended up their week with at least a chicken here. But back to the side of Empires, is still standing strong in number 1 place. Provided they got themselves quite a number of eliminations just now. And they still in the mission of running and gunning people down for Vampires. It's a bonus for them to get that chicken, because their main objective for today is going to be those eliminations. But Alter Ego, I mean, like,
Yeah, man, it was so hot that my jacket just went all the way. It's like, okay, it's off alignment now. Oh, I have to recover from that. That was crazy. If only like we have a caster cam, you would have seen me go. I would have liked to flip, but my mic is just fixed here, so I have to be in a certain position. But you guys know what I mean, right? So it was crazy whatever happened earlier on. Rosemary Yeah, but it's not only Rosemary. I give it to the entire Alter Ego. It was a teamwork to make that happen.
Yeah, team effort it is, but to be like Rosemary is almost impossible. But we do kind of miss our host, Karo, so we're going to listen to the interview for a bit. Let's toss it back to our host and who will be interviewed with. Take it away.
Now with the circle positionings, and what a nerve-wracking ending where Rosemary with the 1 HP clutch to seal the deal for a winner-winner chicken dinner for Alter Ego. But now here we are with another interview, and I'm here with Trust Me from Genesis Esports with his translator, which happens to be the manager. All right, so first question for you guys. Your team did not score well in the past few matches, but you did better in match 1 just now. Did you change your strategy for today?
Yeah, ငါတို့ကပေါ့နော်ဒီရှေ့ရက်တွေမှာပေါ့စစချင်းရက်တွေမှာ reset မကောင်းတွေ့ရတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီနောက်ပိုင်းမှာအရန် changes ဖြစ်လာတယ်ပေါ့ဆိုတော့အဲ့ changes တွေနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ငါတို့ဒီ strategy တွေပြောင်းလဲထားလာပေါ့နော်ဘယ်လိုတွေများလုပ်ထားလဲပါဒါလေးသိချင်တာ
strategy တွေကတော့ဒါလည်းပြောနိုင်မလား strategy တွေကတော့ပြောင်းထားပါတယ်ဒီကျွန်တော်တို့အရင်ကကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီအရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့PMPN ဆော့ထားတဲ့mid zone ပုံစံကိုပြောင်းထားတယ်အခုကကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ PMSL နဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့အခုရက်တည်းအစားပြီးကျွန်တော်တို့ site ဆုံးပြန်ပြောင်းထားတာ
Yeah, we changed the strategy. As before the PMPO, our strategy was the mid zone play style, and right this now, we are playing the aggressive play style. So this is our strategy. Yeah.
All right, so we'll be seeing Genesis play more aggressive on week 2 and week 3, and hopefully today
you
for guys
sure.
can score very well. So how do you keep your team positive and motivated during this whole PMSL?
Okay. So ငါတို့ဒီ PMSL အတွင်းမှာပေါ့နော်ဘယ်လိုတွေအသင်းကိုကောင်းအောင် motivate လုပ်ထားလဲပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါအရန်ကိုအောင်စရာကောင်းတယ်ပေါ့အဲ့နည်းနည်းလေးပြောပြပေးပါတဲ့အသင်းကိုဘယ်လိုမျိုး
motivate လုပ်ထားလဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒီresult တွေတိတ်မကောင်းဘူးပေါ့အရှိရက်တွေကဒီကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့စိတ်ကိုအထင်ကြီးဆုံးထားတယ်ပြီးတော့ဒီကလေးတွေစိတ်တွေလို့ပြိုင်အဲ့လိုလဲကျသွားတော့မဖြစ်ဘူးအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့စိတ်တွေ strong ဖို့လဲလို့စကားတွေပဲပြောပြတယ်ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပွဲပြီးသွားရင်ဟုတ်
Yeah, the main point is our mindset. So we set up our players to their mindset to be strong. So as long as we're strong, the team will be strong. Yeah.
All right. So mentality is everything to them, and we know how good you are playing in this time around for PMSL. So today is the last day of PMSL week 1. What is your target for today?
So ဒီနေ့ကငါတို့ we1 PMSL နောက်ဆုံးနေ့ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ငါတို့ရဲ့ထားရတဲ့ target ကဘယ်ထိလဲတဲ့အဲ့ဒါလေးပြောပြပေးပါလား
target ကကြီးမားတော့မပြောအောင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒါဖြည်းဖြည်းချင်းဒီသွားနေရဆိုတော့ဒါဖြည်းဖြည်းချင်းဒီသွားမှာပေါ့အဓိကတော့ဒီနေ့ကျွန်တော် target ထားတာကတော့1 to 5ပေါ့
Yeah, we keep going slowly, step by step. So yeah, our target for today is top 1 to 5. Yeah.
All right, slowly but surely, baby steps. All that it takes to get them to be the number 1 for this time around for PMSL. And I think that's all for our interview. Thank you so much, trust me. And we'll head back to Gaston's desk. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Sorry, I got distracted by that by the translator. I missed that guy for the longest time. The last time we saw him was the last season. Feels like he can fit the Dandy Groovester set well if it's actually on him, right? But at the same time, coming from GE, they're planning to get really aggressive today, but feels like a really difficult day for them because a lot of teams aiming for those eliminations as well.
Yeah, because a lot of teams will want to step up the game today as they want to chase that number 1 spot, and we did see like some of the top teams like starting to really chase in even like Vampire, even like teams like Alter Ego. They're not really up there, but with this chicken dinner, who knows, maybe they can come back as a surprise as well. So for GE, honestly, if they can even make it to the finals at this point, it's a big improvement as compared to the last season's PMSL.
I agree. And speaking of, I mean, like up to this point, really, they should be proud of themselves for GE if you compare with last season. I mean, last season really feels like they're hitting a brick wall, not moving anywhere. But compared to this season, definitely got themselves some momentum. They got themselves their footings right. But also, we're speaking of the other teams. Example, it's going to be MORPH and also Boombox. I mean, like both teams that having in your prediction, right? The MORPH Boombox. I mean, like the morphing boombox can make into a sentence by the end of the day. But they definitely not budging at all when it comes to the bottom placement. But we do know it's going to be the FMVP round, and this might be our FMVP this season.
Yeah, Rosemary, Rose Carry, Beast Carry, I don't know, whatever you want to call him, deserves to be up there for this round. So 6 eliminations, 1,000 over damage, insane. But we got Momboy still up there, the key player for PLAYBOOK Esports. Other than Momboy, Raimon has been stepping up the game as well for PLAYBOOK Esports. So 2 of these key players have been important for them. Alva, interesting as well. I guess it's because like Alter Ego has Rosemary in it, and he has been showing up. So Alva hasn't been getting the recognition, but I'm glad to see him up there too in the top 4.
Now, if you compare Alva, I feel like Alva best be compared to Raimon in that case, because they love to go off angle. Both of the players really love to open up the space for the entire team. But the one that we open up for you is going to be this exclusive first time ever. The pioneer of the skin of PMSL is going to be this set. If you don't have it, don't call yourself OG.
Yeah, don't call yourself OG, call yourself something else. But you should get it though, because it's limited time during the PMSL. This is limited time as well. The Dragon Ball Super that comes together with a unique game mode that you can play inside the game. And if you want a preview of how it looks like, you can of course check out the advertisement during the break time. But if not, why not just log into the game and try it for yourself?
Now, this is the set that I wish I get to see it on our translator just now. The Dandy Gravester excites the battleground. And by the way, if you guys love concert, we have a lot of concert these days, huh, Cloud? I mean, like, I never been to a concert before. I mean, like, if you want to invite me, yeah, I never been to one ever in my life.
You know,
honestly.
if that one person were to invite you to a concert, it's not me. It should be
Contra.
Contra. Yes,
Yeah.
because he goes to every concert. He even goes to concert that stops halfway. So you should go to concert with him instead.
I think I know which concert that is, but yeah, I'm not gonna say it out loud. But there's, aside from concert, your boombox, your morphing boombox is still down there. But speaking of boom and box gaming, right? What is happening to these two teams? It feels like they are hitting a dead end.
Yeah, I have no idea. I think that because they changed their drop spot, so the timing of rotation, maybe for Boom, they're not comfortable with that sort of circle and what sort of setup that might happen, especially with BN United guarding the bridge. So yeah, it's just more of like the getting used to their alternate drop spot. But it was a tough circle anyway, and that kind of affected them. So it was like many factors all in one that made them had to go out at number 16 without anything. Hopefully this time around the circle will be kinder to Boom, because they shouldn't be down there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like all the teams, by the end of the day, somebody's going to have to stand down there, right? It's a competition for a reason. But coming up from MORPH, a bit early of swap here. Usually we do have this on the second half. But QEON will be substituted by Yoodo this time. And I feel like maybe, I don't know, we just go for a short break. We'll just stays permanently till the end of the entire day. And Box also not having any sort of a swap just yet. But you're going to have to wait and see. But at the same time, you guys watching, now you know why I say Rosemary is my favorite player, right? I mean, like, you gotta have to give him credit for that.
Well, I wonder if anyone has that thought, like, now they know. They should have known that from last season. Come on, guys. Like, there is no doubt why Rosemary is in the lineup, why he's still playing, and so on and so forth. Speaking about playing, we got a shot here. So Ponbit is out. Ichan is coming in instead for Boom. The swap that they needed. They could use anything at this point to try to change their fate in the next round before they go on for a long break. Let's see if it works out for Boom this time.
Back into Wrangle. Now we're having a flight path coming up from the west side towards the east and more towards on the southern side as well. Feels like the reverse of a flight path from the last map. So we'll be having sort of very similar circle, or not, gonna have to wait and see. But both Boom and Box having swap of a player. Yoodo is coming in, and also same goes for Ichan is coming in, with Pombit from Boom being swapped out. I do want to see, will that change the dynamic of the team? Well, will it make a difference? Will it not? We gotta have to wait and see. If it doesn't actually make a difference, I feel like we might have major swaps later on in the second half.
Well, at least boom, they had enough of Milta. Clearly not comfortable with the timing, with the teams around them, so they choose to drop somewhere else instead. Going towards the area of maybe Hospital, maybe Gaka. We'll need to wait and see because they're changing their drop spot, not going back to Ross Hawk, obviously. But around their area, that means they will have a DBD. They obviously have PBE, who normally drops in Kameshki, but because it's too far. We'll leave that thought for a second, as now MORPH, GPX, and Teen Secret again. Let's go.
Oh boy. This is not great again. Surprisingly, all the teams that actually engage quite early on will be staying at the very bottom, because that's the case for Boom, MORPH, Box, and TFs. And both having at the bottom 16 right now. For the side of Boo Boo, who lost Putra early on inside of Team Secret. Already handicapped since the start of the match. Not even 1 minute into the game. Already lost one player. Well, they don't have enough loot to go on. Well, they can force a fight, and they will do so. Without them pushing up forward with those shotguns. MORPH, on the other hand, do have decent amount of weapon. Zrol to get on Rocky. Halton coming in. Wow! That's right in the face.
Well, looks like we got a trade here. Despite losing Putra, they still win the fight. Yoru's debut for today, unfortunately, did not last that long. He was the last one for MORPH GPX to go out, but they still went out anyway at number 16. So, another early elimination for MORPH GPX, but now 7-9 against GE, who just landed.
Oh no, a lot of early skirmishes this time. GE really trying to make a comeback, but 7-9 will not allow to do so. Depp finish our West carry in an instant, leaving Zai inside of the compound. And all 4 angles they have to cover by himself. There's nowhere for him to cover by himself the entire house alone. That doing such a quick rotations. Just easily finish off GE, Smile, and Master Ichi. I mean, like, Master Ichi definitely cannot be rescued at this point. And GE, that's going to be the last player, Smile, that is left on that side. And the moment he jump up off this cliff, jump up and get onto those elevation, the rest of our queue already just cornered him down. There's no way out. I feel like GE will be the second team to go out early on.
He's hoping that, okay, but no way he's going to escape this. Okay, he's going to be... wait a second. Oh, Hexas? Didn't notice? Hello! Not going to let him go. Hexas was like passing by, and then he's like, hey, wait, there's someone there. Oh, hello. Bang. There you go. GE out at number 15.
Oh, boy. Definitely devastated for the side of GE. The moment we just praises them, saying that they're a bit more better than the last season. So things get really south for the side of GE. Hopefully they will come back in the second half of the day. Only 3 more maps to go for the side of GE and MORPH. They need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to make it better for the remaining 3 maps that's left for the entire week 1. But side of Empires are going really strong. Look at the gap slowly open up against BN United with 4 points different. And like I mentioned before, the entire mission of the day for the side of Empires is just hunting people down.
Yeah, now that it's nighttime for them, Vampire Esports, they want to create a gap between them and BN United. But for Izzy, wants to create a gap with PBE, but he's going to start off by taking out Cool, the last man who stood against Rosemary in the previous round. So without Cool now, PBE on a handicap. And looking at the points difference between DBD and PBE, with that one elimination, now they are on equal par.
The way PBE just robbed themselves just shows that they are not aware there's going to be another team happen to be nearby somewhere there. Because of how scattered they were, how separated they were. If not, they'd be moving as a duo just to get into a certain compound to clear and loot from. They're caught by surprise just now on the side of PBE. But yeah, still they are highly one of the most improved team compared to last seasons as well. But we do have a lot of bridge camping this time. I'm not sure about the circle next, but Infinity definitely interested to take this place by themselves. Since yesterday, a lot of teams love to bridge camp these days.
Oh yeah, bridge camping definitely is a good strategy. Well, of course, it depends on the kind of circle, right? But at least this time around for the Infinity, they are not blocked. The last time they faced the block with this bridge, it was when Geek Fam tried to block them. But without Geek Fam playing today, I guess they had the knowledge of like, okay, no Geek Fam, we can just go across safely. And true enough, they are now in the main peninsula, so they'll be fine now.
Back to a sort of RRQ. Our school is quite vacant. Well, other than those early skirmishes, we don't see any other teams happen to be clashing quite early on. Alter Ego is taking the blue zone. It's all about the debate as per usual, Cloud. Do you prefer the inner or outer circle? If it's better this season in inner circle, I feel like inner circle has been a great battle when it comes to this season in particular.
I guess it really depends, right? On what kind of comfort level does your team operate on. But if you play, because right now, since the PNWI, the circle has been quite hard shift. So if you play like in the middle, even though with hard shifts, you still somewhat get the circle. So, and when it hard shifts to a certain extent, you not only have the circle, but you might be at the edge of the circle, in which by that time you can play the gatekeeping against other teams. So playing in the middle of the circle is not a bad idea with the current hard shift.
As long as you have enough manpower during that time, because a lot of times when you do have a circle, a lot of teams down to only solo or duo at that state. So that's why they easily went down due to the lack of lineup or manpower on their side. But 7-9, XERXIA, RNJ. RNJ is such a lone wolf, you know. He always takes the lead for the team. They open up a very unorthodox sort of a play sometimes. 7-9, not just the blue zone battle, they are fighting against XERXIA as well. Can he be finished off by RNJ down there with that? The distance is just too great for him to actually shoot them down. It's quite ambitious coming up from the side of that to shoot them greater than 300 meters apart. It's just difficult to let those bullets to the side of XERXIA.
And XERXIA, they managed to get one. So in pursuit of that number one spot, they could use all the points that they can get. At this moment, XERXIA is just 1 point behind Xavier. Now, Boss Gaming in between Earth as he tries to slip away. So far, so good for him. But RNJ, counters on the Gosu. Now they are all spending time to blue. 1,600 meters away from the safe zone. And Mega Man only has 2 first aids left. There is still time, but if they continue to spend time here, then I worry, as like we always see, right? It's a lose-lose situation for both teams.
That's kind of true. But we can see that XERXIA really have a different sort of mission in their mind. They're trying to rise up to the occasion, get up when it comes to their performance. They're trying to hunt people down. But Box losing 2 men in a row now. XERXIA on the other hand lost 1. And the circle just shifted all the way to his Jogopol. It's going to be South Jogopol and Hospital. I mean, like if it hard shift to his northern side and entirely covers Jogopol, it's going to be a different story. But for the side of XERXIA, definitely things are going great for them. Blue zone or not, it's still the second stage. It will not hurt them that much. And XERXIA is still winning this fight over Box Gaming. And Box, they cannot afford to lose this one.
At least Box, they decide to leave, so they're not locking XERXIA out. And looking at Namkyo's utilities, no first aids, probably only a couple of bandages, and that's about it. So he's 2,800 meters away. Okay, praying that he can find something in this house inside of Pachinki, but it's very unlikely since the team would have looted there. But for PBE now, Ticket to Fight against Vampire Esports, Newsy will be pairing up with Tony K to try to win this fight against PBE, but they also have the Infinity to deal with. Look at the amount of teams coming their direction.
Feels like they're having a bit of a grudge against the Vampires now, since they've been nitpicking and fighting over a lot of teams before this. The Xavier's taking on Infinity. Well, we do have a lot of teams, make it 5 teams here, right on top of where we're watching right now. It's not just Vampires fight anymore. It's Infinity's D-Xaviers and Vampires and Boom and D-Xaviers is there as well. Tony K have his focus to the side of D-Xaviers, trying to make sure the angle will not be breached on. But inside of Vampires, they lost a Ravenclaw before their own IGL. There's already nowhere to be seen. RRQ feels like they are interested to be on this side as well. I'm not sure if they were slowly approaching to this side, same goes for Boom, but they need to wrap up things really quickly, because if not, D-Xaviers will start to push. Boom will be passing by. RRQ will be interested in, and Infinity is still there.
Oh, but BN United, take it out, Tam. Oh no, not looking good. I wonder how many first aids Porsche has. Okay, he has 2 first aids. So he's still okay at 1,000 meters into the circle. He's still spending time out there. Okay, that will be the next target, but he's going to make sure that Tam gets eliminated before he moves. And true enough, I guess with the zone helping him out, he should be able to secure the point against Tam.
Oh, back towards the blue zone fight we go. Feels like there's going to be never-ending blue zone here. 25 seconds to go. These guys don't have enough time and the clock's ticking for them. Cannot afford to stay in the blue zone any much longer than this. It's going to hurt them when it comes to the fourth stage later on. Newsy spotted out Mumbai with a Mini 14. Got quite hefty amount of bullets in it. Shirty S got some 7 hand grenades here prepared for this fight. But the circle will call the shots again. We'll be going on the northern side. It moved back all the way to GEEK Mountains. And RIQ land themselves right where they needed.
Ooh, GEEK Mountain. Nice spot to be in at this point. But Deb and Max, not the best of spot to be in. They're spending time in the blue. But Max is not letting his opponent go. He has 4 first aids, so he's pretty confident with this. But he needs to win the fight before he can utilize his first aids. Deb, nothing. No first aid. Oh no. Deb needs to finish this fast and hopefully be able to loot fast enough. But I'm not sure he has enough time. Max knocked out by Mikkel. Mikkel comes in to back him up. But Mikkel doesn't have first aids as well. Deb, does he have enough time to reset? Perhaps yes.
Outside of VN United, even though they're being handicapped for a tiny bit. So that's a really dangerous game here. He needs to get out of here as fast as he can, but a bit too open for anybody to shoot him down. Break is hiking up all the way towards the GEEK Mountains. Spotted out RQ who land them first there. This is going to be Break trying to open up the space for the entire team of Baonam United to get himself a bit of a space up there. But DBD spot out Vampires. Vampires, what is going on? One by one, be taken out, and they are the one to be eliminated next. This given so much opportunity for BN United.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, 5 points difference. BN United can do it. Though they spend a lot of time in the blue, and they lost 1 player through that, but there's still that. I mean, 5 points. It's very doable in this round. So BN United, they will be happy that Vampire Esports eliminated, and thanks to DBD, of course.
Oh boy. Anybody can be the #1 place right now. Anybody. No, Zane. He wants to tap out one of the players of Boom, but there's too many structures in between. Not happy. He needs to reposition himself, definitely. There you go. But there's also Xavius on the other end. DBD got himself quite a good compound to work with. But if not being careful, they might be breaching any second now. Origin on the ground floor, or maybe on the second floor here. Xavius spotted out DBD. Want to return the greetings, definitely. Oh, what a nice spray from Chua.
Wow, immediate headshot, getting the knock. But too bad the distance. They can't really rush in, and plus they'll be fighting against the high ground, so it's probably not going to be worth it for them. And they are somewhat in the middle of the circle, so might as well hold their ground for now. It's more like a warning shot. Try to wear out the utilities of DBD. As for Team Secret, somewhat by the edge. Very likely they'll need to move in the next stage unless the circle hard shifts to their area, which is a possibility with the current state of the circle shift.
Well, speaking of circle, here we go again, Cloud. Nobody can predict the circle these days. The pattern is just so bizarre. But just go away. It's gonna be hospital next. RRQ and BN United must be devastated by this. Especially BN United, since they got themselves barely get onto the GEEK Mountain. Now it's nowhere nearby there. PlayZone on the other end finish off Box Gaming Arm Cute. Kwang is just too low right now. And that's the loss of it. Box Gaming once more ended up at the very bottom, secures only 1 point in this map.
Oh, with Box eliminated, that means Team Secret will leapfrog over Box Gaming, pushing them down. Even with the tiebreaker, Team Secret has a chicken dinner, so that will break the tie between them and Box Gaming. At least Team Secret not at the last place as of now. But for Xavier, still having the circle, and Team Secret, they had the circle as well because of the hardship that we mentioned earlier on, so they can still hold on to their current position.
Rosemary, here comes again. Finish off one of Zerja's top player, which is going to be a Z. finish off in an instant, by the way. Quickly just remove him from the equation. Rosemary is hungry for more. He secures one. Who knows how much he will end up in this map. Spot out Megamind in the car. Sam9 and XERXIA on the battle of the bunkers. Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego taking the warehouse for their stand. XERXIA kind of clamped and hammed down between two teams out there. Team Secret spot out BN United. BN United leaving with only one more player. Porsche is down. Team Secret surrounded them. So was and Break is still there. A Break finally pulled over. Halton greeted them warmly with those hand grenades, and BN United not even being shown any mercy by the hands of Team Secret.
Alright, nice defense from Team Secret. Okay, now they need to make this fast, but they will make it fast as they take out SOAS as well as Break. BN United out. So this is opportunity for D Xavier that still has a full squad to climb up against BN United.
Wow, 7 elimination outside of Team Secret as well. This is arguably one of their best, most aggressive performance yet by far. Quite early to have 7 eliminations. Now, can they last long enough to get those chicken as well? DBD surrounded left, right, and center by the other teams. Xavier's Boom. There's also Infinity, if I'm not mistaken, just behind them. But it's going to be one player of Infinity M79 left. The solo man squad. And the entirety of this map, that is, with 11 teams remaining. Boom going up to the second floor, trying to have a bit of a vintage view, while Alter Ego got themselves around this factory and just take themselves each for this warehouse. But the problem with warehouses, you can't see what's happening outside too much. But Rosemary at least spotted out one of our RQ players who got stuck themselves. I don't think there's RQ. Is that really RQ got stuck right on top of the mountain right now?
Likely to be RQ because that was their last team position on top of the Gaka mountain. Or maybe the person has left the vehicle. Okay, no. We can see a couple of members of RQ right now. So they're making their move because that's not within the circle anymore. But XERXIA will be the next one to knock down RQ. Gotta be careful there. Just driving around the trees, using them as an extra protection as they get down to ground. But they took that fight against XERXIA now. Oh!
Oh boy, this is getting really messy. Here comes XERXIA with the duo to work things out, but they are landing the shots not well done. And definitely they will be bowing out early on. This gives these Xaviers the biggest time of their life to push back into number 1 here. But the gap is quite significant against Vampires by the side of Alter Ego. Here we go again.
Wow, a lot of confidence for Alter Ego now to become the third party takeout members of RRQ, leaving the Peko alone. So now the Peko needs to go for placement points instead. And their ambition to try to overtake XERXIA, unfortunately crippled by Alter Ego.
Seems like a very different spirit of a take on the side of Alter Ego. They are more aggressive than they usually did before. On the side of Boom, on the other hand, taking this compound to put at work. Team Secret got shot down by Chua from afar. These Xaviers across all the way downtown with Boom in between, spotted out the knockdown health, and everybody wants to steal it away from these Xaviers from this distance.
Yeah, D Xavier now might be the target, so they gotta be careful. The crosshair could be on their back. But at least they have a compound to defend with, so still sort of an advantage for them with the circle in hand. I don't see any team like possibly crashing onto D Xavier as of now. Now I'll be wondering whether Shirley will survive this because the DBD is around him and they seem to somewhat know that he's there.
Oh, Shirty. Being very cheeky. Echo is right above him. PBE taking on Team Secret. Rosemary, here we go again. Will they give us another jaw-dropping performance coming out from the side of Alter Ego? Gonna have to wait and see. So far, they're dominating. DBD Jimmy OP finish off one of Infinity players from the off angle, but Alter Ego just right across him. Oh, DBD want to challenge on Alter Ego, but they already move in. They need off time, and they just managed to dodge it in the very last minute as well. Speaking of a hunch, Alter Ego really have it going with a spider sense this time.
Oh yeah, Alter Ego so far not bad. Managed to get 6 elimination points. But now we have Yoodo Alliance on the Team Secret, who's playing as a trio. Team Secret right now in the open, but Yoodo Alliance making their move. So Yoodo Alliance probably not going to crash it just yet. Too much open space between them in the next building as D Xavier will try to stop Yoodo Alliance, and they managed to stop at least 3. Ripple Boy will be the one scouting for information, but no space for them to move just yet. So might as well wait for the next phase of circle.
Yoodo Alliance, quite an open space down there, but DBD Alter Ego Alpha! Oh boy! What a big move from Alter Ego. That was a bull one as well. And the Blues are closing up from his side too. Alva, I'm not sure what's the plan here. Definitely not working out for the side of Alva there. Finish off by Yen in an instant. Rosemary just going to pull over. And DBD now being surrounded by Alter Ego. Or the other way around. I have no clue because Alter Ego lost one man in vain. As Alva tried to do something big, didn't manage to do so. Boom, coming in from the sidelines as well. What is happening? Alter Ego fumbles and shambling down.
Well, put at a disadvantage, I guess, at the lower ground. But at least the good news for Alter Ego is that they have the circle now, not the circle have moved. But that also means that Yoodo Alliance don't have the circle. At least 3 of them. No, actually the entire squad, because the other squad had the circle. That's also purple in color is Team Secret.
That was the bigger question I have in mind. Speaking of the circle, why did Nova push away from the circle just for the sake of shutting down DBD? They did have the better option just now. They were in the inner circle. And now DBD is actually just touching at the rim of it. Alva was doing unnecessary push, if I'm not mistaken, and did work out well for Alter Ego. Now Octa have to pull out the weight for the entire team. Rosemary knocked down next. Jimmy OP, what a crystal spray at that. Yan on the other hand, Citadel Valve remain. Finish off the rest of Alter Ego. Potato is gone as well as Rosemary. Where is the last one of Alter Ego? Octa just across them. And Octa barely make it out alive. All eyes onto him. And that's just it. Alter Ego, last time we saw them, that was a miraculous chicken dinner. Now, quite early, being ousted at 7th place.
Unfortunately, 7th place. 6 elimination points at least. But Alter Ego definitely need more than that. But at least they are in 129 points the last we saw them. So that's still okay. Not as bad as Boom Esports. But for now, Boom Esports, full squad. Maybe they can come up with a chicken dinner this time. But D Xavier also has a full squad as well.
Numbers don't actually do that much by the end of the day. It's all about your witness. We saw that in the last map just now, Cloud. If you can outplay the others, the numbers don't really matter. By chance, get on DBD, Yan down on the ground. Feels like Boom, the swap of a players, really give them a bit of a fresh air and a fresh angle to approach fights. And they lasted way longer this time and finish off one more team down there. But a bit of trading has changed to do. The Xavier's knocked down on Razy. The rest of the team responded swiftly by giving him the aid that he needs.
Oh, thanks to the elevation, they have space. Oh, PBE is coming in. Okay, PBE wants revenge against Boom now as Boy will be at the forefront. Yummy tries to defend his ground. He didn't manage to become his teammate. And Yummy will be knocked down by Boy with a DBS to his face.
Oi-chan dropping those smokes, hoping it will barricade and help his teammate for a bit much longer. But Yummy May and Razy running low with his HP right now. There's a lot of nades, a lot of Molotov being tossed over. Nowhere to be saved here just now for the side of Boom. Razy will be the next victim to be sacrificed here as PBE. Can they finally get the chicken now? Last time we saw them, they should have got it. But this time, they are in the top 4 again.
Oh, okay. But this situation, PBE, not a full squad. We got D Xavier, the only team with a full squad at this point. Everyone picking their own corner. Stage 6 and we got 4 teams. Stage 7 will be huge. Where will the circle go? If it goes to no man's land in the middle, that means everyone needs to move.
For the side of Chan, no more helmet. Maybe got tapped out and break entirely. But these Xavier's really having a big win this time. Nobody actually given them enough attention that they need. But at least DBD, Jimmy OP spotted them out from afar. But DBD, they have only a trio. Boom having a duo, or PP also having a trio. The XGS do have the numbers. But at the same time, they need to pick out the rotation that it will be crucial for them. If they pick the wrong move next one, it's going to be the end for the Xaviers, even though they do have a full squad. Since they're going split into 1-2-1 formation, now Lamborghini definitely will climb up and hike up towards this hill to see what's going on on the other side. With those elevation will actually help the angle for the entire team to collect some information. And Jimmy OP cannot even pick out too long. He'll be pinned down by the side of the Xaviers.
Well, despite that playing as a trio, DBD now has 10 elimination points and potentially get the next one against PLAYBOOK Esports on the other side. But it's going to be Icham knocking down Monboy. Who will take down this point? It's going to be Isaiah securing the point against Monboy. Raimon on his knees. Range going towards Raimon, but it could be a bait. You got to be careful.
Icham. Range. Quite a difficult task to see him due to the terrain, but Isaac might actually have a clear shot here. The Blues are closing in. Range have to stand up now. Isaac ready to just prepare open fire. Will he deny himself to the blue zone for Range? Oh, Isaac move out. Oh, speaking of timing, the Blues already closed the entirety of Range. And now he jumps up. Isaac spotting it out. It's a clear view and clear shot. All he needs to do is just tap in and out. And that's it. Range preferred to deny himself to the blue zone.
Yeah, deny the point. That would be the best option for Range. But what would be the best option for Boom now as they're caught out in the open? Yen will knock down Achul. One more to go, but Isaac counter fire by the other side from Lamborghini. It's going to be Parajin getting closer and closer to Yen. Yen defending his ground against Parajin. At this point, D Xavier still in full squad. Boom! With that help from D Xavier, they managed to revive.
Lucky enough for Boom, they managed to pick themselves up. Chan on the other, no first aid. Is this going to be the alter ego once more? Are they going to pull off the alter ego coming from Boom with that very low HP, no first aids, no healing? But DX and DBD and D Xaviers have to be sharing. Never mind. DBD being obliterated out of the equation. This is it. Can DX secure this, or Boom making an incredible clutch by this time?
Yeah, Boom doing the alter ego basically. This time can they do it against D Xavier? But for DBD, although they went out in third place, at least they got like 12 eliminations, which is pretty nice. But now D Xavier, they're making the active move. They're going towards Achul. Achul in the off angle, Icha in the off angle as well. Managed to get a knockdown onto Lamborghini. Now it's 2v3. And at this moment, we can see that Russian is going to come in from D Xavier. They have one more to go. As D Xavier will secure this chicken dinner. No alter ego story. But at least it's an improvement for Boom Esports with that second place finish. D Xavier ensures that the past will not repeat itself. And they will lock in the chicken dinner before the break. Nicely done by D Xavier this time. And D Xavier, it's been quite a while since we last saw them getting the chicken dinner. And what a good moment that it came for them, because they had an inconsistent run for the past few days. And this time with the chicken dinner, it is pretty much redemption for D Xavier. And Lamborghini, the man himself, the OG player of D Xavier, now getting the MVP with the total amount of 5 eliminations and 624 damage dished out by the OG player of D Xavier. Lamborghini, he's never going to leave D Xavier. I mean, he is perfect for the team. He has never dropped out on his performance. Amazing play by him. And just look at the stats.
But at the same time, I'm glad they've managed to secure all chicken dinner this time with the side of D Xavier. I mean, like, if it happens again, just like how PBE did now, that's going to be devastating on the side of D Xavier. And this definitely will push themselves up the numbers with most ace given up to the side of Lamborghini. Now, not arguing the fact he's the MVP just now. With damage taken, I mean, like, that's surprising. Damage taken highlighted to Parajin with 23. I mean,
normally the damage taken will be highlighted for the person that takes the least damage. So basically, he somehow matrix his way across the battlefield or something like that. So Parajin did the matrix in this round, in other words. And looking over at the stats, DBD had to travel the most. But as they traveled, they also got elimination points. And they got a lot of elimination points in that round. So despite them going out in third place, they would have gotten more points than Boom Esports.
now, I do want to see how much they tally up when it comes to those points later on. Because right now, we do see an improvement, a huge one coming up from Team Secret. But we'll be a bit too late now, since we're already at the end of week number 1 and they're still down there somewhere. So I just hope they still can make a push in the second half of the day. But coming up from the side of MORPH, feels like they are hard struck at the bottom right now. We don't see any sort of improvement. But Boom on the with the swap of the players definitely give them a game changer in this one.
Yeah, it has been a tough campaign for MORPH, even from the preseason. They were at last place, and even now, despite them not being at last place, but it is still somewhere down there. It does seem like it's hard for MORPH to really come back up, but like what you said before, right? It's week 1. Who knows, they will come up with somewhere big in week 2 and hopefully week 3 as well.
Just hope it's not too late when they realize what they need to change and what they need to do and try to fix it. But back to the side of overall in the match ranking just now, 8 elimination coming out from the side of D Xaviers, but DBD scored themselves 12, only 1 point shy coming out from the side of from the side of D Xaviers. DBD have been playing out of their mind this time. Team Secret also have been improving tremendously when it comes to the final day, but Infinity, unfortunately, and BN United, this will be punishing when it comes to overall ranking, especially for BN United.
Not only BN United, but some of the top teams, including Vampire Esports, only 1 point. XERXIA, 3 points. Not that big of an amount, but we do see like the rise of the bottom teams like Boom Esports, 12 points collected, doing not bad. PBE, 8 points, not bad as well. Same goes for Alter Ego with 8 points. So we could see a swap even at the bottom too. I wonder how big of a swap or how big of a gap. That will be the bigger question. But at the number 1 spot, things might not change.
Speaking of number 1 spot, well, they have been sticking their feet and fruit inside of the mud quite clearly solid on the side of Empires. But the moment they start to be a bit complacent, it's a bit dangerous because it's not big of a gap between DX and Vampires right now. BN United just 1 point shy from second place. Now, speaking of all the first page, I feel like even down to the 10th place can actually push themselves in the first place by end of today. It's all down to who plays it better for the next 3 more maps.
Yeah, 3 more games, and the points are close enough because some level of inconsistency for the teams at the top, opening up opportunity for the other teams to potentially bring up a surprise to snatch that number 1 away from the current number 1 holders, that is Vampire Esports. So really, anything can happen, even for BN United, even many other teams like RRQ, or I don't know if Alter Ego can pull off a big one this time.
Alter Ego did pull the big one just now. I mean, like, unfortunate enough for them. I feel like there's always a curse, right? When you're really high, next one is going to be super low for you. It's been the case for the entire week 1. I don't know what is happening for the team, but it feels like they have some difficulty to maintain their spot the moment they score themselves big in the previous round. But you know what? We're heading into the break for a bit. Hopefully things can change for some of the teams down there. But we're heading back into the game after 20 minutes break. See you guys after this. Bye-bye.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together. Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this new gameplay, you can do battle while playing as Dragon Ball characters. Let's get to know them and their skills. Son Goku's standard attack is a barrage of Kidan. Its damage output is reliable with an average rate of fire. It's crucial to find the right time to attack. In order to make this a bit easier, Son Goku's charged attack is a continuous Ki Blast, which can be charged up and fired to attack enemies. At the same time, Son Goku has a special movement skill, but this is great for mounting a surprise attack or to escape a dangerous situation. It can be stockpiled 3 times, allowing it to be used in quick succession. Get to know these moves and you'll be one step closer to victory. Similar to Goku, Vegeta's standard attack is also a barrage of Kidan. It has a faster rate of fire, but the Kidan travel a bit slower. It takes a bit of prediction to accurately hit enemies. However, Vegeta's charged attack fires a bunch of Kidan, which deals small area damage to the target. Vegeta charges up with energy when he hits enemies. Once fully charged, Vegeta can release all the stored energy at once to deal massive damage to an enemy. If you wish to fight at close range, then you have to try Ultimate Gohan. Ultimate Gohan's standard attack is a rapid flurry of Kidan that can deal a ton of damage while up close in a short period of time. When you're surrounded, Ultimate Gohan can use his charged attack, which is a powerful single Kidan. It needs to be charged up first, but it will deal a lot of damage to anyone caught in the crosshairs. It can decisively end a battle during pivotal moments. At the same time, Ultimate Gohan also has a special skill that generates a protective barrier around himself. The barrier can block 500 damage and protects from all incoming projectiles while in effect. When the barrier takes enough damage or the time runs out, it will dissipate on its own. Piccolo's standard attack deals high sustained damage. Its damage even increases the more it hits in a row, which will really test your aim. Furthermore, Piccolo's charged attack can snipe enemies from a distance. He can zoom in for this powerful single-shot attack, leaving enemies with no place to hide. Even if you miss, it's no big deal. Piccolo's special skill is a powerful dash that can be used to close in on enemies, even those in the air. Another close-range fighter that's worth trying out is Frieza. His standard attack is an elongated Kidan that's easy to hit enemies with. Use his charged attack to throw a huge spherical Kidan. Positioning and timing are key. Frieza also has a special skill for controlling the battleground. Select a location and he will leap into the air. Then after a brief pause, smash at the location. It damages anyone that's hit and sends them flying. So that's a quick rundown on all the characters' moves. Come join the intense battle with Dragon Ball characters. A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava, otherwise you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory.
We are starting the second half of the day, but before we start, the 3 matches left, we have another interview session right now. With me is a player from Xavier, Dingo Xavier, and we have Lamborghini here with his translator. And let's start off the interview with the first question, which is congratulations on getting your first winner chicken in. First winner chicken of the day. And in match 3 just now, currently you guys are just 4 points difference with the top 1 team. Do you have the confidence to overtake the top spot by the end of the day?
Chúc mừng đội của mình với lại cái chiến thắng đầu tiên trong ngày ha. Thì hiện tại thì xét về điểm tổng á, thì mình chỉ còn cách vài điểm nữa thôi so với đội đang top 1. Thì không biết là mình có đủ tự tin để giành lấy top 1 cho đến khi mà kết thúc cái trận đấu của tuần ngày hôm nay không?
Mục tiêu của em từ đây là để giành top 16 ạ.
Our target to being here today is reach the top 16.
The top 16 to qualify to the grand final.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a long road to go, and there are 3 more matches left, and it will be on Erangel and Miramar to chase the top 1. Will you play it safe today, or will you be playing aggressively?
Thì 3 cái trận còn lại của mình á là mình sẽ dựa vào 2 cái map là Erangel với lại Miramar để tìm ra xem ai sẽ là người giành được top 1 của ngày hôm nay. Thì không biết là ngày hôm nay chiến thuật của đội mình đó là mình sẽ chơi an toàn hay là mình sẽ chơi theo một cách nó liều lĩnh hơn.
2 trận Myanmar em sẽ nhảy sang một team ạ. 2 trận Myanmar em sẽ nhảy sang một team.
I think we will do differently on the map Miramar.
Okay, looks like it's a secret. Every time we ask about their strategy, it's always gonna be a secret. It's not for you guys to know, but it's for them to show on the battleground later. So right, your team is the PMPLC Spring 2022 champion, and Vampire Esports is the PMWI champion. Now both of you are fighting for the top 1. Maybe you have some words for players from Vampire Esports?
Cả đội của mình lẫn đội VBA hiện tại là đang trong một cái trận đấu giành vị trí top 1 ha. Thì không biết là đội mình có một cái lời nào dành cho đội VBA hay không?
Bọn em sẽ cố gắng giữ chắc vị trí top 2 ạ.
Okay, we will try our best to keep our top 2 spot.
Oh, okay. Respectful to the PMWI champions, which are the Vampire Esports team. And I think that's all for our interview session after the break. And we're heading on to the 4th game of the day. See you guys later. Bye-bye.
Interesting, very humbly indeed. The interview coming out from Sadi Xavier's Lamborghini. He looked exhausted, by the way. I just hope they still have the stamina for the remaining 2 weeks. But hey, I'm not worried so much when it comes to Xavier's. They do have a solid lineup, and they can interchangeable in between the games. So speaking of which, can they maintain, Cloud?
Yeah, he was humble enough to say like top 2. Only like 4 points difference from Vampire Esports to be at number 1. So number 1 is very possible for them. And I was just looking over at the numbers before this. There's still a lot of teams. Too bad for GEEK, Fam, and PERSIJA EVOS. They're not playing today. So I think they can do about their points. But that also means that they will be pushed down there by teams like XERXIA, who is very, very close by as well. So spot could be still anyone's game. And what is interesting, my takeaway from an interview is that these areas to be really interested when it comes to the Miramar round later. That could be them.
Yeah, that could be the one that changing up the spot for the second and towards the first place. But it's all the question about will Vampire willing to let it go? Because right now the most elimination points given away towards the side of Vampires with 118 if I'm not mistaken. When it comes to the elimination, the most RRQ will be one of the highest top fragger team as well, aside from another team that's 3 in total with triple digit. But when it comes to the top performer, DBD squeezing up this time. I'm loving DBD right now.
Yeah, it's nice to see DBD and Team Secret up. As we don't get to see much of them in this sort of top graphics. So it's round Team Secret. 5 eliminations between him and Aizen, but of course Aizen with a lot more damage. And there have been a couple of times that actually Aizen pulled off an important clutch towards a good number of teams. So that's been an important member for DD, newly transferred from Team Secret into the lineup, and that is also one of the reasons why they were PL Malaysia champions.
And speaking of Erangel, this is going to be the last map of Erangel for the entire week. Now, the teams that really love and into Erangel, they really need to push themselves up all towards the high, because this might be their last shot into changing those points up there.
Yeah, but this could be a lot as well. Well, we'll never know, right? Because it's not mentioned specifically when it will end. So don't miss this opportunity to get the first PMSL Southeast Asia limited skin that is called the Dream Tier. That will include the suit, the mask, the gun skin, as well as the M16A4. And you want to preview, that's what the players are wearing.
Also, the new team Royal Pass, which is going to be beach and pool party team, already available for you guys. This also will last not that long. If I'm not mistaken, it's only out until the 13th of September, which is the same as the Aston Martin timeline.
Yeah, and speaking about Aston Martin, okay, so this is time for fun fact. So the most expensive car record, CarMark holds the record for being the most expensive British car ever in 2017, and Aston Martin DBR1 was sold for roughly, guess the number, 17 million pounds for an Aston Martin. That is insane.
That's pounds.
Wonder where would you get that amount of money.
That's pounds. Pounds should be like what, times 6 for us? Malaysian, I think.
Yeah, pounds.
That's equal around almost roughly 80 million ringgit Malaysia. My god, that's how can somebody buy a car with that much? But back to our prediction. Did we score any for today just yet? I don't think so.
Not yet. But we did came close though. Like Boom came close. BN United, I believe they came close as well at some point. So coming close, maybe it's all about like just give them some time in the barrier and finally get the chicken dinner.
And speaking of coming close, right? BN United, RRQ, and the Vampires are one of the most highest fragging team up there right now with triple-digit eliminations just by themselves. I do want to see, we don't have any record breaking just yet. I think still hold up by the side of Vampire so far for the most eliminations and individuals, right?
Yeah, for Vampire, they are still holding the record now. Straps with 11 and Vampire with 20 in the single round. So we're starting to see some of the substitutions here. Boom making a substitution. This is something that we normally see in the second half. Rooting for GE, Ichi, the MVP during the PMPL wildcard, is sub for their new player, which is Mernat, who transferred from Galacticos.
Yep, from YG now going.
Oh,
wow, this
wow,
is interesting. DOG is back in the game playing. MORPH is back in now. I want to see how this will fare for the start of 7-9. I just hope things get way more interesting. And do we have more swaps going on? Yes. Welcome back to BIT. It's been a while.
Wow, all the OG players playing this time. Yeah, MORPH. We got Beer 11, who has been with multiple teams, and now he's obviously with Infinity. So this is going to be his first debut. Same goes for MORPH as well. This season's PMSL. I wonder what they will bring to the table, because we have absolute clue. And not only that, Die Hard. I love this guy.
Woo.
Pre-season, played one day, and he was like at the top. He carried the team like nobody said. So I'm excited to see the coach himself playing. Amazing.
QEON is back with Pepang out this time. But I don't know about the swap of Die Hard. I have a mixed feeling around there, because I do love Z as well. And I don't know. I mean, like, whatever works for the team, right? Now, we have major swaps here. Same goes for Yoodo Alliance. Olio is in as Voki is out. Who else is swapping? My god, all the big names are dropping like a bomb here.
Yeah, first time Voki is actually taking a break for Yoodo Alliance. He has been playing all the games so far. And we're seeing Flex starting up for Iftar. So I believe it's the first time that Iftar is taking a break this time. The two new players from Yoodo Alliance. So they're allowing some of the more experienced Yoodo Alliance players to play time. Let's see what kind of fate would that change, because Yoodo Alliance has the rest of the last few days. They are currently at number 15, and teams could still leapfrog against them with the last 3 games to play.
Who else is swapping? I do want to see this as a whole. I don't know about the other teams so far. Do we have the Xavier swapping in and out as well, Box Gaming even, but right now there's like a major change coming up when it comes to the last Erangel map and the last two Miramar maps as well. But surprisingly, REGUM not being so loud today. I'm hoping to have more. And I don't know, are they waiting for just Miramar map, or they're just trying to, you know, slowly finding their footings again after a lot of teams having different dynamics with the change of a roster?
Yeah, today has been quite different than yesterday for RRQ. Yesterday, they were the team that got the most points single day. So today has been not the momentum of yesterday. Still trusting the same lineup as yesterday and as before as well, for them to try to get the amount of points in. They do have options to swap though. So they have Bosku, they have a MORPH as well, which we saw season him playing, but we have yet to see his debut this time around. But who knows, maybe they're waiting for his debut in Miramar next.
That's kind of true. Just hope the swaps will not be too late for the teams there, and they definitely make major changes, and the judgment in drop verdicts being called. It's going to be the teams, whether their new dynamic lineup will give them a different perspective of approach in the match, as getting better rankings or getting better points, or will be the reverse. It's all down to the last Erangel map to see how will they fare, and the remaining of Miramar map. Do we have another swap later on, because it's entirely a different map?
Yeah, the team that wish they had options to swap is going to be Team C. Unfortunately, it's not part of their option, so they have to make do with whatever they have right now. Only 6 points difference in Box Gaming to push them back onto number 20. So the number that nobody wants to be in, because you end up with only one weekly point by the end of today.
It's kind of true. Now it's gonna be the last Erangel, Cloud. You want to call it or not? Or who will get the last chicken? You want to predict it?
Well, I already got my 3 predictions, so I'm going for either one of my 3. Any one of those, I'll be good.
Okay, we're gonna have to wait and see. We won't hit any of our prediction. Will you guys hit your prediction in the chat as well? It's down to this last Erangel map. We'll have another record-breaking team, or will be the same as per usual. Let's head into our last Erangel of week 1.
Final Erangel of week 1, and I had to point out that I noticed Alter Ego has a new jacket today. I wonder how many different types of merch did they bring for this trip, because they're changing their merch every day. Wow, they'll come here, look good, you know, doing good as well today. I mean, it's full for Alter Ego.
I have a suggestion for PUBG Mobile, okay? Hear me out. Maybe during the team introduction, we have a runway for all the teams and players. And everybody, when we introduce the teams, yeah, they can run down the runway and just show off all their merch. And we get to pick and choose, you know, what kind of merch we want to have for that season. I mean, that would be great. So every team get to flex their own merch, and every single team will have a bit of you know, time to feel themselves like a model running through those runways.
Yeah, we get to keep it. That will be the better part. That will be the main part, in fact. Yeah, that will be the main one. Everything else is like secondary. We get to keep the merch. Yeah, it's the best part. But the best part for okay, I'm looking at Boom. Where are you? Because Boom is not going back to Rawsalt. They're gonna leave Rawsalt for GE, despite the flag path on top of Rawsalt. We're gonna get another side circle this time. So the last time we Boom, they actually started out on the left of the map. So if they do so again, which they are, good for them.
Feels like a day 1 circle all over again for our last day of PMSL week 1 here. And no way to sugarcoat that kind of circle. Either way, it's going to be a difficult one, no matter where it lands later on. If right on top of Quarry, it's going to be multi-levels. I do hear first contact coming out. The shooting's already starting off. What is happening right now? Definitely feel like Team Secret is having some time against Box Gaming, just to update you guys. And I feel like Box Gaming having such a rough start for the entire day. Already lost 1 man, or not really, just knocked down on 1 versus Alter Ego.
Oh, goes to the 1v1. Okay, so that's gonna be First split for Gosu gets Alter Ego. And he'll be able to save his teammate. But oh, good. He has to fail because Rosemary's behind him. Rosemary got Gosu. Came in at the right timing. So, revenge done by Alter Ego.
Rosemary, every single time when things mattered, that's why he pushed out of his limit and giving us a surprise. But as per usual, it comes with a cost on the side of Alter Ego. Lost one man early on the side of Box, heavy casualty on the side. Remaining with two players like Box really have to revise their rotation for the next week. Things has been really not working, extremely tough for them.
When they drop straight in Yasnaya because of the absence of PERSIJA EVOS, but if they have Yasnaya, could just straight drop like all four of them into Yasnaya and be happy with that. But it seems that for some reason they sent two out into the smaller house just outside Yasnaya for some reason, and that just had to happen. Maybe okay, for the benefit of maybe they were trying to get the vehicle, so it was just unfortunate that a member of Ego was there. But yeah, I guess if that's the case, just unfortunate for them.
Oh boy. But other than that, I'm waiting for RRQ to make a comeback in the last day when it comes to Wrangle. I mean, we did mention this early on, like 2 days before. I talked about how the Indonesian teams do prefer Wrangle over Miramar, right? So this is the time for them to really push it up. With BTR nowhere to be seen, PERSIJA EVOS is not playing, and there's no GEEK fam. RQ and Alter Ego, especially Alter Ego, do look more comfortable and confident when it comes to the last day of Wrangle here, and I do wish they really can bump up the numbers up there. But on the side of XERXIA, things has been really going down south all the way entire day here. Maybe they're just waiting for Miramar because that's where it's more stronger and their strength coming up from the side of the Thai teams.
Yeah, probably they can't win out of Wrangle now. But if that's the case, then that also means basically the Thai teams, Vampire Esports would have a good showing in Miramar, and if they do, that means they will win the #1 spot. So that will not be good news for D Xavier and BN United, who has like what, 4 points, 5 points just behind Vampire Esports.
Yeah, speaking of vampires, right? I mean, like they look calm, they look composed for now, but the gap is just too close to comfort. I mean, like D Xavier's. I love how the Vietnam team, like coming up from the side of D Xavier's and BN United, really step up their game here in this season. But surprisingly, Box Gaming used to be one of the most fierce one. If you compare with last season, Box actually do perform better than DX and BN United. But this season, DX really pushing themselves back high up there. Nothing much changed when it comes to the lineup. We do have Levi and everybody else, but definitely the minor changes they made accordingly towards D Xavier's make such a great impact for the entire team. But BN United is hunting PBE right now. Oh boy, they're really chasing the tails out of it.
Here we go. Raimon could be the first one to get knocked down. It's going to be by Max. Taking out Raimon, but could trace it back onto Soas. Rage, but Rage loses it to Break. And now only one boy left in this compact. Can Monboy pull off a clutch here against Break? Break has backup. And now it's going to be V1. It's not looking good for Monboy. At the same time, the blue has a right. Monboy being burned down. And boy, representing PLAYBOOK Esports. First team to be eliminated.
That nade finish off Monboy in the very last breath with the help of that Molly just now. Finish off the entirety of PBE. They're out of the equation of this last Wrangle map. After such consistency the entire day, PBE to go out this early, this will be detrimental with 0 points this time.
Yeah, when they had a good showing, almost getting the chicken dinner, almost. And they had a decent run the previous Wrangle as well. But this time, it's a total flip for Team Secret. They seem pretty busy. Stopping Vampire Esports. They eliminated Shred. So they stopped them coming into South Jolopur from the north.
Oh boy, I feel like there's going to be a grudge in Miramar later on. I'm not surprised. Vampires did it against PERSIJA EVOS. They can chase Team Secret later on. But XERXIA as well going out. What is happening here?
Not the start that Die Hard would have wanted. I mean, in his first game in the PMSL, and that had to happen. Bump into Yoodo Alliance and Yoodo Alliance with their OG PMSL lineup. Looks like a good start for them at least, but hopefully Yoodo Alliance will be able to fend off the other teams as well, because they always have a decent start, but when it comes to like the second fight, they tend to lose.
Lot of very early engagement coming up from these teams. Maybe that's why, that's due to the major swap of the roster before by multiple teams at the same time. XERXIA left with only 3 players. Unfortunately, DieHard didn't even have a proper debut on that. Already leaving out the rest of the team with Sam9. Time finish of Rosemary in an instant. That's going to be crucial on the side of Alter Ego. Lost their top fraggers and their duo as well. Alva and Rosemary done and dusted. Octa and Potato left. But we've seen the best of Octa before. He can pull it off.
Yeah, Octa, we get that. Pretty much he's like behind or second to Rosemary, so they'll be depending on him to pick up as many points as possible this time. It's just unfortunate they don't have the numbers, so without the numbers, that means you have lesser eyes. Lesser eyes means lesser information. Lesser information means potentially lesser opportunity to gain elimination points.
Speaking of elimination points and speaking of classical and veterans coming back into this map, we even have Old Circle greeting back at us. It's going to be the old Gakka Circle. And look how colorful the circle is right now, Cloud. I cannot wait to see the chaos and the bizarre plays later.
Yeah, and plus it's a all-ground circle, right? So that means we might see like stage 4 onwards. We still have a good amount of this, and that's where the chaos will happen. Speaking about chaos, Yoodo Alliance and Sam9. Sam9 decides to not stay here, which I think is okay, because they're on the outside of the circle anyway, so might as well prioritize the zone.
I want to see how MORPH actually add up to this lineup now. It's been a while we saw him playing. Very long time indeed. I'm not sure this is going to be the one last Erangel play by himself, or he's gonna play throughout the entire day, including Mirama. But Infinity, they do have visitors super busy. Alter Ego after one to the other. I mean, like, there's gonna be unfortunate events happening in sequence coming up from the side of Alter Ego. Lost 2 men early on, leaving with only Octa and Potato. Octa fight back. Chipped quite a number of those grenades coming up from Octa, but they circling them around. There's no way out, but DX is there as well. Oh boy. Alter Ego finished off 15. At least they didn't go empty-handed, but DX is here to get them out of this compare for Infinity.
And DX actually got the beer. So again, another not lasting that long this time, and the Infinity will be playing the rest of the round with 3 players. The good news for Xavier is that, well, the good news for the Infinity is that he's behind Xavier. So maybe that sort of like changed the not to crash in with worrying that RRQ will be the 30 when they start the fight.
You know, I feel like it's not being welcoming at all for the veteran players to jump back into the tournament right now. DieHard being eliminated, BA11 being eliminated, Wilmon will be eliminated as well. It's all down to the teams actually to control their fate later on. Can they keep their veteran players alive till the end of it? But Sam9 definitely have a catching eye to do against Yoodo Alliance. Taking a bit of a longer rotation. Canny going down towards the lower grounds. Team Secret, on the other hand, start to be really aggressive. 2 eliminations in the back, and they keep going strong. Feels like they start to get their momentum in the middle of a week here, and is going up rising for the side of Team Secret. This is good news for them.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to do something with the last 3 games. The points is close enough for them to at least leap a few ranks in the overall charts, just to get that good number of weekly points as they will need, as they will in by the end of the day. Team Secret, yeah, so okay day for them, I must say. It can be better. Hopefully this will be brought towards the next week when we all start off as a new, fresh week.
Speaking of fresh or not, RRQ not really having a good day here, but still maintaining himself at top 5. Spot out Yoodo Alliance, even pinning down 7-9. A bit too eager and greedy coming up from RNJ. Want to pin down both teams at the same time. Box, on the other hand, even though they have some tragic moments early on, at least they got themselves at least one secure coming up from Yoodo Alliance. If they are pinning down on Yoodo Alliance, means they are nearby as well, because Yoodo Alliance right now being eyed out by 3 to 4 teams at the same time.
XERXIA just next to them, but everyone has their... Okay, I'll be more worried for BN United versus XERXIA right now. Yoodo Alliance will be okay. XERXIA needs to defend, but they only have 3 players. Now make that 2 with Megamind currently knocked down. Break will be traded for Chopper. It's only down to Chopper and his other teammates trying to win the fight against BN United. But Noah's knocked down as well. XERXIA doing well, but it's only Chopper left.
I do see RNG is very interested in this place right now. Megamind finished off. Chopper next versus Max. Soaz bleeding out right across, and Porsche on the other hand reviving his teammate. Max have to open up the angles for Break to be resetting himself. Soaz need help to be saved up. He's so crucial for the team as well. But we do have a couple of fights. What is happening, Max? Not like that.
Okay, I mean, there's still enough time for him to save his teammate, but that just happened. I wonder if Chopper can do the same against BN United now. Now he has 3 fight against BN United, going for the chase. They're going to go after the second floor. Chopper chase corner of this room. He has a window they can jump out from, but Max is ready for it.
I'll redeem himself. I swear to God, Soaz was so helpless when he's looking at the grenade tossing over by his teammate when he's bleeding out. But maybe he's just denying the points as well. The side of Yoodo Alliance, seeing BN United had been opened fire early on, now taking advantage to be the third party. But a bit too late now as BN United managed to reset themselves, got themselves back up their feet. But we do have Box Gaming around the other end as well. So if they want to be butting into this business, why not? Sam 9 are also lurking around, but BN United tried to shoot away Yoodo Alliance by giving those multiple lops down towards the grenades. But they're not taking any warning. They're still standing strong and solidify their position for Yoodo Alliance. But the circle will shift. Like I mentioned before, it's going to be the classic gut curfew.
Yeah, another hard shift goal, as we would have expected by now. So Team Secret is in the middle of it. Same Empire Esports, MORPH GPX as well, and GE on the high ground of Car Mountain. So they could move on to the other side because they need to manage the road. And they need to find a sweet spot for them to park themselves. As for BN United, they managed to somewhat defend their ground against Yoodo Alliance, shooing them back to Repo Boy.
Feels a bit chaotic for their perspective here for Yoodo Alliance. Team Secret taking each house for themselves. Vampires, on the other hand, not willing to give away any sort of information towards all the teams out there. Team Secret, never mind. Box Gaming 7-9. Feels like it's gonna be a pits war.
Oh, here we go. TM with it. Yes. One more to go against Storm. Both on a similar health at this moment. 1v1. Resets, but TM not able to win the fight against Storm, and Tom with fight for 7-9. Clutching out against Box Gaming. Will save all his seats.
Make it quick, make it quick. Yoodo Alliance is there to take them on, but at the same time, lucky enough, Yoodo Alliance make a U-turn and going for MORPH instead. Oh, MORPH, are you ready for the fight here? Will they make a comeback? This is a moment of truth coming up from the side of MORPH. And Boo greeted them with the first molly's being tossed out, the second one possibly repositioning himself, going to the ground floor and toss another one, hoping for them to actually get out of here. But DBD taking on Boo on the other end. GE is also bleeding out, but Boo who keep tossing those nades, those molly, those throwables to keep the pressure onto the side of Yoodo Alliance. Oh boy, this is not great for the side of MORPH if they've been losing a lot of throwables, not clipping on Nanny, but still managed to reduce a bit of HP on Yoodo Alliance with those damage coming out from those grenades.
Right time, MORPH GPX surrounding Yoodo Alliance. Anilu almost knocked down by his K now. He can reset. MORPH GPX holding their ground still, not pushing onto users yet. Waiting for that one knock, but speaking about knocks, it's going to be Team Secret knocking down the member of MORPH GPX from afar, and this changes the attention. Upuhu onto the other side.
Not just changes the tension, this just breaking the formation coming up on the side of MORPH as well. Left, right, center, limb by limb being taken out by two teams at the same time. And this is going from back to worse on the side of MORPH right now, with Vampires also struggling, fighting against Infinity. This two teams has been going on since the start in every single map there is. Vampires and Infinity just inseparable right now. But Tony K finish off Logan, and Tony K just, casually, I just finish off Infinity. I don't even see the last breath of it. Now I'm gonna swap over to another team. Entirely a different mission for me.
Oh, speaking about another team, Sam Nice, the other team who points in onto the party. MORPH GPX wins that fight. So Tam is currently on Manfire as well, thanks to Popo Hu. So now Sam Nice who has that as well, they're still active. Yoodo Alliance monitoring the situation. But look at the minimap. Another team is coming, BN United.
Oh, this is a big graveyard we're digging ourselves into. BN United, they want a bit of this pie as well. MORPH now staggering and at the same time in shambles as one by one team keep on getting themselves into this fray, and the circle happens to be shifting. They are right in the center as well. Vampires, they're still holding their ground strong, not going to be butting into this business, but MORPH surrounded by BN United, Sam9, Yoodo Alliance, possibly another team will all step into this anytime now.
Oh, and because of the position of this compound within the circle, we can expect other team pool interest to come in. But we move over to the Xavier versus RR. Levi's comes in, knocks down Hexas. Asa is still alive. Asa 40% of health left. Yes, all in hand. He needs to win the fight against Xavier. Xavier is on the other side, smoking up. Asa falling onto Xavier, forcing them to change their position. Levi's countering fire Asa, but can't seem to connect the shot.
Asa tried to back off slowly but surely to his side of Nepeko, and the other teammate is being knocked down early on, bleeding out. And the Blues start to close in on their side first. Chua is also being knocked down on his knees. These Xaviers have to secure the position in the circle, at the same time survive till the end. GE taking on Boom. Chua will not be helped here. Lamborghini being shot down from afar. Asa re-heal himself. The rest of RRQ start to lose their momentum here. No Mercy taking on the rooftop. Spotted out the rest of these Xaviers. Taking advantage from afar, almost clip entirety on Persijan. Nepeko is shouting for help. No Mercy popping out the smokes, hoping to revive his teammates, while Levi tried to reposition himself where to go next without being noticed by the side of RRQ. At least he got himself towards the side of Persijan, and Persijan will be saved here, but nowhere near to save Lamborghini as BN United just steals away underneath the noses of RRQ in the last minute.
And No Mercy not let go just yet. They are closer to the circle, so they have the advantage against these where they're just in the open. So they'll be dependent on this field, hide themselves. Xavier on the other hand, smoking up and rotating to the other side, but space is not what they have luxury have now. The Peko not go, wanting a revenge. Persijan on his knees as Levi will be the last member of the
Oh, the Xavier's kind of hot stuck in the corner right now. No way out for them because RRQ keeping a tight leash onto the side of the Xaviers. Now, the moment they step and cut across from the southern side, there's going to be another team waiting. It's going to be Boo along this side with the rest of a DBD. And another team is going to be Team Secret. Rizai shot down on Izane. Jamie will boost himself up just to go for the push. Gonna go for a right with his teammate Yan. But they're being shot down from far. Their vehicle, easy smoked up. They need to build this one out. This is looking great! Speaking of timing, GE got 2 in 1. Oh boy, DBD.
Oh man, DBD only 2 points this round. So this opens our opportunity now to overtake them. And now we have Boom Esports need to get across the road. This is going to be the tough version so far. There's another team waiting for them. Ichan will go in for the revive onto me, but where are they going to go from here? Very likely they won't get the circle next.
Ichan trying to save Yummy May just in case they need extra hands on top of that. But we do see MORPH still having attention over that side. It has been going for the longest time. Each of the team do share the same compound but different buildings entirely. But MORPH in the center. I'm not sure how much longer, but RRQ is not safe for them yet.
Okay, here we go. The ship and that compound that had like 3-4 teams is still within the circle. This is insane now, but let's look at the teams on the outside of the circle. Boom will have the toughest to get across. They need to win the fight against Team Secret, but Team Secret has a compound with a full squad. It's going to be tough. Boom.
Yummy May with Ichan building the bridges of smoke to cut across the street. But Team Secret were not willing to give away this compound just yet. They're barely touching the rim of the circle. Yummy May managed to take out down on Zral. But they know for a fact it's going to be the whole team there. They're down to just 2 players. There's 3 more left, but Yummy may make a jump anyway. Make the leap of faith and take the front line. Going into charging to a side of Team Secret. Going in with what? It's going straight into the molly! Not like that!
The smoke blocked his vision, so he didn't know that the fire was still live, but it was unfortunate for Yummy. Putra will be happy to take the point. Held the finish off, and then boom! Went boom at number 9.
Team Secret managed to just outbait and outplay those guys coming up from Boom, but GE is not done as well. They're rushing straight into Yoodo Alliance. MORPH coming out from the sideline. GE, Zai, Manet's down. GE in trouble, down to last player. Same goes for the side of Yoodo Alliance. It feels like a lose-lose situation for Yoodo Alliance and GE, both of them. MORPH on the other hand, he'll be charged in early on. They still survive. Sam9 wiped off the floor clean for the side of GE, obliterated entirely, leaving only Yoodo Alliance as a solo player standing. MORPH is still there as a 2-2 formation in the entire compound. And MORPH, can this be? This is the map and the match they've been waiting for that chicken.
MORPH, GPX, and Team Secret, both teams still with a full squad. And the teams at the bottom. So looking good so far for them, but they need to wrap things up. Let's see, we are still at stage 6 round. QEON, long range view onto RRQ, tapping away. Does connect onto No Mercy, knocks down No Mercy. And No Mercy eliminated by Porsche. Looks like there's a steal of BN United.
MORPH still keeping an eye out to his side of RRQ. BN United just lurking around here as well, trying to find anybody outside. Well, surprisingly, most of the team actually do share the same compounds as they do right now. MORPH, BN United, 7-9, and Yoodo Alliance is there. And the airdrop is just taunting all these players, really. Just giving it in the center of everybody else. Nobody willing to take the airdrop right now. But Team Secret, they scored themselves 6 right at the very moment. Can this be their breakthrough? But for the side of Underpeco, have to leave down outside. And that's just it. They're willingly giving away themselves towards the blue zone. We're down to only 16 with MORPH. Have a shot at that chicken dinner.
Oh, that might open up the fight against BN United as Max got naded down by Team Secret on the other end, monitoring the situation, waiting for the right moment to come in. Are they put? But for 7-9, they won't. As they get the second knockdown to break. Now this is the time to rush it.
Side of 7-9, the circumstances are not on their side, leaving down to only 2 more players. Finish off BN United, trying to gain the point as much as they can with Dap and Kenny remaining on the side of 7-9. MORPH still standing as a 4. They're having a rough start at first, but still managed to secure themselves as a full squad till the very top 6 here. 7-9, wait, what? Oh, that was a nice nade just now, but 7-9 already knocked down early on before that. QEON tried to make an entry to the side of BN United. 7-9 eliminated next. It's down to 5 team. MORPH, this is the game that they should secure those chickens.
Oh, close one. Tony K, because he's the last man for Vampire. There's no knock for him. There's only elimination, so he has for that. Team Secret fighting their way through. They don't have the circle now. They see the compound, know that there are many teams there, but it's going to be MORPH GPX holding Team Secret out.
Tony K tapping up to the side of Putra Zilton. He's got himself 4. Solo carrying the entirety of Vampires by himself right now. Breaking his back to carry out the entire team of Vampires. At the same time, being aware about what's happening at the back just in case there's some lurkers behind trying to backstab him. Being a bit paranoid since you are alone, you have to secure no more set of eyes to help you for the side of Tony K. But MORPH do have a 2-2 formation in the center of the compound, while we have Yoodo Alliance Vampires as a solo squad. BN United leaving only 2 players left, with Team Secret do have a shot at this as well as a trio, but they don't have compound, they don't have covers, they have slight elevation and a rock. That's it.
Oh, Tony K, he's pretty much on the clear right now. From our view, we know there's no one else behind. Team Secret focusing onto the compound in front of him, and all the other teams are there. Horse with a nade onto MORPH GPX. Will it connect? It does connect onto Mobile Who. Not enough to knock it down just yet. A second nade will be tossed out by Porsche. He has 6 frag grenades, so he has a lot there to work with.
Well, he can toss whatever he wants, whenever he wants to. Side of you, that's a clear sight to a side of Team Secret. They're definitely aware of their position here right now, not willing to even budge. But never mind, I take that back. Seems like it goes back to the window. Yep. PORSIJA and the rest of BN United playing a very dangerous game, want to go a bit outside, playing at the ledges even. PORSIJA spotted out maybe some of the players across and maybe some of MORPH players. Vampires TonyK, what can he do by himself? He's just less than 50 meters away from the circle. We're down to only the last stage after this, less than 30 seconds, the clock's ticking. Nothing much more can be done other than secure your positions, but MORPH have the most solidifying ground, that is the most men also. But for the side of TonyK, how to get in here?
He has a vehicle though, so he has an option to barricade at the south side of this current circle, but he'll definitely take his time because he'll wait for the teams to make their move, especially Team Secret. TonyK, if Team Secret moves first and Tony's still there, he can get a couple of elimination points. Now, speaking about Team Secret, they'll be forced down. Okay, here we go. Team Secret on the run, but Yoodo is there to knock down one. And on the other side, TonyK's red Team Secret is out.
TonyK stealing away at the very last minute underneath the noses of Yoodo as well. There was Bolt coming out from the side of Empire, securing whatever he can whilst he managed to do so. Now he's leaving out his compound. And no big spotted out by the side of Yuri. Can't pin him down. Got one haystack to take covers from PORSIJA. Coming out from BN United. PORSIJA just wants to take him down, but he's not making it easy. As Yoodo Alliance slowly taking limb by limb of more players out of the equation, leaving them at 3. There's going to be 4 teams remaining, but each of them for themselves.
Oh, TonyK survived as he gets into the circle. Now Alliance Adilu forced to come out, and Adilu taken out by BN United. That's going to be pushing him out. The point secured by BN United. Yoodo Alliance only one elimination this time. As PORSIJA now on to MORPH GPX. Door will be open, but he doesn't know there's someone's behind him. PORSIJA, now he has to stab. He has to U-turn.
Oh, this might be it. Also, TonyK have a shot at chicken dinner this one. I'm not surprised if that happened because it's down to the Mexican fights. 1v1v1. Now, can BN United revive his own teammate? It's back to 2 on the side of MORPH. But TonyK, can he make the clutch by himself?
There's a hunter right now because these two teams engage with each other. TonyK can come in as the third party from afar. What happens now is MORPH GPX on the ground floor will be pressured by the blue. The blue will force them to come out. TonyK, he has space, so he'll be observing this as Max will be eliminated. And TonyK for now, this is moment. TonyK, can he secure the chicken dinner? Solo run from Tony. This name could be huge. Onto MORPH GPX. MORPH GPX. Will they be taking up the K all alone?
No way this is happening. This is impossible. And finally, MORPH secure that they had a 4. TonyK really shook them to the core. That was insane by that one singular player of Vampires shaking up the chicken dinner for MORPH just now and single-handedly secure huge volume kills by himself.
So close for TonyK to get the chicken dinner. I mean, okay, Gunners, of course, no doubt. But TonyK this round, I feel that he has shown great intelligence inside of the game. From that compound onto the outside, the decisions that they made on point. Definitely supported by his IGL. But for him to pull that off is crazy. Yoru, MORPH, finally their first chicken dinner in the PMSL. And was the first MVP ever for Yoru for MORPH GPX. And here we go, MORPH GPX. Finally with this chicken. This is insane here. And Yoru actually has been pulling off a couple of clutches in this tournament, in this PMSL so far, and definitely warranted himself the MVP status. So now 875 damage, 4 elimination points for Yoru himself. MORPH GPX netting 7 elimination points total with the chicken dinner. That is going to be 17 points. Definitely. Okay, I can't say definitely, but at least they would have got away from Team Secret, who did decently well as well. So
I mean, but I don't know. I feel like that wasn't a clean as they come up from MORPH, but still they've been waiting for this dinner, chicken dinner for the longest time. But really, if it can be the other way around, honestly speaking, Tony K, that was so close as well. But still, Yoru have been keeping an eye out to the side of the entirety of Team Secret, like you mentioned before. There's no way out for the side of Team Secret because of Yoru.
Yeah, you gotta give it credit because had 3 different teams just next to them in the next building.
True.
And you got Secret trying to rush in, so they had to guard one angle as well. So they had a lot of work to do if you think about it. So defensive-wise, to me, it was an amazing defensive play because you have so many teams around you. But look at the team to watch. BN United is on top of MORPH GPX, meaning that their overall points collected would have been, or probably because of elimination points. And of course, we gotta have Tony KE's here.
Oh man, Tony K, this was the last time they had a full squad, if I'm not mistaken, and he solo-handedly, with such calm and composure. I mean, if we were being left alone in the entirety of the map when we still have 10 to 12 teams remaining, how do you stay calm all that while? We won't even pick out. By the side of Tony K, it was a different scenario entirely. He took the courage and just stopped to point his gun towards all the team that he can take advantage of. A lot of steal-over kills by him in the most crucial moment there is. And it was incredible. But MORPH, yes, credit is due and it's given as well. They've been having such a rough start. And they've been, how do I say, swarmed over by 4 to 5 teams multiple times. They've been in the center of attention since the start as well. To last that long and defending it and having still full squad remaining till the very end, there's also took a lot of effort for the side of MORPH.
And they were only in that compound. So it was them receiving the other team. But yet they were able to defend it until the end. However, BN United got themselves 14 elimination points. So they would have overtaken MORPH GPX in the overall points collected by 2 points ahead. On top of that, Tony K Esports, out of the 7 eliminations that they got, Tony K probably got 6 of them.
I think 6 out of 7 is just by Tony K alone. That's a lot by one individual player who carry out the entire team for himself and by himself. But BN United, will this push them back up in the top 2 though? Will be enough for them?
Interesting. Maybe even 1. There you go. So
Woo!
First place for BN United now with 2 more games. So hold on to your horses, ladies and gentlemen, because this can still swap. These same 2 games can still overtake the #1 spot. So BN United, Vampire Esports cannot be complacent. But unfortunately for PERSIJA, okay, unless they come big next round or the following round, then they might get the #1 spot, but they can still go up top 3.
What's the maximum number you can get in a map? I assume it's around maybe 20-ish sort of points, right? So if you got a back-to-back example by 20 points here, so it's definitely down to even 8th place to even catch up to the 1st place if you're not being careful up there. But of a top performer, I mean, you guys can say it's overrated, but is that really overrated for Tony K to be at #1? Are you kidding me? Nobody. I mean, we've seen Alter Ego Rosemary clutch it out by himself before, and Tony K is also a different beast entirely here.
I mean, he don't walk home from PMWI with 10,000 ULs just for his MVP performance, right? For nothing. So he's rich, good looking, pro player, MVP, complete package by now. Young as well. Let's not forget about that. So a lot more years ahead for top Miramar performers, XERXIA. So this is the round that they meant they won. They're looking forward to. D Xavier as well. Top Miramar performers. BTR and GEEK will not be playing. So this won't change for them.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Vampires are not up here really, because I have a feeling this is one of the best maps, because this is where they start to break those records numbers, right? It was in Miramar where they scored themselves 20 eliminations as a team and 11 for Struts. But this is a time where we get to see the spiciest of them all. They're a hot Miramar map. And I'm not sure will the legend players who swapped in just now will be playing this one.
Not too sure about that. None of the legendary players actually really shine in the previous round. 2 of them went out very early. Only Manparang, he survived a little bit long. But you guys can survive long as well in the game if you get the first PMSL Southeast Asia limited skin series, which is called the Dream Chaser. Again, it comes with a mask together with the M16A4 gun skin. Currently in game, check it out.
Speaking of your dreams, this gonna be another dream came true for us after waiting for such a long time. Finally, the Dragon Ball Super is available for you guys right now. I really wish I can be one of the characters in Dragon Ball and not exist in the real world. But the Dandy Grooves there, well, this is something that will attract your opponents to the game if you have this haircut and hairdo.
Yeah, they can see you like from 10,000 miles apart. From Miramar to Sanok, it's like, oh, he's there. Okay, so yeah, target him. But if you, it's more like, oh, flashy. You know, it's like, hey, you can see me. You know, I have this skin and you don't.
Yeah, it feels like you're wearing a disco ball. If you actually wear that from miles away, people can see you and start to shoot you down. Imagine the snipers with an AWM just shoot you down in an instant just because you wear that set. It's gonna be really funny. But yeah, speaking of the next map, we do have Miramar. And speaking of the oldies, and we do have Die Hard eliminated early, Beer eliminated early. I don't know about Mampara. He lasted long enough with the entire team though. So is it not the season for the veterans anymore?
Well, if you want to say gamer mindset, right? It's like, oh, first game. Oh, we warm up, we flexing fingers and all that. Just like every excuse that we give ourselves if we lose a game, right? So maybe that is the case. But you know what's the case for me? Is that I got MORPH GPX. Correct. Yay!
Woo! Finally! We still have a lot of teams that didn't secure themselves those chickens, right? I mean, if you look at it, there are some zeros down there. I tried to refresh my mind about it. Who else didn't score any chickens for the entire week just yet?
I mean to go down the list. Okay, we're going down the list now. Box Me
is one of them.
Yeah, and then Boom have not. Yoodo Alliance have not. We got a good amount of. Okay, I think that is pretty much.
Oh yeah, because MORPH just scored themselves just now. But we want to see also during this time, we will be looking at... Mampara is still going to play. So I assume all of the swaps just now will be staying for a bit longer until the end of the day here. And for Vampires, I mean like, that's a bit different. I mean like, I did not expect that kind of quietness coming from Tony K after carrying the entire team just now. But he is a quiet guy though.
Yeah, I guess the mission is still not done yet. So, you know, you want to still be in the zone. It's just like what Ichi is. He is in the zone right now, replacing Kai. So he took a 1 game break with Mernat taking his place. You know, how could you not play without your PMPL wildcard BP, right? So only 1 game is enough, and now he's back on duty.
Yep, it feels like Manay's just gonna step in when it's needed. But outside of REGUM, look at how jolly they are. Boom! And boom! A lot of swapping happening on their side just to get a bit of a footings done when it comes to the last day here. Pombit now being swapped out again. I mean like Pombit being swapped out twice for today.
Yeah, he only played like 1 game, something like that. So yeah, but if you remember like last season's PMSL, Boom had the record of the most swaps. Almost every round they swap played in. So they seem to be like towards that trend again now.
Yeah, we remember about the interview, even asked about the condition of Boom by the other teams. They said they have something wrong on them. Like they definitely are doing something extraordinary by swapping too many times there. It feels like we're back into that phase. I don't know for how long. Will it be in the second week as well? But aside of REGUM and the rest of them, feels like everybody's happy for now. But how much longer? DBD have been performing brilliantly today. I don't know if they can actually drag the momentum up to the second week. But do remember, this is the last day of week number 1. Still 2 more weeks to go. We're going to head into our second last map of the day and the first Miramar of the day as well.
When it is Rama and it is this grouping, there'll be 1 fight. We'll want the fly path have to be on top of it. That is going to be the San Martin fight between GE Box Gaming. So let's go. Party inside of San Martin. I don't expect these teams to leave there, so let's be prepared for early season.
Very decent flight path, generous one indeed. But it's all down to the circle. We haven't seen the most extreme circle by far Miramar yet. I think it's quite balanced out for Miramar so far. Yes, nothing too much. I think we did have Chumasera down there, but nothing to as Los Eagles or Puerto Paraiso, even the Oasis. We haven't seen that sort of a circle just yet.
Well, the last time we saw an Oasis, that was like PMPL Malaysia Season 2. And I remember it was EVOS that got the chicken dinner that time. That was like embedded in my mind. Like EVOS, we had the chicken. It was so rare that I could still remember that moment and that chicken circle. Yeah, it's still like in my head. But it's very unfortunate to see. If we do see it, that'll be great.
Boy.
But instead of seeing a San Martin fight, it's like we will see a Power Grid fight, Box Gaming and Team Secret.
No, the thing is, Box Gaming is only solo player here. I'm not sure where are the rest. Is TN taking over the entirety of Team Secret by himself? Putra trying to spot him out, listening to his footsteps. I'm not sure where are the rest of Box really. Just not working well for them. Try to avoid the fight against GE and now fighting against Team Secret instead. But at least he got himself some DBS. But that DBS did not even put up to work because it's going to be hammed down to 2 angles. Putra finish him off in an instant. Box. This feels like the tunnel that they're heading into, there's no light at the end of it.
Yeah, I don't know. If 3 of them drop into San Martin, and obviously knowing that GE is there, then they might as well like drop all 4 into San Martin and take the fight head on to GE rather than sending 3v4 inside of San Martin versus GE. So I'm not too sure Box Gaming is planning there, but it clearly didn't work out for them.
The change of plan didn't work out. What else do they need to do? Definitely, at least they have time, Claire. I mean, like, consolation side, at least this is just the first week, right? It's not the last week, it's not the second week, still the first week. So there's ample of time for them to go back towards the drawing board to revise what needs to be done and reassess what needs to change for the second week. At least they have the space for that for now. But for the other teams up there, they cannot be complacent though. We're talking about BN United, Vampires, Xavier, Zerja. I mean, all the teams in the top 10 pretty much have been giving us high quality plays by far in week number 1. But it also a precursor showing that it's going to be more in week number 2 and 3. Expect the teams on the second page to catch up to you in the second week.
Oh yeah, especially like if you're like at the top, normally you'll be given more attention in week number 2, and that is the case in this sort of a long league. And on top of that as well, because you're at the top, that means you have put a lot of more effort in the games. You played longer because you naturally longer, so more energy is being used. So that would also maybe fatigue will kick in by week 2, and that's where we'll see more swaps happen. We're going to see a lot of substitutions happen. Like, and this is the last day of week 1. Can you imagine? Like in week 3, we'll probably see even more of that.
Now, sadly to say, Team Secret don't have that sort of advantage on their side. Hopefully they will last all 3 weeks long. And sort of GE on the other hand, they kind of secured quite plenty amount of loot. I think it's time for them to have the green light go to find their victims if they want to. I have a feeling Vampires start to hunting people down now. Provided they got themselves quite a decent ground to start with, finding their hometown, or just finding those vintage point of view to start firing. Infinity and Vampires have been going hand in hand for the entire day here. They have been fighting each other quite a lot of numbers of time.
Ooh, I just noticed that San Martin Box Game in it, so they left it for GE. Consider the win rate does favor towards GE. So I wonder where the rest of Box Gaming are. I mean, I would love to see them now just to know where their position is. Considering that this is the first time they changed their draw inside of Mirama. Just unfortunate that one of them got caught out. So we have no idea right now where the rest of the Box Gaming are.
It's kind of true. It was such a rough start for Box Gaming. They haven't scored any chicken yet as well. Don't know how about the morale for the current being coming up from the side of teams that haven't scored any chicken yet. Oh boy. RRQ on the other hand, I mean, like, they have been tamed down when it comes to the final day here. Surprisingly, RRQ, I was hoping for them to actually go all out when it comes to the final day, especially coming from Asar. He's one of the most aggressive players back in the days. I don't know what happened to him. Maybe it's just, you know, timing, luck, like it or not, there's a percentage of it in this battle royale by the end of the day. Boom. Do have a chance still playing. Razy, actually Yummy May as the lineup this time. I'll keep an eye out for week 2 if they change a bit more for Boom. I mean, like, there might be a trend for now.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the thingy since last season, right? And last season when they did that multiple songs every round, it was okay for them. Like, they did decently well. Maybe what they need, right? They need that, okay, every round you kind of change things up depending on whatever decision you have, whether it's the map or whether it's the composition or whether it's just a statistic of the players, and probably it will work out better for them this time. Since we got 2 more rounds to go to kind of observe if that is going to be the case for them this year, because even if they swap in players, it's different players as compared to the last.
But speaking of swapping in and out, it's going to be going in and out for Infinity, who's eyeing out to the side of Boom right now. Shirty giving a heads up with some open fire. First contact made between them and Infinity. But it's just a warning shot for now. I'm not sure about how the response coming up from Boom. Do they want to fight back? Or do they decide to disengage? It might be just a bit too early for them to fight against Infinity right now. And thinking whether it's deserving or whether it would be worth it for them to invest so much for this fight yet. But Shirty definitely for the side of Infinity not backing out. As Achul retaking his position towards the compound. Feel like they want to fight back here for Boom. It's like, if we don't fight back until when that we gotta run. So that's maybe the decision making coming up from the side of Boom, deciding we're gonna fight these guys either way. But on the side of Infinity, they have been nitpicking everyone. Everything that moves, they will shoot.
Yeah, I guess for Boom, if they want to fight back, they need to find the edge first. Looking at how rough the terrain is, for them to just rush onto the Infinity will give Infinity the advantage instead. So unless they can get like maybe 1 or 2 knocks, maybe they will go for it. But it also depends on how the circle is. Speaking of circle, so it goes up just on the side of Monte Nuevo, on the northern side of Chumacera, and we got a good amount of teams there. But we also have a good amount of teams on the south side where the high ground Chumacera is, so they will be climbing down, and that rotation might force out the teams to clash.
Hey, we've seen this kind of circle before. Definitely almost the same circle. On the side of Exos, RQ, oh boy, Exos, good luck. Good luck when the entire team of Alter Ego right in your face in an instant. Definitely Exos couldn't stand by himself down there. The rest of Alter Ego is just too far apart. On the side of Okta being pinned down quite far. Those shots coming out from Okta on the ground. RRQ, I mean, like, I don't know why they're so separated amongst each other, but Sam9 is there as well. And we are back to the 3-way war. Make it even 4 in the near future.
Wow, with that knock, Sam9 can choose to now, but maybe they're aware now of Vampire Esports on the other side, so they don't want to be third. Hence, they are still holding their ground. Maybe without Vampire Esports, without the knock onto depth, they would have, but because of those knocks, looks like Vampire Esports weren't interested to come in instead.
Vampires definitely want to go for the fight here. They know for a fact they have to force the fight, but it's just 1 point between them and being united right now. They cannot afford to risk too much of it because they might lose the #1 spot. It's going to be 1 point different of those initial bonus point in the grand finals later. Definitely giving them a huge heads up for the remaining of the days in the league if they have himself in number 1 this week, week number 1. But these Xaviers lopping down the nade suicide of Infinity. Infinity trying to fight back here, but a bit dangerous angle coming up from the side of Lobby. Doesn't have his helmet anymore. And Lobby on the other end don't have much space either. Boom is nearby now. Definitely heard the gunshots coming up from the side of the Xaviers versus Infinity. But DX, a bit of a trading done, and 2 downs on the knock of Infinity. Bear is flying in the air with his teammate. A bit of trading 1-2 with DX. Only 1 player knocked. Chua will be saved by his teammate. But Infinity though, I mean, they are the one who been provoking a lot of teams down there.
Yeah, they thought they had the high ground advantage at some point, but the moment the Xavier come in, they overtook the high ground. Now they on the low ground instead. At least the good news for them is that some of the members of the Xavier, they have been knocked, so they need time to revive, so they won't rush to the Infinity just yet. But the moment they do that, then there is that possibility. On the other side as well, Sam9 is overlooking, so they can make the decision to be the third party if that fight chooses to happen. Let's see how the circle goes. And they still have the circle. Now, by still having the circle, I would say that all these teams might still want to hold on to the ground, because at this stage, all the teams are starting to get real to each other.
It's either you want those compounds at the low grounds or you want those high grounds on top of the mountains. There's also an option here. But the problem is, if you have the high grounds in the last few circles, you have to jump down to your life. Sort of BN United still at the edge of the blue zone. RRQ might bomb into Kenny and the rest of Sam9, who opened up their angles on different level of terrain. But RRQ being shot down by Alter Ego out of nowhere, who's been fighting against Infinity before. And now Alter Ego taking the shots toward the side of Sam9 with RRQ across them. Another three-way war happening, commencing with these Xaviers taking out on Boom multiple times down there.
Oh, Boom. 2 of them left again. Another round. That Boom doesn't have a good start. This is starting to be really depressing for Boom. For Sam9, however, at least they have the high ground, so it's not a bad position for them at this moment. And they open up the space, so that means they are holding on to this parameter quite well at this point. You just careful not to be knocked and not to be infiltrated by other teams who want the high ground instead.
Speaking of infiltration, Infinity. Well, I don't know what they're shooting for, but definitely they're just giving away some of the positions on there. On the side of BN United, on the other hand, they decided they would be butt into the business between the Xaviers and Boom, while the Xaviers saw they're coming through here. They're moving away from this in an instant, not wanting to be part of this anymore, but they fought back anyhow. It's actually XERXIA shooting BN United. Speaking of fish eat fish world, the one that you're aiming for will not shoot you back, but it's going to be a different team entirely. Come up from the high ground, those elevation where XERXIA is standing, seeing through as clear as day for BN United. And none of them actually being alerted and know for the fact it's actually XERXIA from those high ground shooting them down.
Yeah, that's what happens if you're stage 3 and you got 16 teams left. Can you imagine if it's stage 4 and you still have this amount of teams? It would be insane. So the fight starting here, Boss Gaming defending the ground against GPX, driving by. But MORPH GPX, I guess this is a fight that they might consider to take. And if they want to take, they got to take this fast, because very likely the circle will go over them.
I mean, like, a lot of bumps here and there from the teams, not major clashes happened just yet. Mentioned about 16 teams. Yikes, I just realized we're entering stage 4 with 16 teams. That's a bit too much for a very small circle here, by the way. Having lots of kilometers between their distance, and the radius is getting smaller as well. PBL has got himself quite comfortably inside. Same goes for the side of DVD, Sam9 and Team Secret. Vampires hanging on to the edges of the circle. But the others, though, on the northern side of this circle, good luck passing by this. Look at the terrain itself. It's quite challenging with the teams gatekeeping from the inner circle.
Oh, and look at the amount of colors as well on the north side. And this is the fight that we anticipated would have happened. So it's going to be Boss Gaming off GPX. They need to win this fight. Zone onto Boss Gaming now, feeling the blue. Gosu, on the other hand, might feel it too soon if they don't win this fight away. But MORPH GPX locking them in this compound. And they know of GPX, if they can eliminate Box Game, it's going to benefit them because this is the fight at the bottom.
Box, what else? The other options they have right now. We talk about stage 5 commencing. MORPH taking on Box either way. They're gatekeeping, denying their advancement. But what is happening is Gosu, out of nowhere, just backstabbed Yoodo all the way down and finished off as a Box. While on the side of Box Gaming, leaving only Cute and Gosu left. But Gosu nowhere to be seen now as Cute barely alive inside of a blue zone. This is going really dim for the side of Box Gaming right now.
Yeah, and MORPH GPX, considerably, they won this fight. They leave this compound, leaving Cute alone. Not sure if he has a vehicle, but we'll check that out later. As now we move over to XERXIA with Die Hard playing still this time. And now Die Hard and BN United on the other side. But I noticed that Rosemary finished off Outer Ego, not doing well this round.
Oh boy, this is not so great for most of the teams that's barely getting themselves into the circle now. BN United spotted out XERXIA, heard the footsteps of all the other teams as well. And XERXIA splitting themselves into 1-3 right now, going far flank one of the players. MORPH passing by Team Secret. QEON in trouble, is in jeopardy. MORPH, well, at least they didn't go out first. Box on the other hand, we do know the fate is kind of sealed for them, just waiting for the inevitable. Finally placed himself at the 16th spot due to the suffering they have to go through and their situation and positioning. Instead of BN United on the other end, on top of Ladrilera, fighting against a team right across head-to-head against the Xaviers. Oh boy, it's a stand fight again.
Oh, the Xavier, only one left now, only Lamborghini. Unless he can pull off an insane clutch in Miramar, just like how we did the last season of PMSL. Still remember that moment, it was an insane clutch from Lamborghini, but now he needs to do it again. United, they're circling around, they're finding where exactly Lamborghini is. Lamborghini on the other side, break, we shot it from the outside from another team. Lamborghini is still holding his ground with the UMP and Scar L.
It will be enough for him by himself here, hoping Infinity will just get themselves into this. To save Lamborghini, BN United cram him down, and Lamborghini, that's gonna be the end of these Xaviers. And be shutting down the first match of Miramar, placing himself 15. At least he scored himself 3. That's some consolation into it. But BN United dominating over this with the full squad still, solidifying their first place here, Cloud.
Very unlikely for these Xavier to catch the #1 spot now that they've eliminated at this stage. Now RRQ going up against 7-9 in compound. Manpa on the outside tossing a molly. So at least 7-9 they still have a problem. Manpa needs to buy time. His teammates need to come back him out. If not, Manpa needs to bail because he is on the outside of the circle.
At least the only veterans that's still performing here is going to be Mamparing with 2 eliminations in the bag by himself. Infinity Pierce start to show up as well. Speaking of the veterans, they start to rise up here. Soas to shut it down on BA11. And Soas has easily finished him off, not even breaking a sweat with that grenade elimination instead. RRQ, no mercy, just bombarded himself. Well, my oh my, things happen in the most tragic way possible. But BN United with XERXIA, and boom, it's going to be a 3-way war here. Coming up from the northern side of the circle. BN United now marching into XERXIA, while Soas have to leave by breakers bleeding out while dealing with what's in front here. Max catching on Die Hard again on his knees. But Soas a bit busy. Sharper managed to run away, but how?
Oh, he made the shots, but Soas lucky here. Now he dances his way through. And Soas now, okay. Still alive, obviously. Porsche moving on now by Chopper. Who knocked down Porsche as well. So that looks like Sunshine and countering back on the BN United. 1 more to go. RNJ getting pulled up here. 1v1. He's held by the blue. He goes in. Doesn't give a chance. And Sunshine win the fight against BN United.
That's another team out, but at least they scored 9 eliminations. But will be enough to solidify their standings in the podium spot here on the side of BN United. But we're not done yet. There's going to be another war. 2 of them happening at the same time. REGUM versus Vampires. Ravenclaw. What a crispy spray with Newsy as well. Giving the support fire with Ravenclaw. Such a clean execution and teamwork. coming out from the side of Empires. Now, Newsy will take advantage of the dying boxes laying around. But side of GE, a bit of trading of hand grenade between Master Ichi and Jimmy OP. Master Smile 2v2 with DBD side with West Carry at the back line.
It's turn to play now. DVD still with a full squad. They are surrounding the members of GE. GE, only 3 players left. Jimmy will be trying to find his target. Kenny at the same time knocks down orange. Insertion. Ichi still in the compound. West Carry on the other side. Shoot at the cover fire. Managed to clip a bit onto the members of DBD. Buying time to reposition themselves.
Comes a what a clear shot. Close enough. Jamie OP 1 bullet away to knock down to a side of it. Repo boy of Yoodo Alliance just now. Just across the street, but this vampire Tony K is more than enough to obliterate the entire team by himself. But that's the last, the one member of Empires, Tony K, on the furthest corner away. The rest is going to be 1-3 formation on the side of Empires for now. Newsy and Stress a bit busy against M9. Team Secret is just on the low ground, the foot of the mountain, when Newsy tried to give the support as much as he can at the back line. But the circle happened to be shrinking at the same time here. MORPH standing in the center with 2 players remaining. While coming up from DBD, Yoodo Alliance and GE, fighting a 3-way war. Tony K having his eyes towards side of GE, while the rest of Empire is busy towards set of Sam9. XERXIA Megamind is gatekeeping on the northern side by himself.
Wow, the 3-way war not in the circle. Oh no, that would be bad news. It's going to be big for those teams. 7-9 on the other hand, but I think they should be on the clear considering that a lot of attention is on that compound. PE on the other side, just look at their opening. They have Parameter at this moment, pinning down Megamind without a vehicle. Megamind nowhere to go.
Oh boy, Megamind surrounded here. Team Secret making sure there's no entry at all for him. No advancement coming up from South XERXIA. And the last remaining member as well. Feel like XERXIA all about biding his own time, facing the inevitable. Outside of DBD though, they heard the footsteps coming from Yoodo Alliance right on top of Amazine. Just prepared for the fight. GE is sharing with DBD for the compound. Things get really rowdy in here. A smile spot out Echo possibly, but he just pulled back all the way in the very last minute. If not, he will be visualizing Echo. Master Ichi surviving those mollies just now, but not much longer. Team Secret take it out on 7-9. Mumpa on the ground. Halter take it on Mumpa as well. Finish off the veteran player. But Isaiah spotted out. XERXIA being eliminated next. DBD fighting against Yoodo Alliance head on.
Here we go. Isaiah, our man for DBD. Can he win this fight against Yoodo Alliance, who's coming again? And now 50% health that he's been clipped down by Yoodo Alliance, but still okay. The rest of the team played by the edge of the circle. They also have GE to deal with on the other side. So it's still a 3-way war between these 3 teams. It's going to be insane here. This is going to be explosive this time.
Oh, 7-9 down their knees. Team Secret have finished them off, but Vampires waiting on the other end. And speaking of Vampires, remember they can see through the smoke dissipates and clears out, giving such clarity for both positions of the teams. MORPH taking on 7-9, DBD taking on GE, West Carry on the ground. And Team Secret taking on 7-9 as well, DBD taking on GE next. Team Secret, Vampires, 7-9. It's going to be a 3-way war between them, but GE butting into this business as well. We have a new contender coming out from the back line of Team Secret as well. While DBD a bit busy towards another team, which is going to be Yoodo Alliance. GE sharing the same compound. Smile and Master Ichi make it work. DBD slowly but surely chipping off one by one.
Well, they still have the MVP. And now, unfortunately, Smile will be knocked down. It's down to Ichi, the MVP of PMPL wildcard. Can he pull off a big against Jimmy OP? It's going to be 1v1 mano a mano. Master Ichi jumping in. And Master Ichi will win the fight. But he has no time. Yoodo Alliance onto him now. V4 is looking bad for Master Ichi. But he did his match. He still took out DD. But it's Yoodo Alliance coming in last.
Yoodo Alliance being the cleanup crew, making sure they're not breaking and sweating and getting those last eliminations of the side of GE just now. But Vampires now being challenged by the side of Team Secret. But Brazil and Olio actually taking on Ravenclaw. But Tony K taking on MORPH entirely. It feels like the Fakers and Vampires is all over the place. Each player have their own objective and different focus entirely towards different teams. 7-9 leaving only to one player. Yoodo Alliance and PB having a full squad. Trio working on the side of Team Secret and Vampires. Lizzie spotted out Olio behind those airdrops, but will clip just a tiny bit of it. Quite a distance. Ambitious sprays coming up from those elevations and the low ground on the side of Newsy. But can he spot out exactly where Team Secret is? He needs to drop another nade a bit too late now as they disperse themselves on the side of Team Secret.
And he is the last man for Sam9, the MVP for Sam9, PMPL's MVP as well. Yoodo Alliance on the high ground advantage. They still make the squad at this moment. Same goes for PBE, but PBE is in the zone. Yoodo Alliance, they spread out, some of them on the outside, but at least they have Olio as a marker to come in.
Newsy down and gone. Vampires slowly losing man. Too fast now, not too slow. Down to one last player. Will be Tony K to pull it off again by himself. At least he's trying to revive Schweppes once more. Yoodo Alliance taking those elevations to work, making it work wonderfully well for them, seeing such a wide angle for themselves. Brazil start to advance, spotted out the rest of Yoodo Alliance. In between it's going to be Vampires. 7-9 Cammy is still there as well. Yoodo Alliance having a full squad in their hands, making use of it at full advantage. PBE start to butting into this business as well from the sideline, have been quiet for such a long time. Cool spot out the rest and remaining of Team Secret, try to finish them off, but Cool now have their over towards the side of their attention over to the side of Yoodo Alliance, and Team Secret eliminated, and PB still having a full squad with Yoodo Alliance.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance, 5 elimination points now. They have the high ground against Vampire Esports. Tony K is down, and now Tony K just below Alliance. Can they actually get this chicken dinner? Yoodo Alliance! Yoodo's chicken dinner, but they have PBE as well. They still have a full squad, but the PBE has the higher ground against Alliance.
It's all about the circle. The next one will determine who will actually win this one. We're moving away from each of the player and ended up in no man's land here. High chance of that, but still it's going to be on the side of PBE getting those circles done. Yoodo Alliance, how do they respond to this? Raimon trying to open up the flanks, going for the off angle entirely. Trying to find a leeway to get in through and squeeze in to get those off angles to work out for him. Rebel Boy repositions himself on the high ground, spot out Tony K. Now Tony K, can he do it again? Can he clutch it out by himself once more?
Oh, Tony K. But the difference this time is that they know exactly where Tony K is at. So I'm not sure how he's going to get out of this. Plus he's on the outside of the circle. He doesn't have the circle advantage. Yoodo Alliance still has a high ground. Okay, PBE has a good spread instead. So it's going to be 50-50 between the teams. Unless Tony K can do a Tony K again. But looking at the current situation, Marcel under him, it's looking unlikely this time.
A tough goal this time on the side of Tony K, but he did it before. Can sleekly just getting into the circle without anybody notice him. Can he do it again as Raimon? Unsure about the position of Tony K. Didn't know that one. He was unaware of Tony K right now. Tony K got up to the side. He shot down. He takes whatever he can. And Tony K got him down. Range, open up. The hand grenade and been dropped down to a side of Tony K, but he dodged it anyhow. But Tony K, he got on one knock to a side of Raimon. This is trouble for the side of PBE. Yoodo Alliance losing men as well. Cool pushing up already while the back line is in shambles. But Cool, he's reviving down to the last player. Yoodo Alliance versus 2 players of PBE, but Tony K, fine effort. What a great player it is.
Okay, it's going to be Flax now against PBE. Can Flax actually pull off a Tony K? Can Flax actually pull off a Flax Esports? Here we go. PBE, they're not going to take this lightly. They know they have the numbers advantage, but they're going to take their time. They're going to reset. They're going to make sure they come in as a 4. Flax down at the lower ground, and Cool going to come in on the other side, and Cool will finish him off. Play Esports finally with the chicken dinner.
Multiple times they're consistently getting themselves second place or the top 3 the entire day. Finally, they got back their redemption of that chicken dinner they long waited. The entire day, PBE almost close enough to get that chicken the earlier today, but unfortunately luck is not on their side. Things didn't work out, and finally this one they scores. Well deserving. PBE was winner chicken dinner in our match number 5 before we close this up the entirety of week 1 today.
Oh yeah, run wear that pink hoodie again because of that pink hoodie. They got the chicken dinner. They got it earlier on, but this is the chicken dinner. And wow, the pink hoodie is MVP Raimon, my man. Keep the pink hoodie on. That's probably his lucky charm.
Kind of miss his blue hair being faded out by now, but hey, Raimon, I love the way he plays, love the way he thinks out of the box entirely, just focus on what can be done in the most critical situation, open up the flank every single time, took his courage, not being spotted out by the enemy, and just take up the risk to go for the off-angle side. He did so much space and work for the entire team, well-deserving MVP. But here comes our stats here right now, where the truth speaks itself. They scored themselves 9 eliminations. That's the same score as BN United before they've been taken down with a 0 placement points, but still score a 9 plus a chicken. That's 19 in total points.
And besides Raimon, Cool pulled off the most eliminations, 4, and the knockouts, 3. And for Monboy this time around, somewhere in between. So it's like, okay, at least you guys are not overly dependent on me. You guys got Raimon, you guys cool. We good, man. And with that, they got the chicken dinner. And look at the travel, the most travel distance of them all. So that just shows that they didn't get the circle from that. They had to travel a lot. They had to get into the circle. And they got the chicken dinner.
Plus, yeah, utilities wise, I mean, like Trobos was actually the least amount of Trobos actually being used across the board of all the 4 teams. And that's quite a magnificent play coming up from the side of PBE, provided how they actually use the least amount of Trobos in that situation and the furthest one to actually get into the circle. But they've been trying to play as safe as possible to make sure they survive till the top 5, then they start to open fire. That's a very smart call coming up from the side of PBE. While the other team, like Team Secret, Sam9, we have Box, as per usual, start to fight very early on. I didn't fare well so much for these teams because of how much engagement in this particular vicinity and this particular compound before now.
Yeah, that compound was insane with the 3 teams inside of there. And Yoodo Alliance came up on top. Big up to them. As well, playing as a duo, I would say that they did decently well in that compound as well. The team that did the best was, of course, PBE. So 19 points in total. Yoodo Alliance, they got a second place finish, 6 eliminations, so 12 points. 2 teams that got a double-digit total points collected this time. Looking at the other end, Boom Esports, 0 points again. What is the Boom Esports? I demand an answer.
Boom, Infinity, and RRQ. Now, it's sad to see Infinity, once being hailed by one of the best teams arguably in the world, now have to sit with a 0 point this time. Also, I have my eyes onto a side of Empires of BN United. Now, that 9 points for both of the teams means we do have the same sort of numbers when it comes to the first and second place now, and they will not be changing their spot yet by far, with 1 point different. BN United, that was really close, even though they're being eliminated early. At least they score 9. That 9 is so crucial to tie up with Empire still.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That is good. Important. Okay, I wonder how far is it now. We need to calculate the score. Look at it, right? BN United, they got 9 eliminations, putting aside like placement points. So just going all out to try to create even that smallest gap with Vampire Esports to maintain their top. And with that, they are still at top. 1 point between PN United and Vampire Esports. So this is really, really tight between the 2 of them. On the other end, MORPH GPX, number 20 for the longest time. So now they are only 1 point behind Boom. And the next round, that final round, Boom potentially could go down to number 18.
The only team that didn't actually break the triple digit, I have a feeling if Team Secret keeps going and how their rate is right now, I think it's doable for them to finish off the day with 90-ish points. That's close enough to the triple digit, right? It's my dream to have all teams scoring themselves a triple digit in the entire week. But Box is just too far to catch up now. Feels impossible, honestly speaking. But The others up to 18 players. I'm loving this. 100 over points for each of the teams here. And not just that, the gap in the first page is not too significant either. And it's just any day now, anybody can take number 1 spot. Still, between those top 2, this is incredibly close.
Yeah, it shows the quality of the teams in this edition to the PMSL, including these 2 players. So we got SOAS here, the multiple MVP for BN United. Has more eliminations as compared to Ade Luke, which is one of the tigers for Yoodo Alliance, one of the OG players with them ever since our Legend days, and now with Yoodo Alliance, well, they just did a rebrand. Dishing out more damage, but it's still SOAS securing the elimination points, and that all matters. So out of 9 eliminations that BN United got, 5 of them, more half, is actually picked up by SOAS if you think about it.
But I mean, like, arguments aside, I feel like it's definitely, I prefer on SOAS side because mostly he got his elimination just by those hand grenade. I personally call him the nade god for the side of SOAS because his execution is always coming out from those hand grenades, barely coming out from those rifle fires and sprays. But you guys know the drill by now. I mean, like, if you guys don't know what this is... I mean, guys, it's been the entire week. We'll be trying to tell you there is exclusive PMSL skin. This is it.
Yeah, and also exclusive for this moment because it's the Royal Pass team, which is the new beach and pool party. So don't miss out on this because you never know if it will come back in the future. So get it right now. Reward yourself while you play the game.
We're going in fast forward now for every of you guys. Feels like we're brainwashing you guys with this stuff right now. But yeah, don't forget the Aston Martin collaboration as well. It's up to the 13th of September and then we're done. If you guys are late into this, there's no second chance anymore for you guys. So make sure you get it while you can. But at the same time, we're back to the games. This is the last map of week 1 Cloud. And this will actually be the standard bar for the remaining of the league itself. This week 1 will set the par what to deliver in the next week.
Yeah, it still goes down to the last game to decide who will top week 1 and take home 20 points from the league points for week 1. This is going to be crazy. I mean, BN United, I think they have been quite a surprise, honestly, because normally people, okay, maybe up there would have been teams like Xavier, Alter Ego, some big names from before, but BN United still at number 1. They just need to hold on for that one last game.
Oh, we both scored today. I mean, like, out of 3 at least we scored 1 for each of us, right? But sadly for us, like, you Box Gaming definitely having the toughest one of them all. Box barely alive when it comes to stage 4 there, and always the first team to lose men early on.
Yeah, even though they evaded St. Martin, but one went to Power Grid and bumped into Team Secret and got eliminated. But I don't know where the rest of them were, so I don't really know exactly where their change drop spot is at. But wherever the 3 of them were, maybe the 4th one after this should join because they were still safe at least from that early fight.
Now, I love this camera where we're looking at the players. Why? Because we get to see will there be any swaps for the last map of the day now. We do have Beer playing back. We do have Noozy today. We have Manparang today. It has been a very good day to reminiscing ourselves in the old days as well. I love this. But do we still have swaps coming out, especially Boom? Are they going on the frantic swaps once more?
Okay. Looking at Boom... Ponbit is not playing, but yeah, Ponbit made the substitution in the previous round. So looks like it's maintaining the same lineup for the final game. It's the final hoorah now to get the points to at least not be in the bottom or the place that you don't want to be at.
I have a feeling week 1, week 2 and week 3 will have different results entirely. I don't know why. It's a hunch that I have right now. Because usually week 1 and week 2, Pombit is back in. Pombig is in.
Okay, he was sitting on the other end. So Razy out Pombit in. Boom is just doing boom things again. Like, okay, every round is guess the player. Who is going to play for Boom? Put your predictions in.
Yep. I mean, like, it is going to be the last map of the day anyhow, and last map of the week. But we're going to have to wait and see for week number 2. Is that going to happen again or not? As here comes BN United Vampires on the other hand. Sticking with the same lineup so far. Not changing any of the players. I'm not sure about the others though. Gonna have to wait and see. In the game itself, sometimes it's not mentioned here. Unless we get ourselves into the game though.
Yeah, so with the timer with 15 more seconds, looks like this will be the locked-in team for the final round. Only Boom Esports making that change with Bombit playing and taking a break for the final round. Let's see if they change their fate because they don't want another 0.
We're back for our last Miramar map of the day. We're hailing from Puerto PERSIJA up to the north of La Cabrera for our flight path. A very decent flight path as well, splitting the map evenly into 2 parts, west and east side. But speaking of the maps and also the circle, not just that, will be the drop spot of the players as well. Do any of the team want to stir up the cauldron here if they want to challenge teams out of nowhere? Because this is the last map of the entire week 1.
And keeping my eye on Box Gaming, where exactly did they? Hopefully not one in Power Grid again after whatever happened on, which I believe they should have learned their lesson. So don't expect that to happen. GE will definitely go back onto San Martin, so they have the entire town themselves. Don't see Box Gaming yet, so maybe they might choose to go up north instead. I mean, if any team wants to drop in Oasis, that's not bad because very unlikely you will have another team challenging you.
I have eyes on to Vampires. Now, do they want to fight against Alter Ego? Because we do know Vampires love to hold a grudge these days. They're gonna have to win. Is this a very similar circle to the last one? I have a feeling it is. You do have around Montenegro down to between La Drillera and also Chumacero in the last few circles. It might be almost a very similar circle again once more. But for Alter Ego, look at how the spread between Rosemary and the rest of the team. Rosemary secured himself that vehicle, but have to cut across Vampires. I have a feeling Vampires will try to chase out Alter Ego this time.
That will be interesting though. Let's guess they're heading a similar direction, but maybe they're still floating, so we'll see if there will be early fight. As of now, not yet. But what I do notice that the thing observing is the Box Gaming, so they all went into Power Grid this time, all 4 of them, but Team Seeker is not there. Team Seeker went to Puerto PERSIJA instead. So yeah, no fight between the 2, so no action for those 2 teams at least. But now, like what did, maybe we can keep an eye on Vampire Esports if they will fight against Alter Ego. We see 2 of them, but we don't see the other 2 yet, so we don't know.
Probably they're just trying to find themselves some vehicles just in case things got really south and they have an exit out of it. But PBE just won themselves the last chicken dinner just now. This team has been fighting and thriving so long. I love this version of PBE for this season, by the way. We thought that Demigod and Ranked leaving would actually make such a big impact for the side of PBE, but it feels like they really have their morale boost up and confidence even better for this season without the 2. But on the side of Aston Martin collaboration, don't forget about that. We mentioned about that multiple times for you guys watching at home. Go back to the Xaviers. Feels like a bit breezy for them. Nothing else happening. Do you think they still have a shot at getting the first and second place at least by the end of the day for these Xaviers? Because they are the one that actually closes between those first top 2 spots.
Yeah, so they have a difference of 21 and 22 points between Xavier and Vampire and BN United. So for them to score that, they need a good amount of elimination points with the chicken dinner, and also hoping that United and Vampire Esports don't gain points. But if they gain points, if they even they gain like 5 points or 6 points, which is just okay, then it's very unlikely for the Xavier to take the number 1.
Oh, I mean, like, even the number 2 is quite difficult for the side of the Xaviers due to how highly contested BN United and Vampires are. Really, Vampires, it feels like no matter how much teams try to take them out, by the top three, there's always one or two players of them remaining for the side of Empire standing still up there. BN United is a bit of unpredictable teams. Like, there's a chance they might actually being eliminated early on. There's a shot of that compared to Vampires, which is more stable in that sense. But BN United, if they're being pushed down to second place, maybe DX can actually overtake them. But to have these two teams, BN United and Vampire, not scoring any points in this map, that is highly unlikely, because these two teams is just super aggressive with the most kill volume on their side when it comes to overall across the board.
Yeah, I mean, a bit like the previous round as well. BN United didn't score any plays on points, but they score all their points through eliminations. So being the last round, and I have a feeling that they might go for the similar strategy. This that we try to get as many elimination points. We can park aside like the place on points, and that is how they might plan to get that number one. Or they can go for the alternative: is you play safer, and at the same time you monitor the elimination feed. If Vampire Esports don't get eliminations before them, and even better, if Vampire gets eliminated before BN United, basically number one is theirs.
I think the latter, which been executed by sort of PBE just now, you know, monitoring and just wait for the right time to show themselves in the top 5 when it's needed. So far, I'm loving that. We don't have the only flag not waving here today for those chicken dinner. It's coming up from Malaysia and the side of GE of Myanmar. Well, sadly, GE is the only one representative coming up from Myanmar region. I mean, like, the only different flag there is, and nobody else to carry up the responsibility with them. So if only we can have the other one or the other to score today, I mean, like, I'd be more than happy to finish off the last day for today, the flag that's waving on the chicken dinner banner.
Well, to not make it sound doom and gloom, right? So to make it doom and gloom, GE actually has almost a 200 to 300 around that range points, PMGC points difference from PBE. So very, very likely GE will go to PMGC. PB can pull off something insane, but if you even look at the current gap, like it's like what, 29-point gap. So GE is looking very good to go to PMGC, and even though like they are the only representative at now, it's like, oh, being the only representative from Myanmar in PMGC, it's a huge statement.
I was going to say, it's not an easy fit as well. And not just that, GE has been consecutively getting themselves their World Cup champions under their belt multiple times in a row now. And I feel like this season, definitely one of the best shot in PMSL to have way better performance. Last season, they didn't even get into the grand finals. This season, highly likely they will. But it's all down to their second and third week performance, really. I just hope it didn't just die out. I mean, like, the momentum died out midway through. Because that's the usual case for most of the teams down there. They're running out of their stamina. They got exhaustions kicking. And that's where everything starts to, you know, shattering for these players and these teams. Because the league, the biggest challenge is because it's long. The period itself is exhausting. It's tormenting even for some of the players. To actually just play the game entire day. 6 matches in a day, 5 maps when it comes to rotation. Well, it was 6 maps these days because same group for the entire day, right? And then what remaining of the days, you have to review your votes and you have to discuss with the team for the strategy, and you have to review all the rotation of all the other teams, revision as well. And speaking of revision, Team Secret definitely got a bit of a glimpse of it. The other team got shot down quite a bit of Rise on there.
Yeah, so Team Secret having the first taste shot in this round, but as compared to the previous circle, this time the circle is up at the side, and there is a certain percentage of this circle is unplayable. Left, Outer Ego bumping into Vampire Esports, and now Vampire Esports collecting the point, meaning that now they are on the same amount of points as BN United.
Oh, this is too close right now. You see the BN United go crazy, just like how Vampires hunting people down. If they monitor, I have a feeling, if they want to go for the safe route, right, coming up from the side of BN United, it feels like a long stretch for them to to just stay at number 1. They have to go all out here this time because Vampire is really trying to hunt people down. They're taking a bit of a blizzard for BN United. They have to force a fight either way. But for the other teams on the other hand, as enough's talking about the first top 2 spot here. Back to the side of Boom. Will they finally score themselves a chicken dinner by the end of this map?
Well, if they don't, or if they do well at least, there is a potential they will be pushed down to bottom 4 because MORPH GPX is 1 point behind Boom. For Team Secret to catch a Boom, maybe unlikely. So MORPH GPS can still be the bane for Boom if Boom don't perform again.
I don't know what happened to Boom. When you ask for the interview, a lot of teams actually look up to the side of Boom now. Back to the side of Boom, they take it down on 79 Mumpa on the ground. Tom is next. Feels that he might win this one, but Tom is getting a bit of a trade with the side of Boom now. Boom only Pombi on the ground, still bleeding out. While the rest of Boom is still well and standing still. But Dap, how to save Mumpa? He's actually the slopes of the hill. That's not the easiest spot for him to pick him up.
Yeah, unless Kenny can... Oh no, yep, as we mentioned. So he's been shot at from Vampire Esports from behind. So, happened to reach by 2 teams, unfortunately for Kenny. But now Vampire Esports, 2 points ready. They are at number 1 officially. Now pressure is for BN United to catch up to Vampire.
You know, this is what I mentioned before. They have to force a fight either way because Vampires will not be, you know, conservative about the game. They will be actively trying to find those kills. On the side of REGUM, on the other hand, they're taking those high vintage ground, but the problem is they heard those gunshots, but didn't know which way it came from. And DBD just next to them as well. If they're not being careful, REGUM will be breached in by the side of DBD. Oh, a lot of blue bullets on the side of our bot right now. A lot of knockdown. DBD 1 player. Boom back up their feet. It's a 4 player. Sam 9 on the other hand. Will they be the first one to be out in this last map of Miramar?
Ooh, it's looking scary for Sam9, but it's looking scary for DBD as well. Yen dives way through. Ravenclaw could not get a knockdown to Yen, but it's going to be Newsy to do the instead. Now Ravenclaw finishes off Yen. There's another point in the back. 3 points Vampire Esports. As Circle move up north, that means Vampire Esports continue to move.
Feels like slightly onto the left side of the circle compared to the last one. Last Miramar met also very close by nearby here. But BN United and MORPH, do they decide to go for the high elevation grounds or do they decide to go around the valleys? And GE taking a lot of blue zone this time. And Yoodo Alliance just came out from the blue zone. Now have to face against Vampires. Gatekeeping on the southern side. XERXIA is next to them as well. Team Secret have to scratch their heads how to get into it. As the same goes for teams on the southern side. It'll be gatekeep heavily by the side of Vampires and XERXIA down there.
Yeah. I mean, look at the pace of all these teams actually moving. It's like the moment the circle move, they are on the move together with it. That is how fast the pace of this top are. So Team Secret need to keep up with it. Hopefully not to be caught out, especially in the sandwich situation, as how we saw some of the players are. But now QEON sandwiched by Alter Ego as they're in the same compound. DBS, he gets 1. He will secure the point onto Octa.
That was supposed to be a nightmare for QEON, but that was actually a blessing for him instead. My god, what a clean execution, taking out one of the Ego members out of the equation as swift as possible. Now Vampires start to take on DX, we mentioned about them before. Back to the side of MORPH. Is this it? Can they fight against Alter Ego? Rocky being knocked down by Rosemary as per usual, with the rifles in his hands. And the M416 really work for sort of Rosemary, but Infinity happened to be nearby as well. It's not just Alter Ego versus MORPH now, including Infinity. It's going to be a three-way war once more. But Boo Boo Hoo, that's too far from the rest of the team down there, honestly speaking.
Yeah, but here's a meaningful though. It's an off angle to try to lock in Alter Ego onto the other side. And now Infinity had to come in as well, so they do have the high ground. They're seeing whatever that's happening on the lower. Boo Boo Hoo might want to join into his teammates soon because all the other teams are going to get close by, so they got to be prepared in case a third party comes.
QEON, splendid work just now. Can they do it again? Rosemary already pulled himself way up to the back, while the eager Potato tried to join him at the back of a tree. QEON got shot down by Lobby instead. That's why Alter Ego is pulling back all the way because of Infinity. And I think it's a bit too late for MORPH to realize, oh, it's actually Infinity that pulled back all the way for sort of Alter Ego down there. But RRQ is there as well. Where did that shot came from? RRQ on the higher ground. You don't see what's happening on the downside, but you do see Infinity. It's enough for them to actually start to open fire. But Circle happen to be shifting all the way towards the left side now, and the Adra happen to be dropping themselves in the middle of the road too. Nobody wants to touch that. But the side of XERXIA, Yoodo Alliance, Vampires, GE, DBD, and DX. Look at how crowded on the outer circle on the southern side.
Well, the shots for RRQ, after that the map showed itself. Arguably RRQ is in one of the best positions with its current circle at this point, because they can block off all the teams from coming, but PN United, oh no, conflict in front of PORSIJA, but that comes in from Rosemary. Lucky enough, I was holding my breath there.
That was the worst flip possible. How did they manage to survive from that? That was a clear shot for the guys as well. How? What kind of sorcery is this? Alter Ego, what magic are they using?
Well, they're using an alternative magic to win the fight. Ichi now needs to pull the magic as well, but who needs magic if you have a DBS? And he will get the knockdown and finish off OP. The first point in the back for GE now, but they're not done yet because Echo's on the side. They want to get revenge. Echo is the last man. Aizen's on his knees, and Echo to help. Vampire Esports shooting down Echo. Where is he gonna go? Nowhere is the answer as Echo taken out by Ichi.
No, he's actually Ravenclaw with Vampires. My God, what is happening? It's all over the place. Vampires. This is almost impossible task of an angle for them to shoot from down upwards, but they do it anyhow. And this is insane. This is incredibly blowing of our minds. We thought somebody had it, but it's actually a different party entirely, sealing it away all those kills.
Well, Vampire Esports. They want to get anything they could get their hands on. 4 elimination points in their hands. BN United still yet to score one, but this could be their chance going up against Alter Ego. Rosemary as well as Potato. But they're not taking the fight. Looks like they're spreading out now. Maybe they want to defend from the inner side once the circle closes.
Speaking of circles, last in 1 minute and 10 seconds before it's entering the 5th stage now. It's going to hurt them. Only one team out so far. 15 teams still intact. But 7-9 leaving only one player left. The least amount of teammates have. It's going to be just 7-9 for now. Alter Ego still survive. I don't know how they do this, really, honestly.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's such an open position. But now Alter Ego has XERXIA to deal with. RNJ putting pressure on the Potato, shooing him back to his original position. And now Rosemary headshot from RNJ. Luckily enough, because of his helmet, Rosemary is standing and he can reset.
Alter Ego. On the band-aids to work. RNJ on the other with only 14. Still hovering around Alter Ego for now. A bit quiet before the storm, but DX, good luck with this with Yoodo Alliance and XERXIA at the same time.
Oh, look at RRQ's position. Still have the circle behind them, so they still have a good advantage against the teams on the lower ground. So those teams are, okay, Box Gaming, we got Boom, we got GE, we got PB that RRQ arguably can hold out. But Asa is on his knees now. They need Asa back. They need the numbers because you got all those teams who want to drive by. Looks like maybe yes. Waiting for the score updated. But at this moment, we have Yoodo Alliance on the Vampire Esports taking down Yoodo Alliance. And we have one of the member of Vampire on his knees. So right now, it's going to be Ravenclaw, the only man that's still standing. He will need to hold on as long as possible because PN United is still alive.
Tony cares no more to just hold the line for the entire team anymore. Raven will have to do all the work by himself this time. Kwang on the box gaming side, spotted out RRQ, shot down one, Hexar's bleeding out. MORPH, it's just a matter of time for them to actually be in here as well. Boom is just too near for the side of Box and RRQ, but they need to wrap things up quickly. Kwang and TN2K, where is TN? I don't see TN right now. Where Yoodo Alliance fanning out to triangle mode. PBE fanning out, spreading out towards Yoodo Alliance, but the slopes of the hill is so challenging that they have their back so bad out to the open that anybody can shoot them down for PBE.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a rough terrain for these teams. Let's see how they overcome this. M249 gameplay from Cool. He has a mini 40 on the other hand. Cool with the nade now. Going to toss it out to the high ground, but utilizes that. But Olio shows himself. And now Cool is in trouble. Flag him down. Adi look from the other side, trying to get the knockdown onto the member, trying to go up to the high ground. That's going to be more knocked down. Then finish off by Adi Luke. And now Race is going to be rival. How are you going to get out of this? They are and Soko, but need to fight against Yoodo Alliance at the same time. Boom Esports could shoot them down, but it's going to be Rage knocking onto Ripple Boy.
This is a total, utterly chaos and a mess. All these three teams at the slope of this hill. Rhyme nowhere to hide, nothing to cover. Is a clear sight to a side of Olio. He got some of the terrain to cover himself. But Olio can still barricade himself. The mini 14, he needs to reload on the rifles now. Cool down, Rage slither of health. Just an inkling of it. But Olio, Parajin, why?
Wow, Parajin saved PB. From afar, Olio had Rage in, but now Rage is not out of reach yet. He has Boom Esports to deal with. Boom Esports with the numbers, with the elevation, easily takes out PBE.
This is incredibly fun to watch. There's so many teams happen to be out of nowhere start shooting towards all these guys. Now back to the side of Boom, they're barely getting out of the blue zone, but Nepeko. Oh, you can't even pick out RRQ. Playing a dangerous game, a bit out in the open. Too much of space for everybody to touch them on the head with their bullets. MORPH getting himself the airdrop. Will they take it? Were they willing to do so? Infinity Lobby X already got himself the northern side of the circle, while the remaining will stay back for a bit to guard to his side of Alter Ego. BN United gatekeeper to Zia or Zerja of RNJ. On RRQ side, they're still gunning down to a Boom. It's going to be 3v3 amongst them. But they do have those elevation on the side of RRQ. They do have the advantage here. But the moment they overpeak themselves, these Xaviers will start shooting this side as well.
Nepeko holding down Boom Esports now as they try to climb this hill. But they managed to do so now. They're almost on equal grounds with Boom Esports. RRQ in front of him. Pombit now has sight. Pombit will get a knockdown. Yes, he will. Go. Will be taken out by Pombit. He has two more to deal with as they fight their way through.
Pombit holding the ground by himself now. Oh, look at the mollies. Look at the grenades. There's so much pressure to the side of Pombit. He's barely hanging on. He needs to climb up, like it or not. RRQ bleeding out on one. The Paco needs a save. But Team Secret taking advantage of the two teams' misfortunate time right now. But Boom at Joel spotted out Mercy. RRQ done. Even though they got those elevations, but Boom outsmart them in that way.
Wow, Boom already got themselves 10 eliminations. With the comeback round for Boom. The final round in week 1. Team Secret have a long range. So they're trying to open up space for them to defend their area. BN United, speaking about Circle, they do have it. They have yet to collect a elimination point. But as long as they're still in this, they could still potentially overtake Valor for number 1.
Side of Infinity. We do see the stretch of Infinity now since Mela can't be playing. Side of Alter Ego spotted out the last play of Zerja, and that's just it. The Zerja be pushed down all the way by Alter Ego because the point gap is not too big either. Yummy May spotted out Infinity. Boom want to go for more. 10 elimination across the board, the highest by far. They're breaking the double digit here. But Yummy May hesitant to open fire towards the side of Infinity because he got no clue about where the other teams are. He's worried the moment he opened fires, it will be giving away, exploiting the entire team, jeopardizing the entire team of Boom as well. Achul popping up the smokes, but got shot down by Infinity at the back line. Lobby makes such a clean spray onto a side of Achul, down to last health down there. Lucky enough, got himself covered to replenish his health. But Booms have to move either way. They need to shut down on Lobby because Lobby is just getting them off angle entirely.
Yeah, Lobby's just being a nuisance now to Boom. But they need to be careful because another team's behind 12. As they move over to BN United, now in action. Long range of the Boom, hoping to win elimination points. Break tapping onto Yummy as well. Yummy not having a good time. The teams are real close to each other now that they can shoot from afar.
Aside of BN United, the pressure is not onto them that big now. Since Vampires being obliterated, I mean, finish off entirely. All they need to do is play the survivor game and score those placement points. More than enough to push themselves at #1 spot by now. But aside of Boom, on the other hand, they are thirsty for those chicken. They need those chicken in week #1. They already scored themselves a double digit. All they need to do is just score another 10 for those chicken and secure those 20 points. Definitely will push up towards the top 10 if that happens. Now, Rise Out and Team Secret spotted out Levi. Chua cannot do much about it. They are quite separated amongst each other. Boom and Infinity just next to each other with Morph once more. Morph today has been very consistent with their placement.
Well, yeah, they even got the right out with the compound. Just is unfortunate that they don't have the manpower and a Morph. Well, if they do well this time, they could potentially overtake Boom and so as GE. Leave that for later as PUBG will get a knockdown to one member of Morph, leaving one still standing. But they have the compound. Maybe they have time to reset.
The move is starting off on the side of D Xaviers. They need to migrate into the circle. But will they be passing by unscathed? Boom spotted out Infinity now having a go against them. Lobby already prep up the nade in case they toss something that he's gonna toss it back. But Morph will be welcoming the rest of D Xaviers in open arms as Boo Boo who tried to find them but slowly losing man, and it's gonna be Morph chasing the tails and big finish off by the side of D Xaviers, dominating over the side. Infinity now, which one they want to pick over, Boom or D Xaviers?
Oh, okay, but they need to calm themselves and they need to heal up first. And now we see the movement here by BN United. Rise up, we get the knockdown to Max. Max get out by Putra. Now BN United only have 2 left. The Infinity is coming for them. BN United, that means Vampire Esports will definitely get the first place unless these Xavier can pull something in. But it looks very likely for Vampire Esports now as the Infinity shot from behind from Boom is coming in.
Infinity down to 2 players. Boom with the trio singers for DX, but they can have a full squad if DS decided to just revive his own teammate. Alter Ego taking on Levi just now. Now back to the side of Pombit, pushing towards that way. Infinity on the other hand, playing around the terrain here. Spot out Pombit, trying to open fire. Pombit got himself in the smoke, cover himself, tried to evade the vision of Infinity right now. But Alter Ego bleeding really low as Pombit right across the side of Lobby. Lobby tossed the nade, close enough to get Pombit. Pombit managed to dodge it somehow.
Here we go. Lobby still alive, but for him to save Logan, it's very unlikely now. Pombit knows exactly where he is. The toss on the Lobby. Lobby has nowhere to go. There's a fire in front of him, so he can't climb up. Pombit comes at the Infinity. It's taken out by Boom. Boom Esports 13 eliminations now.
Finally, can they make the 0 breakthrough of the chicken the past week? Finally make a banger of a chicken when it comes to the final map of week #1. D Xavier standing back up as a full squad. Now Pombit spotted Alter Ego, picking the fight over the side of Alter Ego first, while D Xavier's in between them, but got tipped quite in the back line. And Pombit barely make it out. But back to his Rosemary and Potato as a duo, they can make it work too. D Xaviers will be their next target or will be Boom first.
Wow, Alter Ego still surviving up to now, but how long can they stand? Potato, target, only has 10% health left. Lamborghini now number two from the other side. Looks like here, they've been sandwiched. Looking at the current situation, they're in the middle of the circle, so they will be the center between these other teams.
Rosemary holding the patience. Playing the patience game is not Rosemary's thing. But he did it before, he can do it again. He take advantage. Get on Levi. Lamborghini is down as well. Oh, D Xaviers. They had a full squad, but it's gonna be damn big sandwich between Boom and Alter Ego at the same time. Boom fanning out, spreading out and giving a solid formation as a parallel move for the side of Boom, moving in unison as a trio, slowly obliterate, taking out the equation of D Xaviers. Rosemary stealing on the other end. Who cares? As long as they got themselves the points. But back to SD Xaviers, it's trio versus duo here, as Boom also having a trio on their side. Achul trying to be as sneaky as possible, being an off-angler, while on the side of Pombit and Yummy May would distract the attention of D Xaviers onto their side. And the rest is down to his alter ego. How do you want to play this?
Oh man, this is the downside of having the compound. Your vision is limited to the windows. Can't seem to get a good view on their opponents. And alter ego as well as Boom, they're getting closer. Okay, one nade onto Rosemary. So this will kind of stop Rosemary. Stage 9, so the zone will close entirely. Alter ego also putting focus on the Boom. Need to manage two teams, but now the buggy gameplay. Here we go, Alter ego. We'll go straight into Baba Potato, knocked out by Lamborghini.
And now down to Rosemary to make it work. Never mind, Rosemary being eliminated as well. We're down to 3 versus 3. Boom and D Xaviers. D Xaviers got the compound, he got the walls. Yummy May and the rest of them. Boom going in for the push. And now we'll be greeted by those nades coming out from D Xaviers. Lamborghini already waited with those nades for the longest time. Purge in lane 1. And 14 elimination will end here at the second place. Or can they secure those chicken? Pombit bleeding out. And Pombit being finished off. Down to Yummy May and Achul.
Oh, here we go. DBS gameplay from Yummy. Achul from the other side, covering the off angle. With the nade. Yummy gotta be careful. If it doesn't get outside, but Achul knocked down. Yummy gets 2. Yummy coming in. Can he get a final one? Can he pull up a clutch here? 1v3. His teammate behind. Project on the other side. Project low. And it's Yummy with it up finally. Boom. Esports. The first in the PMSL. Can you believe it? It took that long.
Yummy, 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 yummy! That's gonna be a yummy ending for them with a chicken dinner. Not just that, definitely Yummy getting those MVP and finally getting themselves that chicken dinner for the side of Boom. What took them so long?
Well, what took them so long? I have absolutely no idea. It took them forever to get their first chicken dinner here in the PMSL. And this is where you trap the bottom teams. 2 rights, thank you very much. But Yummy, MB, no doubt, that finisher, 8 eliminations, 1,149 damage by Yummy. The man is back!
Yummy! This guy, also one of my favorite players. I've been waiting for Rosemary and Yummy to be in a team. And that's going to be epic if that happens. But hey, for this time, he's going to be staying with Boom for now. But Achul, knockout with 6. A lot of 6 knockout coming from Yummy and Achul just now. Pombit, what a ridiculous play just now. He was tanking it out for the entirety of the team. Look at the damage. Almost 1,000 by himself. That was crazy, man.
Yeah, that is a lot there. And they got themselves like, what, 6 eliminations with the chicken dinner? That's 26 points. That will boost them up. But still on page 2, but at least it's a high page 2, so it's okay for them. Considering that they had like what, multiple rounds with 0 points, 1 point, and all that. You know, this is amazing. This is mental strength that Boom has to still leave it to the final game to do.
17 elimination points. They starting off as the lowest of them all for Boom. They are at the lows. They ending our week 1 in the high. The highest there is. Incredible. I mean, like, if only they did it since day number 1, they wouldn't be down there in the first place. What took them so long to reach it? But when it comes to distance, you have to give it to the side of Alter Ego. They've been traveling quite a number of it.
Yeah, and Boom didn't travel the most, but they still managed to rack up 16 eliminations, meaning that whoever who is nearby with them, they still took fights. It's not like passive and just waited for the circle and all that, but they really took the fight to the other teams, able to get that 16 elimination haul from Boom. So, and on top of that, they only had a full squad time of 15 minutes, 10 seconds. That's not that much as compared like the Infinity also about 14 minutes, so it's pretty close there, but they still managed to get that amount of eliminations.
Unfortunately, also of GE, we haven't seen the best of them after that first day yet, and that's the problem for the sort of GE. I mean, I'm waiting for that to happen again next week. Hopefully, things are getting more spicy compared to week number 1. And we have so much expectation since they've given us such a great week 1. We want for more. There's no way they can go below this. They have to top this one now. But for the side of Boom, that was incredible. They were outnumbered against the Xaviers before, and the Xaviers had a full squad, but they're being handed down 2 ways. And one of the toughest teams to fight against, even Alter Ego and Boom at the same time. That was incredible plays. But Yummy, though, he clutched one out against the entirety of the Xaviers. That was insane.
Yeah, if you need a clutcher at the end, you need Yummy. And that is the result that you can bring to your team. Amazing gameplay. And on top of that as well, Boom, not an easy rotation because they were at some point at the low whereby they need to fight against PBE, Yoodo Alliance, and RRQ to get across. And they win it while collecting elimination points in the process. And they got the chicken dinner win. So 17 eliminations, that is the total here, 27 total points. Man, what to end for Boom. On the other side, we got Sam9, 0 points this time around. XERXIA, who had a very good start. Unfortunately, today isn't their day, so they have to settle for number 4. But wait,
the one that hurt most being pushed out is going to be BTR here. From the top 5, pushed down to 9th place. GEEK Fam and PERSIJA EVOS, at least they're still in the top 6 up there. But BN United, it's a tie with Vampires. The one that actually make a difference is just going to be the placement. BN United know that for a fact. If that's the case, lucky this is not the last day of the entire league, Cloud. Honestly.
Man, again, another tiebreaker drama. I mean, I thought that, Vampire, actually they're at the same point. And BN United, placement point, differentiated the both of them because the same amount of chicken dinners. Wow, BN United escaping the great escape away from Vampire Esports. What a play, what a play. On the other end, boss game, Team Secret, MORPH, GPX, and FaZe Clan, they need to do a lot better because they cannot continue to be in the bottom 4.
I agree. I mean, like, there's no cutting some slack for the teams actually in the bottom 4. FaZe even down there. I'm surprised FaZe to place himself at the bottom 4 in the first week. This is a rare sight, by the way. I don't know what happened, but FaZe definitely need to revise the entirety of week number 1 to make it work. At the same time, since we do know the placement rankings, now we definitely know next week's grouping as well. And here comes Group A, BN United, the Infinity, 7-9 box. Okay, decent. Group B, though, this is going to be fun. Vampires, BTR, PBE, and Team Secret. Well, Group C will be the most hectic of them all. These Xaviers, RRQ, Boom, and MORPH. This is crazy.
Yeah, I'm looking over at which is the craziest group. Yeah, I do think Group B is the craziest. Yeah, you can be like that surprise team as well. So they could pull off something big. BIGETRON, of course, they are BIGETRON, right? So it's very hard to doubt them. But anyway, for you guys out there, the date will be coming really 25th to 27th of August. The PMSL Southeast Asia Finals will happen at the main atrium of Sunway Velocity Mall. So head your way down there to live PUBG mobile action.
Man, I wish they actually do let us see the grouping. Yeah, the overall rank is a bit long. I'm not complaining. I love you guys, production. You guys the best. But speaking of which, the group, I personally feel like Group C is the most aggressive one because you have RRQ in there. You have also, who was at Group C again? A lot of high frag volume teams, including Boom is in there as well. With their performance today, I'm not surprised if they drag the momentum to week number 2 as well.
Yeah, so week number 2 definitely will be explosive. I think some of the teams will be happy to split out. For example, G-Box happy to split out from the same group. Finally, they would have like, okay, something else that they can do. Or maybe change their draw slot, or maybe share draw slot in certain groupings where they don't clash with each other. But that is our thoughts. For the players themselves, we're sending over to our host, Cairo, who is at the venue. Cairo, here you go. Take it away.
Matches completed and week 1 is done, and standing right beside me is the champion himself. We got Max from Bao Nam United. Congratulations on topping the list today. Your performance today is quite stable, so can you share with us, is there any secret to maintain the stability in the team?
Chúc mừng đội mình đã giành được top 1 sau tuần thi đấu đầu tiên. Thì không biết là để mà giữ vững cái phong độ thi đấu như vậy thì team mình có một cái bí mật nào không?
Để nói về bí mật team em thì bọn em có nghi thức là trong sảnh máy bay thì ba em với Soạt và Boss sẽ nhảy vũ điệu tưng tưng trước khi bay để cầu may. Còn hôm nay thì em có nết Soạt để em lấy bo cho team mình nữa.
Okay, so let me tell you the secret.
Okay.
Okay, I think his teammates also mentioned about the lucky star before.
Oh yeah.
So to get the lucky star on our side, before we getting on the plane, we dance together.
Dance together.
And then, actually today, we nerf SWAT.
Oh.
So to get the luck back to our team, so the blue zone will be on our side. And actually it did.
Okay. Looks like the Lucky Stars are supporting them right now. So after you guys finish PMSL Week 1, among the 20 teams, which team do you think is your biggest rival so far?
Bây giờ mình đang hướng tới cái tuần thi đấu tiếp theo ha. Thì hiện tại thì trong số những đội đang thi đấu ở đây á, thì đội nào đang là đối thủ lớn nhất mà theo em thấy?
Đến với giải đấu lần này thì em nghĩ đội nào cũng là đối thủ đáng gờm hết. Nhưng mà em nghĩ đáng gờm nhất thì có thể là bản thân của bọn em thôi. Nếu mà đến với bản thân thì chuyện thất bại là chuyện để đương nhiên.
Okay, so coming up to this tournament, we all think that all teams are the strong enemy to us. But we pay more attention on ourselves because we believe that if we lose ourselves, there not will be any chicken dinner to us.
Alright, looks like the biggest rival for Bao Nam United is themselves. Looks like they're very prepared for this time around on week 1. So could you share with us what kind of scoring strategy are you going to adopt for next week's game? Are you going to be collecting a lot of elimination points or are you going to score a lot of ranking points?
Ok, đối với lại cái tuần thi đấu tiếp theo á, thì không biết là mình sẽ cố gắng mình giành nhiều điểm hạ gục hay là mình sẽ cố gắng mình sống sót trong game lâu nhất có thể?
Đối với các tuần tiếp theo thì vẫn như tuần này thôi. GEEK hóc thì bọn em vẫn sẽ ưu tiên là vô tâm bo để kiếm điểm. Còn hai map to thì bọn em sẽ xu hướng đi viền bo để quét cánh kiếm kill nhiều hơn.
I think we are still stick with the same strategy in this week, which is we are kind of more going into the blue zone to stay alive as long as we can for the smaller map, and to the bigger one we will be around our size and to get the more elimination point as much as we can.
Alright, looks like they're very prepared with strategy for week 1 and we can't wait for what's going to happen for week 2. But then last but not least, anything to say to your fans out there who are supporting Bao Nam United right now?
Không biết là mình có một cái lời nào đặc biệt muốn gửi đến các bạn fan hiện tại đang ủng hộ cho đội Bảo Nam mình không?
Bọn mình xin cảm ơn tất cả mọi người rất nhiều vì đã theo dõi Bao Nam United ở mùa giải lần này. Bọn mình không hứa hết trước điều gì nhưng mà bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành được top cao nhất cho Việt Nam. Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn đã theo dõi tụi mình.
Thank you for all your love and support. We are sorry that we cannot promise you anything yet, but I only have to say that we are doing our best to win back the champion for our country, Vietnam. Thank you all you guys.
Alright, don't need to be sorry, man. You did your very best and you got the champion for week 1. Be proud of it. The Lucky Stars are on their side. Remember that, guys. And done. Deal. Week 1 is a wrap. Now we're passing back to the casters. See you guys next week on week 2. Bye-bye.
What is the dancing ritual that they got until they actually have the blue zone and the circle? I mean, how would it look like?
After this, all the teams, you will see them dancing. Probably you'll see more of their dancing content after this. But all I must say is that since this is the last day for the week, thank you to the love and support for our translator as well. Have been amazing.
Yeah,
have been up there.
I love
Yeah.
And
huge.
also all our viewers too, because we saw the same names, or the production, the translators, our hosts, everybody on set and on ground. Even you, Clown, thanking you. But definitely you guys is watching with us in English channel. I mean, like, we won't be here because of you guys. I mean, because of you guys, we're still here, by the way, guys. Like, thank you, really.
Yeah. Without all of you supporting the show, all of us wouldn't be here. So you gotta give yourself a pat on the back. I love every one of you, but that's not gonna be possible, right? So give yourself one and just think for me. So before we wrap up the show soon, so I'd like to thank our beautiful viewers out there. I mean, not possible for us to mention all the names, right? But we got some names: Ezio, Alwin. We've got Mo Ang. I mean, Alex. We got Moise, always here, and many of you. It's been an amazing week, I must say.
Yeah, I love more when it comes to second week. Hopefully, you guys will be staying tuned with us when it comes to next week. Week number 2 will be more than just week number 1. We're definitely looking for their performance and looking for you guys to be in here with us against once more. I think that's it for both of us. Coming up from me, Choo Choo and Cycloud, we're both signing off. See you guys in week 2 of PMSL next week. Same time, same place. Bye.